Welcome to HH28, where we unravel the secrets of self-discovery and matchmaking. We are Hugh and Heather,
two master holistic guides dedicated to helping you navigate the worlds of numerology, astrology, and personality in pursuit of meaningful connections.
Hey everyone, and welcome back for another deep dive. Today, we're going to be taking a look at Western Astrology, specifically what it is and how it all supposedly works, right? We've got a ton of notes and insights here.
Absolutely.
All right.
It's a system that's fascinated people, for centuries, blending observations of the natural world with interpretations of human personality and events, even if it's not scientifically, proven.
Right.
It offers a really unique lens to kind of view ourselves through.
Right. It's like we've all heard our sun sign. I'm a Gemini, by the way.
Okay.
But there's so much more to it than that, right?
Right.
It's almost like learning a whole new language. But instead of words, it's like planets and constellations. You ready to dive into the world of Aries?
I am so ready.
Whether you're an Aries yourself or just trying to figure out how to deal with those fiery personalities in your life, this deep dive is going to be good.
Definitely.
Yeah, so we can really get into more than just Aries as a ram, right?
Absolutely. We can go way beyond those basic descriptions you usually hear. So to really get a grasp on Aries, we got to start with the foundation.
Okay.
Aries is a cardinal fire sign.
Okay, so full disclosure, even for someone like me who loves all this astrology stuff, cardinal fire still sounds kind of intense.
Yeah.
Can you break that down a little?
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I feel like I need a fire extinguisher just hearing those words.
It can sound a little intimidating. Yeah.
So think of cardinal signs as the initiators of the Zodiac. It's spring, new beginnings, a burst of energy.
Ooh, I like that.
That's where Aries comes in, always ready to charge ahead. And then you combine that with that element of fire.
Yeah.
All that passion, energy, creativity.
Okay.
It's a potent mix.
So the first spark that ignites a fire.
Yes.
Aries really sets things in motion.
Exactly. One of the sources even calls them the, quote, trailblazers of the Zodiac, driven by a desire to lead, explore, and conquer new territory.
I love that.
That drive to take action.
Yeah.
That's pure Aries.
Speaking of taking action, I have to admit, as someone who may or may not have bought concert tickets very impulsively because of that very Aries trait, it definitely resonates. Have you ever done anything like that?
Oh, all the time.
Yeah.
It's definitely a relatable quality.
Right.
And it connects right back to Aries being ruled by Mars.
Yeah. Oh, Mars, the planet of war. So does that mean that all Aries are just ready to pick a fight at any moment?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, Mars does represent assertiveness and, sometimes even aggression.
Sure.
But it's also about that raw energy, that drive to really go after what you want.
Okay.
It's that Martian energy that makes them such natural risk takers, because they often just act on gut instinct.
So that whole do now, think later thing, it's they're really trusting their gut.
Precisely. While that can definitely lead to some impulsive decisions, that same fearlessness also helps them bounce back from setbacks.
Oh.
They're not ones to dwell on things. They're always looking ahead to that next challenge.
That's a good quality.
Yeah, and honestly, it's something we can all admire even if we're not in Aries.
Totally. I love that. Now, I am curious to know how this fiery instinctual energy that we've been talking about, how does that play out in relationships? Because this compatibility chart is really interesting.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like Aries and Leo could be a really dynamic duo.
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah, those two together can light up a room.
Oh, wow.
You get two fire signs, both super passionate, energetic, always ready for an adventure.
I feel like that much fire, though, could also lead to some pretty epic clashes, right? Who's in charge?
Right. Definitely something to consider. You've got two strong personalities. There's always potential for some power struggles.
For sure.
But the upside is that both Leo and Aries really get each other's need for attention, for excitement, for being in the spotlight.
So a little healthy competition can actually be a good thing.
Exactly. It's all about finding that balance, right?
Right.
And as long as there's mutual respect and admiration, those sparks can be pretty exhilarating.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Makes sense. Now, what about Sagittarius?
Okay. Yeah.
The chart says they're great adventure buddies, always down to try new things.
Oh, yeah. Sagittarius and Aries are two peas in a pod when it comes to pushing those boundaries and exploring. You put those two together, they'd be off on a spontaneous road trip in a heartbeat.
Oh, my gosh.
Probably with a questionable plan and a lot of laughter along the way.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Right.
But the chart also mentions that they might need to work on emotional depth.
Yeah, that's an important point to consider because both of these signs are incredibly independent.
Right?
They value their freedom.
Okay.
And while that's amazing for, exploring the world, it can sometimes come at the expense of really nurturing those deep emotional connections.
So it's not that they can't be emotionally available, it's just that they might have to put in a little extra effort in that area.
Exactly. And honestly, in relationships, who couldn't use a little more of that?
So true. That is a really good point. Okay, so then on the other end of the spectrum, you've got those pairings that might take a little more, I don't know, navigation.
Yeah, that's
Aries and Taurus, for example.
the classic opposites attract. But can they really make it work long term?
Right?
It can be a bit of a roller coaster ride.
Well, because you've got the ram always charging ahead at full speed.
And the bull, steady, grounded, taking their sweet time.
Oh, yeah, I can already see some headbutting happening there.
Mhm.
So what does the chart say about this dynamic?
Well, it specifically says that Aries' fast pace and Taurus's slow, steady approach can lead to frustration in love.
It's like trying to mix oil and water.
A very fitting analogy.
Mhm.
Aries might see Taurus as too slow, too stubborn, too stuck in their ways, while Taurus might view Aries as impulsive, impatient, maybe a little reckless.
So it sounds like a recipe for disaster. Are Aries and Taurus just doomed from the start?
Not necessarily,
Yeah.
but it would definitely take a lot of understanding,
Yeah.
a lot of compromise, a willingness to really appreciate those fundamental differences.
So maybe not the easiest pairing, but I feel like for some people, the challenge is part of the appeal. Because you know what they say, opposites attract.
There's no denying that.
Right.
But before we get too caught up in romantic entanglements,
Okay.
let's take a step back and look at the bigger picture here. What are some of Aries' strengths and weaknesses in general?
Okay, so we've touched on a few already, but what really stood out to you?
Well, when I think about those positive Aries traits, courage, optimism, and that sense of adventure are what come to mind immediately.
Yeah.
These are the people who inspire us to dream big and to take risks and to never give up on what we want.
They just have this like infectious zest for life.
Totally.
You're right. They make you want to be bolder, be more spontaneous, a little less afraid to just go for it.
That's that Aries spirit,
Yeah.
always pushing boundaries and encouraging those around them to do the same.
Yeah.
But of course, no sign is perfect, right?
Great.
And all that energy can sometimes manifest in not so ideal ways.
Right.
Like that whole act first, think later thing we were talking about.
Right, that double-edged sword. So besides being impulsive, what are some of those challenges that can come with that fiery Aries spirit?
Well, one that we can't ignore is the infamous Aries temper.
Oh, yeah, you can't talk about Aries without talking about the temper. Like, it's legendary. What is it about this sign that makes them so quick to ignite?
It really goes back to that Martian energy.
Oh, okay.
They just feel things so intensely, and that includes frustration.
Yeah.
So when an Aries feels like they're being held back or challenged in any way, that fire can flare up pretty quickly.
So it's not necessarily that they're like trying to be mean-spirited. It's just more of like an in-the-moment intensity thing.
Exactly. They're reacting to what they're feeling in that moment.
Right.
And the good news is, just as quickly as that anger flares up, it usually dissipates just as fast. They're not known for holding grudges.
Okay, that's good to know. So what's like the best way to deal with an angry Aries? Like, do you just give them space?
I mean, a little space never hurts.
Right.
It gives them time to cool off. And trust me, they will be back to their usual enthusiastic selves before you know it.
That actually reminds me of something else that said that Aries are quick to forgive after a disagreement.
Absolutely. And it's honestly one of their most endearing qualities. They just don't dwell on negativity. They don't harbor resentment.
That's great.
They would much rather just move on and get back to enjoying life.
Oh, I love that. That's definitely a trait we could all learn a thing or two from.
Right.
Okay, so we've got courage, we've got boundless energy, but then we've also got the impulsivity and a bit of a temper. It sounds like navigating Aries is all about finding that balance.
You hit the nail on the head. It's all about balance.
Yeah.
Quote, one of the major life lessons for Aries is learning to balance their desire for independence with the need for collaboration.
Because as much as they might not want to admit it, they can't always do everything themselves, right?
Exactly. As independent as they are, even Aries need to learn to rely on other people sometimes.
For sure.
So it's about them finding that sweet spot between their need for autonomy and knowing when to actually ask for help. And that goes for their personal lives and their careers.
Makes you wonder if that whole struggle with collaboration goes back to their ruling planet, too.
Interesting.
Because, I mean, Mars isn't really known for being a team player, right?
That's a good point. And it really makes you think about these planetary influences. They can offer some really fascinating insight into why we are the way we are.
Speaking of fascinating insights, there was this other little tidbit that said that Aries rules the head.
Oh, interesting.
And I gotta say, like, with some of the Aries that I know, headstrong really comes to mind.
I see what you did there. But it's really interesting when you think about it.
Right.
Aries is associated with the head, the brain, the face, really the whole area.
So it's not just a metaphor. Like, their energy is literally manifesting in that part of the body.
It's certainly something to consider. And the source even mentions that Aries individuals might be more susceptible to headaches or migraines, even eye issues or other things going on with their face.
Oh, wow. I never would have made that connection. But it makes sense. Like, all that energy has to go somewhere, right?
Exactly. And if that energy is bottled up or not being expressed in a healthy way, it could manifest physically.
Yeah.
It's just a good reminder that we're not just our minds or our bodies. We're this complex interplay of both.
It really makes you think about that mind-body connection, doesn't it?
It does.
And while we're on the topic of, Aries and how they kind of put themselves out there, I'm curious about something. We've talked a lot about how Aries interact with other signs, especially in terms of romantic compatibility. But what about how other signs experience that Aries energy?
That's a great question. Because you're right. Whether or not you have Aries prominently placed in your birth chart, we all encounter that Aries archetype in our lives.
Right.
So it's not just about if you're an Aries, it's about like the Aries in your life. So think about the people in your life who embody those Aries traits.
Okay.
That drive, that confidence, maybe even a little bit of that impulsiveness that we were talking about. How do they challenge you? How do they inspire you?
Like that friend who can convince you to do anything on a whim.
Yes, exactly. That's Aries energy in action.
Yeah.
And recognizing it, whether it's in ourselves or other people, can be so valuable.
Oh, for sure.
It's like having a secret decoder ring to understanding human behavior.
Right. It's like understanding those motivations and tendencies of different signs can really give you a whole new perspective on your relationships, even just like beyond romantic ones.
Totally. And speaking of relationships, I think we should probably circle back to that compatibility chart.
Okay.
We talked about the most compatible signs for Aries and also the most challenging ones.
Yeah.
But what about those ones that are kind of in between? The ones that have potential to be really great, maybe with a little effort.
The good matches. I like it. So which signs fall into that category for Aries?
Well, one that I think is really interesting is Aquarius.
Okay.
You've got two very independent signs, both with this love for innovation and pushing boundaries.
It seems like it could go either way, right? A match made in heaven or...
Right. While they have a lot of common ground, their approaches to life can be pretty different.
Oh, okay.
The chart even highlights how Aries is all about immediate action, diving headfirst into new experiences.
Yeah.
While Aquarius tends to be more detached and more strategic in their approach.
So Aries is like, let's launch the rocket.
Yeah.
And Aquarius is still like calculating the trajectory.
That is a perfect analogy.
Right.
And that difference in pace can definitely create some tension.
Oh, yeah.
Aries might find Aquarius too hesitant or unemotional. And Aquarius might see Aries as, impulsive or lacking follow-through.
Almost like a too much of a good thing kind of situation.
Right.
Yeah.
But again, with understanding and a willingness to compromise, those differences can actually become strengths.
Okay. I like that.
So Aries can help Aquarius loosen up a little bit, maybe take a few more risks.
Right.
And Aquarius can teach Aries the value of patience and planning.
So it all circles back to balance again. It's like with everything else we've been talking about.
You got it. Balance is key.
So even with those good matches, it sounds like communication and compromise are still super important.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Astrology can give us some helpful clues about relationships and how those dynamics might play out.
All right.
But ultimately, it's really up to the two people involved to make it work.
That's so true. Okay, so we've got Aquarius as a potentially awesome match for Aries. Any other signs fall into that good match category?
Libra is another one that I think is really interesting.
Okay.
Because they're positioned directly opposite Aries on the Zodiac wheel.
Oh, opposites attract. We've been circling this idea like all episode.
It's a tale as old as time. But in the case of Aries and Libra, that opposition can actually create a really cool dynamic relationship.
Because you've got Aries, all action-oriented, always following their gut.
And then you've got Libra, all about harmony and balance and really thinking things through.
I can see how that could lead to some interesting moments.
Definitely. In fact, the compatibility chart even mentions how Aries might find Libra's indecisiveness a little frustrating.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
And Libra might be thrown off by Aries's more, shall we say, direct communication style.
Oh, yeah. They talk about a clash of approaches, but I guess that's where the learning happens, right, folks?
Precisely. You know, opposites have this really unique way of teaching each other valuable lessons.
Okay.
Aries can learn from Libra about the importance of diplomacy,
Yeah.
of maybe seeing different perspectives. And then on the flip side, Libra can really benefit from Aries' decisiveness and direct approach.
So it comes back to that idea of balance again.
Exactly.
It's all about appreciating the differences and finding ways to complement each other's strengths.
Exactly. And I think that's a great takeaway from our deep dive into Aries today. Whether we're talking about romantic relationships or friendships or even just understanding our own, astrological blueprint.
Yeah.
It's about recognizing those different energies and learning how to work with them in a way that feels really authentic and empowering.
I love that. It's not about saying like one sign is better than the other or putting people in a box. It's self-awareness and, like you said, using those insights as tools for personal growth.
Yes. Couldn't have said it better myself.
So as we kind of wrap up our exploration of all things Aries today, what is like the one key takeaway that you hope our listeners will walk away with?
I would say remember that Aries energy is powerful stuff, whether it's your dominant sign or not. That pioneering spirit, that drive to initiate, to lead, to just blaze new trails.
Yeah.
It's something to be admired, and when it's channeled in a healthy way, can be incredibly inspiring.
And maybe a little contagious too, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We could all use a little bit of that Aries fire in our lives.
I love it. Well said.
Makes me think of that whole Taurus is good with money thing.
Right.
But I never really thought about it like that.
It's not just about being frugal.
Yeah, it's more than that.
It's about, like, they get the long game.
It's like they're playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers.
Yes, 100%. They can see it, like, years down the line. Like, what they do today impacts tomorrow.
Makes sense why they're so good at saving money.
Right. It's that delayed gratification muscle they've got.
They're okay with not having the instant gratification.
Exactly. And you know what else? That famous Taurus persistence.
Oh, yeah. Everyone knows about that.
Plays a huge role here because it's not just about being stubborn.
Although,
Okay, maybe a little stubborn.
just a tad.
It's more like they have this unwavering determination. Even when things get tough, they don't give up easily.
Okay, so we're already seeing this like push and pull with Taurus.
Yeah.
They love stability, they love routine.
Right.
But then they're also like super driven.
Right. And that's where Venus comes in. Their ruling planet. Venus, planet of love, beauty, pleasure, all the good stuff. So they're not just practical.
There's got to be more to it than that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They have this deep appreciation for beauty, for the finer things in life.
So they're not just about practicality.
Not at all. Don't underestimate their sensual side.
It's like they work hard, play hard,
Yeah.
but like in a responsible way,
Yes. They're strategic about it. They earn their indulgences.
which makes them all the more enjoyable.
Exactly. And speaking of enjoying things, can we talk about Taurus's love?
Taurus in love is
It's a force to be reckoned with.
a force.
They approach relationships the same way they approach, like, their finances.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They're thoughtful, they're intentional, they're not about playing games.
They're in it for the long haul.
They are looking for lasting love.
The relationship builders of the Zodiac,
Ooh, I like that.
which is such an interesting way to put it.
It's true, though, because think about it. They crave that security, stability, that deep emotional connection. And you know how they express it.
Yeah.
Tangible acts of service. They create this really nurturing, supportive environment for the people they love.
So forget about those like grand romantic gestures.
Not that those are bad, but for Taurus, it's more about the everyday things.
Oh, interesting.
The little things that add up to something much bigger.
So it's less about like a dozen roses on Valentine's Day. It's
Right.
more about like,
Making dinner every night, being there to listen after a long day.
yeah, or like remembering to pick up their dry cleaning.
Exactly. They show their love through consistency, through reliability.
Okay, I have to ask though, because the sources mentioned this whole thing about Taurus taking their time to fall in love.
Right. Right.
So is that just them being super cautious? Or is there more to it?
It's a bit of both, honestly.
Okay, I can see that.
Remember, Earth sign. They like to build things slowly,
Methodically.
methodically. They're not about to rush into anything without thinking it through.
So anyone who's hoping for like a whirlwind romance with a Taurus,
Might want to rethink their strategy.
they're going to need to pace themselves a little bit.
For sure. If you want to win over a Taurus, patience and authenticity are key.
No games, just genuine connection.
Exactly. That's what they're all about.
Now, speaking of connections, we got to talk about compatibility.
Oh, yes. The juicy stuff.
Which signs are a good match for Taurus?
Lay it on me.
They seem to be especially into Cancer, Virgo, and Capricorn.
Oh, those are good ones.
What makes those pairings so special, astrologically speaking?
Well, think about it this way. Taurus, earth sign, right?
Right. Grounded.
Exactly. And Cancer, water sign.
Water and earth, good combo.
The best. They just get each other on an emotional level.
It's like that intuitive understanding.
They just vibe, you know? And Virgo.
Let me guess. Another earth sign.
Bingo. Shared values, practicality.
They probably never run out of things to talk about either.
Right. And they can totally geek out on organization and planning together.
It's like the dependable couple that everyone secretly envies.
100%. And then there's Capricorn.
Okay, Capricorn. What do we got?
Another power couple in the making. Both ambitious, hardworking.
Goal-oriented.
They probably have a shared Google Calendar for their 5-year plan.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Right. But it's not just about professional success with them.
There's more to it than that.
They understand the importance of emotional security. They create this really solid foundation for each other to thrive.
So they can be ambitious and go after their goals.
Exactly. Knowing they've got each other's backs.
I like it.
Support system goals right there.
Okay, so we've covered the dream teams.
The astrological A-team.
But what about the pairings that, like, avoid at all costs?
Uh-oh. The not-so-compatible ones?
Aquarius, Leo, and Sagittarius, they're like total opposites of Taurus in so many ways.
It's true. Like oil and water, those pairings.
So tell me, why is that?
Well, let's start with Aquarius. They are all about freedom, novelty.
They like to shake things up.
Exactly. Which, you know, can clash with Taurus's love of routine and predictability.
Like one's a jazz solo,
Yes.
and the other one's a beautifully orchestrated symphony.
Perfectly put. And then we have Leo,
Leo the lion.
the lion. Now, don't get me wrong. There can be initial attraction.
Both signs appreciate the finer things.
Exactly. But Leo craves attention.
The spotlight.
Yes. And that can clash with Taurus's need to feel grounded, secure.
I feel like Leo would want to be the life of the party every night.
Oh, boy.
And Taurus is like,
Zen and cuddle.
exactly. Not exactly a recipe for long-term harmony.
Not really.
Yeah.
And finally, we have Sagittarius.
Sagittarius, the archer.
Always aiming for that next adventure.
Always on the move.
Exactly. And that can leave Taurus feeling a bit insecure because, remember, they value routine.
They like to know what to expect.
Yes. So that Sagittarius free spirit energy can be a bit overwhelming for them.
It sounds like with these pairings, the differences run pretty deep.
They do. And it can create a lot of friction, whether it's a romantic relationship, friendship, even just working together.
This is making me rethink some of my friendships, honestly.
Right. It's so helpful to understand these dynamics, though.
Yeah, because it's not just about romance.
Not at all. It applies to all sorts of relationships.
Like maybe next time I'm planning a last-minute trip, I'll give my Taurus friend a little more notice.
Exactly. It's all about understanding those fundamental differences.
Speaking of fundamental differences, something that really stood out to me in the sources was this idea of Taurus being so connected to nature.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one.
It's not just that they like spending time outdoors.
It's deeper than that.
It's like woven into who they are.
It's in their DNA, earth sign, remember?
Right, right.
They draw energy from nature. Like Taurus individuals often feel they're most grounded and peaceful when they're surrounded by nature.
That makes me think of my friend Sarah. She's a Taurus, and she's always talking about the energy of different flowers.
I love that.
Like how they can totally change the vibe of a room.
Right, because Taurus, they just get it. They understand those subtle energies. They understand the rhythms and cycles of nature.
This might sound a little out there, but do you think that's part of why Taurus is so good with money?
Ooh, interesting connection.
It's like they understand that financial stability isn't just about, like, hoarding wealth.
Right. It's not about greed.
It's about creating a solid foundation for growth. Like, Literally, like you would with a plant.
You just blew my mind. And you know what? One of the sources actually touched on that exact idea. It said that for Taurus, financial security is about creating abundance.
Abundance.
And stability.
And it's about being able to provide.
For themselves and their loved ones.
Exactly. They want to take care of their people.
Exactly. It's not selfish at all. It's about creating a life where everyone feels safe and supported.
So it's like they're not afraid to spend money on things they value.
Oh, absolutely not.
But they're also super mindful.
Oh, yeah, they're not reckless.
They understand the value of a dollar.
Remember that whole delayed gratification thing we talked about?
It all comes full circle.
It does.
So a Taurus might splurge on, like, a really nice sweater.
Or a piece of art they love.
Yeah. But they're also the one who's, like, diligently putting money away for retirement.
And probably investing wisely.
Exactly.
They're playing the long game, remember?
It's like they have this natural instinct for it.
They do. And that financial savvy often translates into other areas of their lives, too.
Like what?
Well, like problem solving, for example. Yeah. They're super practical, resourceful.
If something breaks in their house, they probably try to fix it themselves before calling someone.
No, absolutely. They're like, give me the toolbox. I got this.
It's like they have this inner I can handle it attitude.
They totally do.
Which is pretty impressive.
It's inspiring, really.
It's funny. We usually think of resourcefulness as this survival skill.
Right.
But with Taurus, it's like an art form.
Totally. It's like this innate ability to make the most of what they have. And that extends beyond just fixing things, too. It's in their relationships, their careers.
So when it comes to careers, what kind of work do you think really allows a Taurus to thrive?
Well, they gravitate towards careers that offer stability,
Makes sense.
Structure, and a chance to create something tangible, something that lasts.
Give me some examples.
Think finance, real estate, craftsmanship.
Oh, I see it.
Even culinary arts.
It's like they're building something.
They are.
Whether it's like a financial portfolio or a house.
A piece of furniture.
Or a delicious meal.
They're leaving their mark on the world.
Creating a legacy.
Exactly. And that's so important to Taurus.
It's like their work has to have meaning beyond just a paycheck.
Absolutely. They're not just working for today. They're thinking about the impact their work will have on the future.
So they're probably drawn to careers where they can make a difference.
Big time. Whether it's through their job, their family, their community.
They want to leave the world a better place than they found it.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're grounding their legacy in something real, something meaningful.
I love that. It's not just about accumulating wealth or accolades.
Nope. It's about making a lasting contribution.
Okay, so Taurus has a lot of amazing qualities.
The best.
But we got to be real. No sign is perfect.
True. True.
The sources did mention some potential downsides.
On what?
They said Taurus can be prone to stubbornness, possessiveness.
And they're not always the best with change.
Definitely not known for their flexibility.
Not exactly. But hey, even with all the good stuff, there's always room for growth, right?
Of course. That's what life's all about.
Yeah.
So what advice would you give to a Taurus who wants to, work on those less desirable traits?
Well, I think awareness is key, right? Like the first step is just noticing those patterns in yourself.
Catch yourself in the act.
Exactly. So, for example, if a Taurus knows they can be stubborn, maybe they can try being more open-minded in certain situations.
Or at least, acknowledge the stubbornness.
Yes. Just being aware of it is huge.
Instead of just digging in their heels.
Right. And when it comes to possessiveness, maybe focusing on building trust and communication in relationships.
Being open and honest with their feelings.
Exactly. It's all about finding healthier ways to express those tendencies.
It's like learning to dance with your shadow side instead of letting it lead.
Ooh, I love that analogy.
Finding that balance.
Between the light and shadow.
Yes. Because we all have both. This deep dive has been so insightful.
It has. I feel like I understand Taurus on a whole new level now.
We've explored all the layers.
From their love of stability to their financial savvy.
Their unwavering loyalty.
And yeah, even their stubborn moments.
Gotta love them though, right?
Oh, absolutely. They're the best.
I don't know about you, but I'm feeling a newfound appreciation for the bull of the Zodiac.
Me too. They remind us that strength comes from being grounded, embracing our sensual side, and approaching life with intention.
And maybe even just slowing down a bit.
Yes.
Geminis.
Yeah.
You've been doing some research, it seems. Lots of articles on Gemini compatibility and, all those classic Gemini traits. And I do love connecting the dots. So think of this as your personalized highlight reel of all things Gemini.
And I have a feeling this is going to be one of our more dynamic highlight reels. Geminis are, well, they're rarely ever boring.
You're telling me. They definitely have that reputation. So you wanted to know about their strengths, their weaknesses, and how they vibe with other signs. But before we unpack all that juicy compatibility stuff, let's start with the foundation here. Like, what makes a Gemini tick? Your research on the symbolism of the twins is actually the perfect place to start.
It's true. The Gemini symbol, Castor and Pollux, those iconic twins, it gives us a lot to unpack. It goes beyond just saying, oh, they're two-faced, which, by the way, isn't true. It's more about understanding that duality,
Yeah.
that fascinating ability to flip between being like the life of the party and then suddenly needing some serious solo time. It can be a lot for other signs to understand.
I bet. It's like they have this like mental switch.
Right.
1 minute they're out there, the next minute, bam, they're like in their own head, lost in a book or something, or just deep in thought.
Precisely. And this duality is something your research really emphasizes, especially in the context of relationships. You even highlighted that article about, it was a Gemini entrepreneur who really credited their success to being able to switch gears so quickly between brainstorming and strategic planning.
Oh, right. That's a great example of how that dual nature can actually be such a strength and not just, some weird quirk.
Exactly. And it actually ties back to their ruling planet, Mercury, right? The messenger god, who wasn't exactly known for sitting still. This planet governs communication, intellect, and it's infused Geminis with this insatiable curiosity and a way with words that's frankly kind of unfair to the rest of us.
Okay, so it's more than just being chatty. I mean, anyone who's met a Gemini knows they can talk. But you're saying there's a deeper connection between Mercury and how Geminis actually process information and connect with the world around them?
Absolutely. And this is where their air sign energy comes into play. You see, air signs, they're all about intellect, communication, that constant flow of ideas. And Geminis, well, they embody this through their love of learning, debating, and just soaking up knowledge, like sponges, really. In fact, your research even mentioned that Geminis are often drawn to careers in, like writing, teaching, or anything that lets them use their words to connect with people. Does that resonate with you?
100%. It's like they have this internal need to understand and then share what they've learned, but always with their own spin on it.
Exactly. It's never just, regurgitating facts. It's about making connections, finding new angles, and of course, keeping things interesting. And that brings us to arguably the most compelling part of your research, Gemini strengths and weaknesses. You highlighted some pretty specific points that I think are very telling.
Oh, yeah. This is the part that really jumped out at me from your notes, especially because, as we were just saying, Geminis often have these traits that can be seen as both a good and a bad thing.
Right. Like their adaptability. Geminis are so good at rolling with the punches, thriving in new situations, and just connecting with all kinds of people. Your research even mentioned how many Geminis excel in careers where there's constant change, like project management or entrepreneurship.
Which makes total sense, because they're not afraid of the unknown. In fact, they're probably already 3 steps ahead, figuring out how to make the unknown work for them.
Precisely. However, this adaptability, it can also be their Achilles heel. Because they can see so many possibilities, they can also struggle with indecisiveness. It's like they're always weighing the options, analyzing every angle, which can honestly be exhausting for them and anyone trying to make a decision with them.
So that double-edged sword thing, again, it's a strength and a weakness, just depending on how it's channeled. And that reminds me of another point you highlighted, their humor. Geminis are notorious for their wit and their ability to find humor in almost any situation. But I noticed your research also touched on how this can sometimes backfire.
It's true. Their humor is usually a major asset. It helps them diffuse tension, connect with people, keep things light. However, because they tend to process things intellectually first, their humor can come across as a defense mechanism, especially in those really emotionally charged situations.
So it's like they use humor to deflect instead of actually dealing with the heavier stuff.
Exactly. And it's not because they're intentionally being insensitive or uncaring. It's more that their natural inclination is to intellectualize those emotions rather than just sitting with them. And this can be particularly tricky in relationships, which
seems like the perfect segue into the next part of our deep dive, Gemini compatibility. You provided this fascinating chart that ranks which signs are most compatible with Geminis. Are you ready to break that down?
Oh, I love a good compatibility deep dive, especially with a sign as complex as Gemini. And I have a feeling this chart you've got is about to get really interesting.
Oh, it definitely is. But before we jump into who clicks best with our Gemini friends,
yeah,
I want to circle back to something you said earlier about Gemini's using humor as kind of like a defense mechanism. You're right, that is tricky, especially in relationships. Because on the one hand, their wit and their lightheartedness are a huge part of their charm. But on the other hand, it can create distance when they're not careful.
Exactly, and it's not just about romantic relationships either. This can really show up in their friendships, family dynamics, even at work, in professional settings. So for anyone who's trying to really build a deeper connection with a Gemini, understanding this tendency is key. It's not about forcing them to be someone they're not. It's about recognizing when that humor might be masking something a little deeper, and then, creating a space where they feel safe enough to open up, at their own pace.
That's such great advice because it's so easy to kind of fall into that trap of thinking, oh, they're just always cracking jokes. They don't take anything seriously. But that's not necessarily true, is it?
Not at all. In fact, Geminis can be surprisingly sensitive and deep thinkers when they actually let their guard down. Remember that dual nature we were talking about? They experience the full spectrum of emotions just like anyone else. They just might process and express them a little differently. And this is where understanding their communication style is so important, which luckily is another area where your research is spot on.
Okay, so let's talk communication. We know Geminis are ruled by Mercury, the planet of communication, so it makes sense that they're such, skilled communicators. But you mentioned earlier that there's a deeper layer to this, right? It's not just about being articulate or witty. It's about how they use language to connect with the world around them.
Absolutely. And one of the most interesting things your research highlighted was how Geminis use communication as a way to actually learn and grow. You mentioned that article about how they love to debate, play devil's advocate, even if they don't necessarily disagree with you. It's like they're constantly testing out different perspectives, gathering information from multiple angles, using conversation as a tool for intellectual stimulation.
That's so true. I have a Gemini friend who does this all the time. We'll be having a conversation, and he'll suddenly switch sides just to argue the other point of view. And it used to drive me crazy, but now I realize he's not trying to be difficult. He's just he's trying to understand, all sides of the story.
Exactly. And this is something to keep in mind, especially when you're in a disagreement with a Gemini. It's not always about being right or wrong. It's about, having that mental sparring match that allows them to see things from a different angle.
So instead of getting defensive, you're saying it's better to kind of lean into the debate and see it as an opportunity for growth and understanding.
Exactly. And this brings us back to the importance of embracing their need for intellectual stimulation. Remember that Gemini mind is always buzzing, always looking for the next challenge. If you can find ways to kind of engage them intellectually, whether it's through conversation, shared interests, or even just giving them the space to pursue their own intellectual pursuits, you'll be well on your way to building a strong and fulfilling relationship with them.
This is all making so much sense, and it actually ties in perfectly with what we were about to talk about.
Understanding their compatibility with other signs can be so helpful because while every Gemini is unique, certain signs are naturally more equipped to kind of handle that whirlwind energy, and others, well, not so much.
Now, the chart you provided highlighted air signs and fire signs as generally good matches for Geminis. Can you break down why that is?
Absolutely. So with air signs like Libra and Aquarius, it's all about that shared intellectual connection. These signs speak the same language. They love to talk, debate, and, explore new ideas together. It's a very mentally stimulating and engaging pairing that often leads to a strong sense of mutual understanding and respect.
So it's like they just get each other, like a fundamental level.
Exactly. Now, fire signs like Aries and Leo, they bring a different kind of energy to the table. They're passionate, energetic, always up for an adventure. And this actually complements Geminis quite well because it feeds their need for excitement and keeps them on their toes.
That makes sense. Geminis thrive on spontaneity, so having a partner who's always down to try new things and explore the world with them is definitely a plus. But what about those not-so-compatible signs? Your research mentioned a few potential challenges with earth signs and water signs. What's the dynamic there?
Well, with earth signs like Taurus and Virgo, the challenge often lies in their differing approaches to life. Earth signs are grounded, practical, and they really value stability and routine. Geminis, on the other hand, are all about change, adaptability, going with the flow. And this can sometimes lead to clashes, especially when it comes to things like making decisions or sticking to plans.
So it's like the earth sign is trying to ground the Gemini, and the Gemini is like, nope, I'm out of here. I've got a million other things I want to do today.
That's a great way to put it. And then with water signs like Cancer and Pisces, the challenge often lies in their emotional styles. Water signs are deeply emotional and sensitive, while Geminis tend to, process their emotions intellectually. And this can sometimes lead to misunderstandings, especially if the water sign feels like the Gemini isn't being emotionally available or supportive.
So it's not that Geminis don't have feelings, it's just that they express them differently. And sometimes that could be difficult for water signs to, navigate.
Exactly. It's all about finding that balance and understanding each other's needs and communication styles, and that's true for any relationship, regardless of astrological signs. But having that astrological awareness can give you a roadmap, so to speak, to help you navigate those potential challenges more effectively.
I love that analogy. It's like having a guidebook that tells you, hey, there might be some bumps in the road ahead, but here's how to prepare for them. And speaking of guidebooks, your research actually included some really practical tips for anyone who wants to, master the art of being in a relationship with a Gemini.
And I have a feeling those tips are about to come in handy.
You bet they are. And based on what we've unpacked so far, it seems like embracing their need for freedom is, absolutely crucial. You even highlighted that one article that called it, the oxygen for Geminis in relationships.
Spot on. It's not that Geminis don't want to be coupled up or connected. They crave that just like anyone else. But they have this innate need for mental and often, even physical space, to explore, experiment, kind of do their own thing. And that can be hard for some signs to really grasp, especially those who are naturally more, routine-oriented or even emotionally expressive.
Like trying to bottle up a lightning storm, right? They just need that room to crackle and spark.
Yeah.
Your research actually had a great analogy. Encouraging a Gemini to fly free and then being there to celebrate their adventures when they return.
I love that. It's about finding that balance, right, between supporting their independence and nurturing the connection. And that leads us to another key point from your research, communication, which, as we've established, is basically a Gemini superpower. But you specifically wanted to know how to navigate those times when their communication style, it kind of creates friction in a relationship.
Right, because even though they're ruled by Mercury, the planet of communication, it doesn't mean those conversations are always smooth sailing. In fact, their love for playful banter and, even intellectual debate, it can sometimes be misinterpreted, especially by partners who are more heart-centered in their communication.
It's true. Geminis can sometimes intellectualize their emotions using humor or wordplay to kind of deflect from vulnerability. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just their way of processing. But for the people who love them, it's crucial to recognize when that lighthearted energy might be masking something deeper and just, create a safe space for them to open up at their own pace.
So patience is key. And I love that point in your research about how Geminis often express love and affection through acts of service or even just sharing their latest intellectual discoveries.
Yeah.
It's not always about grand romantic gestures. It's those smaller consistent actions that show that they're thinking of you, that they want to share their world with you.
Exactly. And that goes both ways. For our Gemini listeners out there, remember that, clear, direct communication about your needs is crucial. Don't be afraid to tell your loved ones how you're feeling and what you need from them, even if it feels a bit vulnerable or out of character.
Such great advice for everyone, really. But especially in the context of, navigating those inevitable bumps in the road with a Gemini. Because let's be real, relationships are a dance, and sometimes you step on each other's toes, but with the right, tools and understanding, those missteps can actually make the dance stronger.
Beautifully said. And this deep dive has reminded me of something important. Whether you're a Gemini or you love a Gemini, the key to a thriving relationship, it really is curiosity. Yeah. Stay curious about each other, about yourselves, and about the ever-evolving dynamics of your connection. That's where the real growth happens.
So true. The world of Cancer. Deep emotion as a major theme for Cancer.
Oh, for sure. I mean, think about the moon, right?
It's
governing the tides, emotions, all things kind of fluid and ever-changing.
Okay.
So that's the energy that resonates with Cancer. They feel everything so deeply. It's the ebb and flow of the ocean itself.
So it's not just sensitive. It's they're fluent in emotion.
Yeah.
It's their native language. No wonder they're always described as these incredible listeners.
Right.
Deeply empathetic friends.
And that's their ruling planet. It's the moon.
Oh, wow.
So just like the moon reflects the sun's light,
okay,
Cancers reflect the emotions of everyone around them.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's true. They kind of absorb it almost.
That makes a lot of sense, but I
Yeah.
can also see how that could be overwhelming.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be like walking around with a high-definition emotional antenna, just picking up on everything.
Totally. And that's a really good point, because that leads us to, I think, another key aspect of Cancer,
Okay.
which is this balancing act that they're always kind of navigating.
Oh, okay.
Being so tuned into everyone else's emotions is a gift, but it can also make them really susceptible to hurt feelings,
Right.
taking things personally when maybe they shouldn't.
It's like they're walking around with their heart on their sleeve,
Yeah.
which I'm guessing can make relationships particularly interesting.
Speaking of relationships, your compatibility chart offers some interesting insights
Oh, yeah, let's talk compatibility.
into which signs tend to harmonize well with Cancer and which ones might require a little bit more
Effort.
effort. Yeah.
Okay, so the chart lists Scorpio as one of the best matches for Cancer.
Interesting.
What makes this pairing so special?
I think it comes down to their shared element, water.
Okay.
So both Cancer and Scorpio kind of navigate the world through their emotions. They prioritize deep loyalty, emotional security.
So like they instinctively understand each other's emotional language.
Yeah, it's like this unspoken thing,
Right.
kind of a shared sensitivity.
Wow.
Creates a strong foundation for trust and intimacy to flourish.
It makes total sense. Now, on the flip side, we have Aries listed as a potentially challenging match.
Right.
Why is that?
So Aries, ruled by fire,
Okay.
is the Zodiac's bold initiator.
Okay.
Known for their very assertive, direct, and sometimes fiery nature.
It's a little bit of the clash of styles there.
Yeah.
Where Cancer leads with their heart, Aries is all about taking action sometimes without stopping to think about all the emotional nuances.
Right. It's not that these matches are impossible or doomed from the start,
Right.
but I think both signs would need to be mindful of those differences
Right.
and really work on bridging that gap.
Interesting.
Trying to mix fire and water.
Right.
It takes a very careful hand to create something harmonious.
Unless we're talking about a really good hot spring. But seriously, though, it seems like just understanding these astrological dynamics could really help Cancers build stronger, more fulfilling relationships.
Absolutely. It's like having a roadmap.
Yeah.
Highlighting potential areas of compatibility
Right.
and friction.
Right.
And I think armed with that knowledge, Cancers can approach their relationships with much greater self-awareness.
Totally. It's not about saying one sign is good or bad.
Right.
It's about understanding what that dance is going to look like.
Yeah.
So besides Scorpio, what are some other signs that tend to vibe well with Cancer?
Well, Taurus, with their grounded, sensual nature,
Okay.
can offer Cancer the stability and the comfort that I think they crave.
Makes sense.
And then Pisces, another fellow water sign,
Right.
often shares Cancer's emotional depth and intuitive nature.
So earth and water signs create a good flow for Cancer.
Yeah.
What about those less compatible matches? Besides Aries, are there any other pairings that might require extra effort?
Gemini's Aries social butterfly energy
Okay.
might feel a bit scattered for Cancer, who really craves emotional depth and one-on-one connection.
Right.
And then Sagittarius, known for their independent, free-spirited nature, might unintentionally trigger Cancer's need for security and reassurance.
So it's all about understanding those fundamental differences
Yeah.
and then learning to navigate them with awareness and compassion.
Totally. And I think, too, we should say, like, astrology, it's about recognizing patterns.
Right.
It's not about boxing people into these, like, predetermined categories. So while we've explored some general tendencies, each Cancer individual is unique.
Of course. It's
Yeah.
a starting point, not the whole story.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's dive into some of Cancer's strengths.
Okay.
This material highlights their incredible intuition as a major asset.
Yeah.
What makes their intuition so powerful?
Well, I need to think about their connection to the moon again, right?
Right.
To emotions and all things unseen.
Okay.
They're incredibly perceptive, often picking up on really subtle cues and unspoken feelings that I think other people might miss entirely.
Like they have a sixth sense.
Right.
I have a few Cancer friends, and it's like they always just seem to know when something's up before anybody else does.
Oh, yeah.
And they just have this uncanny ability to read between the lines.
And they often do, and it's not just about, like, sensing emotions.
Okay.
It's also linked to, I think, their very deep connection to their own inner world.
Right?
They're constantly processing information on this subconscious level.
Oh.
And this often translates into an almost psychic ability to see beyond the surface.
So they're not just empathetic, they're actually tuned into a different frequency.
Totally.
That's wild.
I know, and that deep well of feeling also makes them incredibly creative individuals.
So
Many Cancers, I find solace and expression through art, music, writing, anything that allows them to tap into those emotional depths and share their unique perspective with the world.
That makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Okay, so incredible intuition, creative depth are two major strengths for Cancer.
Yeah.
What else stands out to you?
Their nurturing nature
Okay.
is definitely a defining characteristic.
Yeah.
Cancers are natural caregivers,
That tracks.
often drawn to professions and roles where they can offer support, compassion, a listening ear.
It's like they have this innate ability to create that safe, supportive space for others to heal and grow.
Yeah, and it extends beyond just people, too.
Really?
Cancers often have a very deep connection to animals,
Interesting.
nature, creating warm, inviting spaces that feel like a true sanctuary.
It's like they have this gift for creating a sense of home wherever they go.
You got it home, both literally and metaphorically, is incredibly important to Cancer.
You know, that's actually something I was curious about because the material mentions this very strong link between Cancer and the concept of home.
Right.
What's that all about?
Well, I mean, for Cancers, home isn't just a physical space.
Okay.
It's a feeling, it's a sanctuary. It's a reflection of their inner world.
Okay.
They crave security, stability, a sense of belonging,
Right.
and their homes often become an extension of themselves.
So it's not just that they like a cozy space.
Right.
It's that they're creating an environment where they can truly relax, recharge, and just be themselves.
Yeah,
Without judgment,
totally.
without pretense.
Their homes are often filled with personal touches, mementos, and things that evoke a sense of comfort, nostalgia, emotional warmth.
Yeah.
They pour their heart into creating a space that feels nurturing and welcoming.
I've definitely noticed that with my own Cancer friends. So inviting.
Yeah.
It's like a warm embrace.
It's the Cancer magic.
It really is.
They understand, perhaps more than any other sign, the importance of creating a space where people feel safe, seen, and understood.
It makes you realize how important it is to honor that trust and to treat their sanctuary with respect.
For Cancer's, home is sacred.
It is so, we've talked about their strengths, their deep well of emotions, their connection to home.
Right.
But like every sign, there's got to be some shadows, right?
Oh, yeah.
What are some of the challenges that Cancers might face because of their more sensitive nature?
Where that same sensitivity that makes them such incredible friends and partners can also lead to some bumps in the road.
It's like that saying, feeling everything so deeply means you feel the lows just as intensely as the highs.
Exactly. And while their empathy allows them to connect with others on this really profound level, it can also make them susceptible to taking things personally,
Yeah.
even when it's not intended that way.
So it's like their feelings are always close to the surface.
Yeah.
Which is beautiful. But it can also make them vulnerable to hurt.
For sure. And their need for emotional security, while completely natural, can sometimes manifest as clinginess or fear of rejection in relationships.
It's that balancing act again.
It is.
Finding that sweet spot between expressing your needs without overwhelming your loved ones.
Totally. Another potential challenge stems from their tendency to retreat when they're feeling hurt or overwhelmed.
So instead of addressing that conflict head on, they might withdraw into their shell to protect themselves.
You got it. It's a natural defense mechanism,
Right.
but it can create communication breakdowns in relationships if not addressed in a healthy way.
It's like they're wired for connection, but also it's a delicate dance.
It is like any dance, right? It takes practice, self-awareness, learning to communicate their needs directly, setting healthy boundaries.
Right.
These are all part of, I think, Cancer's journey toward finding that emotional equilibrium.
So self-awareness is a superpower for Cancer,
Oh, yeah.
especially when it comes to navigating those relationships.
For sure, understanding their astrological blueprint, I think, can be incredibly empowering.
Right.
It's like having a user manual
I love that.
for their own emotional operating system.
Right.
So they can be like, oh, okay, this is how I work.
Now, shifting gears a bit, the material that you provided also touched on career paths.
Sure.
That might resonate with some of Cancer's natural strengths.
Okay.
What are some of the fields where Cancers tend to thrive?
It's no surprise that Cancers often gravitate toward careers that allow them to nurture, heal, make a positive impact on others.
Okay.
Think like healthcare workers, therapists, teachers, social workers.
Makes sense.
Professions where their empathy and compassion can really shine.
So they have that innate ability to create that safe, supportive space for others to heal and grow.
You got it. And then their intuitive nature, coupled with their deep emotional intelligence,
Yeah.
can also make them really gifted artists, writers, musicians.
Well, that makes sense. They have that direct line to their own emotions.
Yeah.
And then that gift for translating it into something beautiful and relatable.
Exactly. And let's not forget their love for creating those warm, inviting spaces.
Right.
A lot of Cancers excel in fields like interior design, hospitality, or anything that allows them to curate this very welcoming, aesthetically pleasing environment.
So whether they're creating a cozy home or a beautifully designed restaurant,
Right.
it's about tapping into that ability to nurture and create a sense of belonging.
Exactly. Now, one area that might surprise some people,
Okay.
Cancers in the business world.
See, that's not an immediate connection that I would have made,
Interesting.
because I feel like that sensitivity
Yeah.
might make the cutthroat world of business a little tricky.
I mean, it's true that their sensitivity requires, I think, a bit of finesse
Okay.
in those high-pressure environments.
Sure.
But never underestimate a Cancer's intuition when it comes to understanding people's needs and motivations.
So they might not be the most aggressive negotiators, but they have that sixth sense for reading the room
Yes.
and finding common ground.
Yeah. Their ability to connect with people on an emotional level can make them very persuasive,
Okay.
especially when it's combined with their genuine desire to create these win-win situations.
So it's like they approach business with a more collaborative, heart-centered approach,
Totally.
which can be incredibly effective.
It can be, and let's not forget their unwavering loyalty.
Right.
When a Cancer believes in something, they go all in, which translates to incredible dedication to their work and to the people that they work with.
Yeah, it's like they're not just chasing profits. They're building something meaningful.
Yeah.
Something lasting.
You got it now. While their sensitivity can be an asset in business, especially when it comes to building relationships, fostering trust,
Right.
it's important for Cancers to develop strategies for navigating challenges
Cool.
and criticism in a healthy way.
So instead of taking that negative feedback personally, it's learning to detach a bit and see it as an opportunity for growth.
Totally. And having a really strong support system,
Right.
whether it's trusted colleagues, mentors, loved ones, can
Okay.
make all the difference in helping Cancers navigate those inevitable bumps in the road.
It's like having that safe harbor to
Yeah.
return to process those
Yeah.
emotions and recharge. Kind of like their connection to home, but in a professional sense.
What a great way to put it.
Now, one thing that really stood out to me was the mention of spirituality being a really significant theme for Cancer.
Interesting.
What's the connection there?
I mean, it makes perfect sense when you consider their deep emotional nature, their intuition,
Right.
and their desire to connect with something larger than themselves.
So while some might see their emotional depth as a weakness,
Right.
it's actually a strength that allows them to tap into the more mystical, spiritual aspects of life.
Precisely. They're very naturally drawn to practices and philosophies that honor intuition, emotional intelligence, and the interconnectedness of all things.
But we're talking like meditation, energy, astrology,
Yeah.
things that help them connect with their inner world, really explore those mysteries of the universe.
Yeah, for Cancers, spirituality isn't just about attending a weekly service.
Right.
It's about finding ways to integrate those practices into their daily lives, to find peace, meaning a sense of belonging.
It's like their own personal roadmap for navigating the emotional landscape, finding their place in the grand scheme of things.
Beautifully said. And speaking of emotional landscapes, we've talked a lot about Cancer's internal world.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, what are some things that people might find surprising
Okay.
or unexpected about this sign?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
One thing that often surprises people is their sense of humor.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
They're hilarious.
Cancers are so funny.
I know.
And they're not necessarily like the loudest ones in the room or anything like that.
Yeah, they don't take themselves too seriously,
Not at all.
which is incredibly refreshing.
Another thing that I think people might find surprising, inner strength.
Okay.
Cancers might be sensitive, but they're also incredibly resilient.
Well, they've had to be. Right.
They have.
I mean, feeling everything so deeply
Yeah.
means they've probably weathered their fair share of storms.
They have this remarkable ability to bounce back from adversity, to learn from those experiences,
Right.
and to come out stronger on the other side.
They're like those delicate-looking flowers that can push through concrete.
Wow.
You wouldn't expect it,
I know.
but they have that inner strength that allows them to persevere.
What a perfect analogy. Cancers are fiercely protective of their families and their friends, and that love gives them the strength to overcome any obstacle.
It's like their love is a superpower.
It really is.
Yeah.
It's amazing how we underestimate the quiet ones, right?
Mm.
Cancers, with all their sensitivity, they have this incredible inner strength
Right.
and resilience that we don't always see right away.
It's a reminder that appearances can be deceiving.
Right.
Just because someone is in touch with their emotions doesn't mean they're not strong or capable.
Right.
And in many ways, it's that emotional depth that gives them that capacity for such profound empathy, resilience.
Love.
Yeah.
So we've talked about their strengths, their challenges, their career paths, even their sense of humor.
Right.
Is there anything else about Cancer that our listeners should know? Anything that we've missed?
You know, one thing that I think often gets overlooked is their incredible capacity for forgiveness.
Oh, interesting. Tell me more.
Cancers being so deeply feeling, they can be easily hurt,
Right.
but they also understand the complexities of human nature.
Okay.
They recognize that everyone makes mistakes,
Right.
and they're very often willing to offer second chances, especially to those that they care about deeply.
That's a really powerful quality.
It is.
Because it takes a big heart to forgive, especially when you've been hurt.
It does, and while their forgiveness might not always be immediate, these things take time.
Of course.
They're often willing to put in the work to heal and move forward, especially when it comes to maintaining those important relationships.
So it's not about being a doormat. It's about choosing compassion
Yes.
and understanding or holding on to resentment.
Exactly. It's a testament to their emotional maturity and their deep capacity for love.
That's a beautiful way to put it. Makes you think about all the Cancers in your own lives
Yeah.
and appreciate them
Right.
for their kind hearts and forgiving spirit.
I agree. They often teach us very valuable lessons about empathy, compassion, and the importance of extending grace to ourselves and to others.
You know, as we've been talking about Cancer, I've realized so many of these insights really resonate on this universal level.
They do.
Even if someone isn't a Cancer themselves.
Right.
I feel like understanding this sign can teach us so much about just the human experience.
Absolutely, because I think astrology at its core is
Yeah.
about recognizing those shared patterns, those universal themes that connect us all.
Totally.
Whether it's the need for belonging, the search for meaning, the importance of nurturing our emotional world. These are all things that I think resonate with us
Right.
on a human level, regardless of our sun sign.
It's like Cancer, with all of its nuances and contradictions,
Yeah.
is holding up this mirror to our own hearts and souls and inviting us to explore those deeper parts of ourselves.
What a beautiful way to sum it up.
Oh, thanks.
It's about recognizing, I think, those Cancerian qualities within ourselves.
Right.
Our own need for security, our capacity for deep empathy, those times when we retreat into our own shells to heal and recharge.
Right. And understanding how all of those needs influence our relationships, our career choices, ultimately our journey of self-discovery.
Exactly. We all have something to learn, I think, from the sign of Cancer.
Well said.
Yeah.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into the world of Cancer, what's one final thought you'd like to leave our listener with?
You know, if this deep dive has sparked your curiosity, I really encourage you to continue exploring.
Yeah.
Dive deeper into the world of astrology, connect with the Cancers in your life,
Yes.
and most importantly, pay attention to those Cancerian themes within yourself.
Love it.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll discover a hidden talent for nurturing a newfound appreciation for the simple comforts of home,
Right.
or a deeper understanding of your own emotional depths.
Beautifully said.
Today, we're tackling Leo compatibility, specifically yours.
We've got all the charts right here, and most importantly, all your questions. Get ready to uncover some, well, starstruck connections, right? You being a Leo and all, basically the star of the show, right?
It's funny you should say that. Leos really are often described as having this like radiant, sun-like energy.
Makes sense, I guess. Sun's your ruling planet and all that.
Exactly.
So we're talking, what, confident, creative, always the life of the party, all those classic Leo traits.
Absolutely. But, you know, there's also this deep well of generosity and loyalty in a Leo. This isn't just about soaking up the spotlight. It's about sharing that warmth, that vitality with everyone around them.
It's like a bonfire then. People are just naturally drawn to that warmth, that energy. But every fire needs fuel, right? What keeps a Leo burning bright, especially in relationships?
Ah, the age-old question. Well, let's unpack those love matches. Our data's, well, it's revealed some fascinating patterns, to say the least. Shall we start with the top three? All right. We're talking Aries, Sagittarius, and a bit of a wild card, Gemini.
A whole fire sign trifecta? Okay, I can kind of see Aries and Leo, a match made in, well, a very passionate place, to say the least. But give me the details. What's the deal with this fiery connection?
Well, think about it. Both Aries and Leo are ruled by the element of fire. What does that mean? a shared zest for life, a love for adventure, a way of expressing themselves that's, well, direct and enthusiastic, to say the least. It's honestly a naturally combustible combination, if you ask me.
Spontaneous combustion, maybe?
Maybe. Now, Sagittarius, they bring a different kind of flame to the table. Exploration, freedom, expanding their horizons. That's what they're all about. And this pairs beautifully with a Leo's natural desire for new experiences, their love for a grand adventure.
So less sparks, more setting the world on fire together then.
Exactly. Now, Gemini, this is where things get a little, how do I put this interesting? They're an air sign. And you might think, fire and air, won't that just, I don't know, blow things out of control?
It does sound tad chaotic, yeah.
On the surface, maybe. But here's the key. Air fuels fire. Gemini's playful energy, their intellectual curiosity, their ability to adapt to any situation keeps a Leo engaged, stimulated, constantly entertained. It's a relationship that crackles with wit, never a dull moment.
Sounds like a whirlwind romance waiting to happen. But let's be real, not all signs are meant to, dance in the flames. What about those relationships that might need a fire extinguisher nearby?
Well, the data suggests Taurus, Scorpio, and Capricorn could present some, shall we say, unique challenges for a Leo.
Let's break those down then. Taurus, that's an earth sign, right? Solid, grounded, lover of comfort and routine, all that good stuff.
You got it. And while Taurus's reliability, their devotion, those are admirable qualities, no doubt, but their grounded nature. It might clash just a tad with a Leo's desire for spontaneity, for grand gestures. Taurus prefers a slow burn. Leos, they're all about fireworks. Finding a balance between those two approaches, well, it can be tricky.
Like trying to have a candlelit dinner during a hurricane.
Now, that is a very poetic way of putting it. Now, Scorpio, another interesting case, to say the least. Water sign, known for their depth, their intensity, and, let's be honest, a touch of possessiveness.
And we know Leos aren't exactly wallflowers when it comes to attention.
Precisely. Both signs are passionate, both crave deep connection. But their approaches to love, to expression, well, they can be quite different. Scorpio's intensity, it might feel overwhelming for a Leo, and their need for control could clash with a Leo's independent streak. It's a relationship that requires, let's say, careful navigation and a willingness to understand those emotional complexities.
So not impossible, just potentially explosive.
Precisely. Now, Capricorn, this is perhaps the most, shall we say, challenging match for a Leo, at least romantically, that is.
Too practical.
You're catching on. Capricorns are all about structure, discipline, achieving their goals. They're incredibly loyal partners, dependable, all that. But their reserved nature, their focus on practicality might feel a little stifling to a Leo who craves, excitement, grand expressions of affection.
Less dancing in the moonlight, more planning for retirement.
Essentially. But remember, these are just, general tendencies. Individual birth charts, those nuances of personal planets, they can paint a much more, detailed picture of any relationship.
Right. So it's like we're setting the stage for a play, and those personal planets, those are the actors that really bring the drama.
Speaking of drama, let's move on to friendships. Who makes the perfect scene partner for a Leo?
Friendships. For a friendship full of laughter, adventure, unwavering support, the data points to Libra, Sagittarius, making a comeback, I see, and good old Aries.
Okay, now this is giving me major friend group goals vibes.
Right.
Libra, that's an air sign, right? Known for being diplomatic, charming, always up for a good time.
Exactly. Libra's easygoing nature, their knack for creating harmony, it blends beautifully with a Leo's natural warmth and generosity. They balance each other out, with Libra bringing a sense of grace and diplomacy to Leo's, shall we say, sometimes dramatic flair. The perfect blend of champagne and confetti. And Sagittarius, well, we already established they're basically Leo's cosmic twin flame when it comes to adventure.
Indeed. This is a friendship built on shared passions, a love for exploration, and a healthy dose of humor, of course. You'll often find them traveling the world together, trying new things, pushing each other to step outside of their comfort zones.
Sign me up. Sounds like my kind of party. And Aries, we talked about their passionate connection with Leo romantically, but what about just as friends?
Aries and Leo as friends, they are a force to be reckoned with. They're both natural leaders, both driven by their passions, always up for a challenge. This is a friendship built on mutual respect, encouragement, and probably a lot of playful competition.
Like two stars, each shining brightly in their own right, but even more radiant when they're together.
A beautiful way to put it. However, just like in love, not all friendships are, shall we say, cosmic masterpieces. Our research suggests Cancer, Pisces, and Virgo might require a bit more effort for a Leo to build a lasting bond with.
Time to tread carefully then. Cancer. they're ruled by the moon, right? Known for their sensitivity, nurturing nature, and, well, those legendary mood swings.
You've summed it up perfectly. Now, Cancer's empathy, their compassion, truly beautiful qualities. However, their sensitive nature, it might clash with a Leo's more direct, sometimes theatrical communication style.
A bit like trying to have a heart-to-heart during a stand-up comedy routine.
Essentially, Cancer needs reassurance, emotional validation. Leos, they tend to express affection through grand gestures, playful banter. It's a dynamic that requires both signs to, how do I put it, step outside of their comfort zones a little bit, make an effort to understand each other's emotional languages.
So Cancer's a bit of a softer touch, like a delicate dance around their emotions. What about Pisces? Also a water sign, but a very different vibe.
Very true. Pisces. Dreams, intuition, going with the flow. That's them. Incredibly compassionate, deeply in tune with, well, their own emotions and the emotions of others.
Ultimate empaths, then.
Exactly. But here's the thing. Pisces' dreamy nature, their tendency to, how do I say this, avoid conflict, might clash a bit with a Leo's more direct, action-oriented approach.
Yeah, trying to pin down a Pisces for, like, a firm plan, like trying to catch smoke.
Now, that is an apt comparison. Leos, they thrive on clear communication, tangible expressions of affection. Pisces, they're navigating the world through, well, feelings and intuition.
And how do you even begin to bridge that gap?
Patience. A whole lot of understanding. A Leo might need to, dial down the drama just a tad. Meet a Pisces in their world, the world of emotions and creativity.
Makes sense. Okay, last but not least on our friendship compatibility list, we've got Virgo. Earth sign known for practicality, attention to detail, all that good stuff.
Virgo, the ultimate analyst of the Zodiac. Observant, detail-oriented, always striving for improvement.
All fantastic qualities, but I can see how that might maybe clash with a Leo's need for, I don't know, praise and admiration.
Right. While Virgos make incredibly supportive friends, their way of showing it, acts of service, constructive criticism, which a Leo might misinterpret as being overly critical or not fully appreciating their, well, unique brilliance.
The classic case of different love languages just applied to friendship then.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Now, want to shift gears a bit from the, shall we say, heart to the hustle. How do these compatibility dynamics, how do they play out in the workplace?
Because, let's be real, who we're surrounded by at work can make or break your day.
Truth. Our research actually suggests that for Leos, the dream team lineup for work consists of Aries, Gemini, and, yep, you guessed it, Sagittarius is back.
Okay, definitely sensing a theme here. We know Leos and Aries, they share that fiery, get-it-done energy. But how does that work in, like, a professional setting?
It's a dynamic duo, right? Built on mutual ambition, a passion for innovation, a shared willingness to, take a risk or two. They challenge each other, they inspire each other, push each other to, well, achieve their full potential, you could say.
Brainstorming sessions must be electric. And Gemini, with their adaptability, their communication skills, they must be the glue that holds it all together.
You said it. Gemini brings flexibility, a real knack for diplomacy. Invaluable when you're navigating the, complexities of a fast-paced work environment.
The peacemakers, the multitaskers, the ones who can talk their way out of any sticky situation.
Precisely. And then there's Sagittarius, right? Bringing in the big picture thinking, their optimism, that knack for seeing opportunity where everyone else just sees obstacles.
The visionaries of the group then, the ones who keep everyone, I don't know, inspired, reaching for the stars?
Exactly. Now, of course, just like in any cosmic dance, there are bound to be a few missteps. The data, unfortunately, reveals Capricorn, Taurus, and Scorpio might present some challenges for Leos in a professional setting.
Time to put on our diplomatic hats then, I guess. Capricorn. They're all about structure, hard work, climbing that corporate ladder. Am I right?
You are. And they excel at it, no question. Responsible, organized, always striving for excellence. However, their more traditional approach to work that focus on practicality, it might clash, just a tad, with a Leo's more, shall we say, spontaneous and creative style.
So a Leo might feel stifled by Capricorn's need for structure, while Capricorn's sitting there like, this is a bit too flamboyant for my taste.
Exactly. It's a dynamic that requires, I would say, clear communication, mutual respect for each other's, working styles, and a willingness to compromise, of course.
Finding that middle ground is key. Now, Taurus, we talked about their love of routine, stability, great qualities in a friend, but maybe not so much in, a fast-paced work environment.
Good point. While Taurus brings reliability and dedication to the table, those are valuable assets, no doubt. Their preference for, shall we say, a predictable routine, Might clash a bit with a Leo's need for change, excitement, that need to shake things up every now and then.
So Leo sees Taurus as too stuck in their ways. Taurus thinks Leo's a bit too, I don't know, unpredictable, impulsive.
Essentially. Now, Scorpio. Scorpio in a work setting, that's where things get really interesting.
Because Scorpios, they're known for their intensity, their strategic minds, that air of mystery.
Bingo. Incredibly perceptive, driven, always have a plan. However, that need for control, that tendency to, how do I say this, keep things close to the vest, might create some friction with a Leo's more, well, open and direct communication style.
Too many cooks in the kitchen syndrome. Both signs want to be in control.
In a way, yes. Transparency, trust, absolutely essential for this pairing to, work effectively in a professional setting.
So it's all about harnessing that combined power, channeling it towards, like, a shared goal.
Precisely. Now, I want to shift focus one last time. From the boardroom to, shall we say, the exciting world of business partnerships.
Because when it comes to building an empire, choosing the right business partner, that can make all the difference.
Tell me about it. For Leos, our research actually suggests that the most, successful business partnerships are formed with Gemini, Sagittarius, that just keep coming back, and of course our fiery Aries.
Okay, let's do this. Gemini, we've already established, adaptable, great communicators, valuable assets to any team. But what makes them, like, ideal business partners for a Leo?
Gemini brings versatility to the table, a knack for networking, a real talent for seeing multiple perspectives. And this complements a Leo's vision, their charisma, that ability to inspire others to, get on board with their ideas.
They're the ultimate hype man then, making sure everyone's as excited about the business as the Leo who dreamt it up.
Precisely. And then, of course, we have Sagittarius, always the adventurer, the risk taker, the one who's not afraid to, dream big and chase after those big, audacious goals.
The ones who say yes to every opportunity, see potential in every challenge. They're the ones keeping the momentum going, even when things get, a little tough.
Exactly. They're not afraid to, challenge the status quo. Push boundaries, innovate, and disrupt. All qualities that really do align perfectly with a Leo's, entrepreneurial spirit.
A partnership fueled by a shared thirst for adventure, both in business and in life, it sounds like.
Absolutely. And of course, can't forget about Aries, can we? That shared passion, drive, unwavering determination. We've talked about it. But how does that, fiery combination, how does it work in the world of business?
Well, if anyone's going to, build an empire together, it's going to be those two.
Right. They're both natural leaders. They're not afraid to take charge. And they inspire others just with their, enthusiasm, their can-do attitude.
A true power couple, building each other up, conquering the business world, one challenge at a time,
Absolutely. Now, flip side, right?
Yeah.
Our research, it also suggests Virgo, Taurus, and Capricorn, they might require, a little more finesse for a Leo to really navigate in a business partnership.
Right. Got to watch our step with this bunch. We've talked about Virgo, their meticulous nature, their love for the details. But how would that create friction in, a business partnership, especially with Leo?
Virgos. Analytical, detail-oriented, can't beat them for that in business. However, that need for, perfection, tendency to maybe overthink things just a tad, that might clash with Leo's more spontaneous, action-oriented approach.
Leo's like, come on, let's go. Virgo's still making sure every I is dotted, every T is crossed.
You got it. Open communication is key here.
Yeah.
And a willingness to, appreciate each other's strengths. Essential for this pairing to really work.
Balance, then. Big picture vision, meeting meticulous execution. Now, Taurus, right. Love for stability, routine, we talked about that. Great for some things, but the fast-paced business world, how's that work?
Taurus. Grounded, practical, fantastic for business, especially, I'd say, managing finances, maintaining stability, all that good stuff. However, their, resistance to change, preference for that slow, steady approach might frustrate a Leo who's all about innovation and, rapid growth.
Leo sees a great opportunity, wants to jump on it. Taurus is hitting the brakes. Hold on, we need a plan. What about the risks?
Exactly. Got to have clear communication and honestly a shared understanding of each other's risk tolerance. That's crucial if this pairing's going to succeed.
Sweet spot, then. Calculated risks meeting calculated moves. Last but not least, Capricorn, right? Ambition, discipline, that unwavering determination. Nobody does it better. But business partnership with a Leo. Where do the challenges pop up?
Capricorns. Natural-born strategists. Long-term vision, incredibly disciplined in how they reach their goals, no question. But their approach to business, more traditional. Big emphasis on structure, Might clash with a Leo's, let's say, more innovative, sometimes unconventional methods.
Leo might see it as too rigid, too by the book. Capricorn's thinking, this is chaos, where's the plan?
Precisely. Mutual respect, flexibility, a willingness to, learn from each other, learn from their strengths. Essential if this pairing's going to really thrive.
Merging leadership styles, then. Leo's visionary thinking meets Capricorn's strategic planning. Now, that's a force to be reckoned with in the business world. Before we wrap up, though, I'm going to touch on a few more things from our research, just some additional insights into all this Leo compatibility stuff.
Of course. Astrology, it's like layers upon layers. Always more to uncover.
Right. It's endless, really. One thing that stood out to me, the whole dynamic between Leos and, air signs. Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, our research suggests they bring like a lightness, support, intellectual stimulation, all that makes them, wonderful friends for a Leo.
Makes sense when you think about it. Air signs, they're all about communication, ideas, social connection. Thrive on mental stimulation, and they've got that knack for seeing all sides of things. It really complements a Leo's need for, I would say, intellectual engagement and, appreciation.
They're like fanning the flames of a Leo's creativity, right? Inspiring them to think outside the box.
Exactly. Another thing that came up, family dynamics. Data suggests Leos, they often have this really special bond with, who else? Their fellow fire signs. Aries and Sagittarius. Makes sense though, right? Shared values, that warmth, enthusiasm, zest for life.
Like the saying goes, the family that plays together stays together. But with a whole lot of fire, obviously.
Precisely. However, navigating the, shall we say, emotional depths with water signs. Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, that might take a little more effort for a Leo.
Because fire and water. Two powerful forces, sure, but they don't always mix so well.
Exactly. Water signs. Incredibly intuitive, empathetic, feel those emotions on a whole other level. Leos, more expressive, action-oriented, might not always pick up on those, subtle emotional cues that water signs are sending out.
Bridging the communication gap, then, learning to speak each other's emotional language, right?
Right, precisely. Patience, understanding, willingness to, meet in the middle. Those are key to navigating those relationships.
Balance, as always. Emotional expression meets emotional sensitivity. One final thing that jumped out at me, the potential for, friction between Leos and the earth signs. Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn.
Tricky one, that. Earth signs, they're grounded, practical. Value stability, security, all that. Leos, with their, fiery, spontaneous nature, might clash with those values, at least initially.
It's that whole opposites attract thing, right? But then what? How do you actually bridge that gap? Fiery enthusiasm meeting grounded practicality.
Conscious effort.
From both sides.
To really understand and appreciate their differences. Leos, they can really benefit from the stability, the practicality earth signs bring to the table. And earth signs, they can learn to, embrace a little bit of that Leo spontaneity, that zest for life.
Finding the middle ground, then. The sweet spot where both can thrive, both can grow together. Well, folks, there you have it. Our deep dive into the always fascinating world of Leo compatibility. We've seen the good, the bad, the, potentially explosive, and all through that cosmic lens of astrology.
Remember, just general tendencies we've been talking about. Every individual is unique. Your own personal birth chart, that's what's going to give you that really nuanced understanding of your own, astrological compatibility.
This is just the beginning, really, the start of your cosmic journey. So get out there, explore those connections, and above all, have fun with it.
We're going on a special mission today, just for you. So should we just jump right in? Let's decode this thing.
Let's do it.
Okay, so first up, compatibility. The chart highlights Taurus, Capricorn, and Cancer as like the top matches for Virgo, basically the astrological dream team. But I got to ask, what's the reasoning here? Why these signs,
It's interesting, right? Because each match really speaks to a different side of Virgos. Like take Taurus and Virgo earth signs, both of them. So there's this instant connection, this like foundation. And it goes beyond just wanting stability, which they both do. It's more about building a life together based on shared values, really getting each other.
Yeah, no drama. They want that solid ground, whether it's love, friendship, even work. I feel like I'd trust them with a business plan. You know what I mean?
Totally. Now, Capricorn, that's your power couple, for sure. Yeah, ambitious, both of them, in a way that just works.
I was going to say, what makes them click on that level, work-wise or romantically even?
It's mutual respect, honestly. Virgos work hard, we know that. But Capricorns, they get it. They admire that dedication because they're the same way. So it's less competition, more like cheering each other on.
Right. And like that cheerleader actually understand what you're doing, so their support means something.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got Cancer.
Mm.
It's a wild card, right? The chart mentioned nurturing, something about that balancing Virgo out.
That's where it gets interesting. Cancers bring the feels, big time. Deeply emotional, intuitive. And Virgos, with their analytical minds, they don't always tap into that side. So Cancer allows for that, creates this safe space to be vulnerable.
So instead of like, you need to be more emotional, it's, I see your emotions even if you don't show them. Which, let's be real, some signs could learn from, am I right?
Definitely. But no compatibility talk is complete without the flip side. Who might clash with our dear Virgos, according to this chart?
Hit us with the astrological hard truths.
Okay, so maybe not shocking, but fire and earth. Not always a match made in heaven. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, those are your potentially trickier pairings for Virgo. Emphasis on potentially. No relationship is doomed from the get-go.
Right. Got to put in the effort. But I am curious why these signs specifically, like what's the clash point?
It's about different approaches to life, you know? Think about Sagittarius: freedom, spontaneity, always on the move. Virgos thrive on stability, routine, carefully made plans.
Oh yeah, that's like, let's book a last-minute flight versus I need my itinerary 6 months in advance. Recipe for disaster, maybe?
Could be. That independent Sagittarius vibe can make Virgo question their commitment, while Virgo wanting reassurance just feels stifling to a free spirit.
So different love languages, different ways of feeling secure. It's like they're not even speaking the same, like, emotional language. Okay,
Yep.
That's Sag. What about Aries and Leo? What makes them a potential challenge?
Aries are impulsive. Act first, think later. Virgos, they like to think things through, weigh their options, so that clash of styles. Imagine the arguments. And then there's Leo, the attention seekers. Now, it comes from a good place. They're generous, warm, but Virgos need their space, their quiet time. Too much Leo energy, it's draining.
It's like even giving love takes energy, and Virgos have a limit. Giving and receiving, got to find that balance, which honestly everyone should, right?
Absolutely. But speaking of balance, there's Gemini and Aquarius. Chart calls them, it's complicated, potential is there, but so are the challenges. What's the deal with those?
Looks like the cosmic tightrope walk, right? So what makes them walk that line? Give us the astrological tea.
Gemini first. Quick-witted, always changing, tons of interests. They can definitely keep a Virgo on their toes intellectually, but that unpredictability, overwhelming sometimes.
He's giving fun friend, flaky texter. You love him, but maybe not relationship material.
Right. Then there's Aquarius, the independent souls, both of them. Recipe for amazing partnership, totally, but also recipe for disaster if they're not careful.
Okay, so how does that usually go wrong? What's the pitfall for a Virgo-Aquarius match?
So Virgos, independent as they are, they still want that deep connection, you know? But Aquarians, freedom is their jam. So Virgo can feel a lack of closeness, while Aquarius feels smothered.
Talk about a tough spot. So it's about figuring out how to be we without losing the me.
Exactly. Open communication is key here. Needs, boundaries, all of it, got to be out in the open.
Honesty is the best policy. We've covered a lot of ground on the relationship front. But what about Virgos on their own? Like, what's it actually like to be a Virgo? Let's get to this other document you've got, the one about the Virgo psyche. First thing that jumps out at the divergent symbol, right? Like,
Just purity.
striving for perfection. Talk about high standards. How does that actually play out in a Virgo's personality?
It's true, those qualities are often linked to Virgos. This document gets into the why, though. They are meticulous, analytical, always trying to improve, and not just one area of work, relationships, everything. It's like this inner drive, you know, to refine and perfect.
So we're talking like the ultimate organizers, planners, to-do list for days. Do they have a spreadsheet for their spreadsheets?
Probably. And it's partly their ruling planet, Mercury. Sharp minds, analytical thinking, that's Mercury's influence.
Okay, that tracks. Mercury, communication, intellect, right.
Yeah.
But how's it different for a Virgo versus, say, a Gemini who's also ruled by Mercury?
Good question. Both have it, but express it differently. Geminis are adaptable, flitting between ideas, people. Virgos, they use Mercury's energy for analysis, for organizing, for figuring out how things work.
So less social butterfly, more like meticulous researcher, digging deep into one thing.
Totally. Information is their thing, making sense of the world. Makes sense. They're drawn to careers that need that, like science, medicine.
Okay, so hardworking, analytical, detail-oriented. But does that mean they're all work and no play? Because that's a bit intense, even for a Virgo.
That's a misconception. Yes, they work hard, they're dedicated, but they're also incredibly nurturing, especially to loved ones. They just might not show it in the most obvious way.
Right. It's not always grand gestures, more like the little things, the thoughtful actions. I see you, but in a practical way.
Precisely. They might not be the most verbally expressive, but their actions, they speak volumes, they'll remember your birthday, offer to help with a project, just being there when you need them.
Quiet strength, dependable. Makes for a good partner or friend. Okay, but every sign has its, downsides, Virgo's included. So what are the challenges of all that meticulous energy? What's the potential downside?
Perfectionism as a potential weakness, along with overthinking, being overly critical, both of themselves and others, unfortunately.
Overthinking, yeah, classic Virgo. I know a few who could write the book on overanalyzing every little thing. What makes them prone to that, though?
It's that analytical mind again, wanting to do everything right, anticipating every outcome. Problem is, they can get stuck in their heads, second-guessing constantly, feeling paralyzed.
Stuck in a loop, replaying conversations, searching for the perfect solution that might not even exist. Oof, I can feel the anxiety already.
And it bleeds into relationships, too. They want to help, to improve things, but it comes off as critical, judgmental, even if they don't mean it that way.
It's like they can't not see the flaws, and then that urge to fix things, it just takes over. Good intentions, but
yeah,
yikes.
Exactly. It's about finding that balanced, constructive criticism versus accepting things as they are.
And realizing not everyone wants to be fixed.
Yeah.
Sometimes just listen, empathize, no to-do list needed.
Which, for Virgos, can be a struggle. Their love language is acts of service, right? So their instinct is to do something. But sometimes the most loving thing is just to be there.
Different love languages, it always comes back to that. What one person hears as helpful, another hears as criticism.
You got it. And open communication is huge for them, especially with feelings. Vulnerability isn't always easy, so creating that safe space, to be honest, is key.
That foundation of trust again, right? Knowing it's okay to let your guard down, no judgment.
Exactly, because beneath that analytical exterior, heart of gold, loyal, loving, compassionate.
Okay, there's got to be more to them than we see, right? What about those hidden depths?
Oh, always more to uncover. Like, did you know Virgos are often drawn to creativity, despite their logical minds?
Wait, really? Now that's interesting. Didn't expect that, but it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
That analytical mind could bring a cool perspective to being creative. Right?
Exactly. They see things differently, noticing details others miss. And that translates to art, whether it's painting, writing, whatever.
Mind blown.
Yeah. Speaking of unexpected.
Oh yeah, Virgos and their healthy lifestyles. Always on top of the latest trends, smoothies, meditations, the whole 9 yards. What's with that, though?
It's that meticulous nature again. Self-improvement is huge for them. Their bodies are vessels to be taken care of. Nutrition, fitness, all that self-care stuff, it's just natural to them.
Let me guess, food journals. Perfectly planned workouts. Am I close?
Probably. But seriously, it's admirable. They know that feeling good physically impacts everything else.
Who wouldn't want a little Virgo dedication in their life, honestly? They've got the balanced lifestyle down pat.
Though it's important to remember balance is key there too. That meticulousness can tip into health anxiety, obsessing over perfection.
That fine line between healthy habits and those habits taking over your life.
Yeah.
Balance in all things Virgo, it seems.
It really does seem that way.
We talked about loyalty, dedication, all that. But then it mentions this reluctance to, open up emotionally. Almost guarded, even with people they're close to. What's the deal with that?
It's not that they don't feel deeply. They do, probably even more intensely than some signs. It's more, they need time, reassurance. It's got to be safe before they let those walls down.
So less guarded, more cautious with their hearts. Makes sense, given how much trust matters to them.
Exactly. Think about it. They're thinkers, analyzers. They want to process everything, understand it fully, especially emotions. It's sensitive stuff.
So patience is key when you're getting to know a Virgo.
Got it. What about how they communicate, though? Mercury ruled, right? Planet of communication, so they got to be good at it.
Oh, absolutely. Articulate, precise with language. They value clarity, directness too, not afraid to speak their mind, even if it rocks the boat a little.
No beating around the bush with a Virgo, huh?
Yeah.
Probably good at cutting through BS, getting to the point.
100%. Efficient, want things done right. But then that meticulousness, it can backfire. They get so focused on the details, they miss the big picture sometimes.
Yeah.
Or get stuck in the weeds, That whole perfect is the enemy of good thing. Got to remind themselves that sometimes good enough really is enough.
Learning process for them, for sure. Balancing that perfectionism with, letting go a little.
Speaking of balance, We talked about those compatible signs, the good, the bad, it depends. But there's one we haven't touched on. Double the Virgos, double the fun, or double the trouble. What happens when two hyper-organized, detail-focused people try to make a life together?
Honestly, we can speculate a bit, knowing what we do.
All right, uncharted astrological territory. Love it. Virgo bliss or recipe for disaster?
I think. Potential for both.
Right.
The good, total understanding. They get the need for order, the routines, the planning. They appreciate each other's work ethic. Shared values, right down to wanting a tidy house.
It sounds very coordinated. Color-coded calendars, books alphabetized. Not a thing out of place. My anxiety's soothed just thinking about it.
Right. But that's also the problem, potentially. That perfectionism, the overthinking, doubled. They could send each other into a spiral, constantly second-guessing, overanalyzing every tiny decision.
Oh, no. A never-ending feedback loop of overthinking. Exhausting.
Right. Especially if they don't create space for, like, just chilling out. And the emotions thing. Two Virgos, both struggling to express openly. Recipe for feeling unheard, even if they care deeply.
So it's all about communication yet again.
Yeah.
Plus a healthy dose of it's okay to relax,
100%. Finding that middle ground between the order they crave and emotional needs, spontaneity, all that.
Because at the end of the day, astrology isn't about rigid rules or predicting the future. It's just a way to understand ourselves, right?
Yeah.
Different personality types, how they interact.
Exactly. Tool for self-discovery, for building relationships that are actually fulfilling.
Even if those relationships are messy sometimes, surprising. Just like real life,
Exactly. That's what makes it so interesting to explore.
Speaking of, there's this other side of Virgos we haven't really touched on. Their capacity for empathy. Like really making others feel seen, appreciated.
That does tend to get overshadowed, but it's a huge part of who they are.
It seems at odds with the whole critical thing, though. How can they be both? That's like opposite ends of the spectrum, right?
It's that analytical mind again. They're not just seeing flaws, they're picking up on the nuances of you. What makes you tick? What matters to you?
So less about grand gestures, more about those little things. Acts of service, remembering details, stuff like that.
Exactly. Might not hear I love you 20 times a day, but they'll remember your coffee order, that book you mentioned.
That's kind of adorable. Love language, acts of service, with a dash of mind reading. They pay attention, even if you don't spell it out for them.
Exactly. Which just goes to show there's always more beneath the surface, whether we're talking Virgos or any sign, really.
Okay, I'm seeing Virgos in a whole new light. It's like they're those gifts wrapped up all fancy. Got to get through the layers to appreciate what's inside.
What a perfect way to put it. And speaking of hidden gems, get this. Despite being all about routine, stability, Virgos have a hidden adventurous side.
Wait, hold on. Adventurous? Virgos. Are we sure we're talking about the same sign? I'm going to need you to unpack that one because that goes against everything we think we know about them.
I know, right? Totally unexpected. They're all about stability, routine, day-to-day stuff. But there's also this underlying curiosity about the world.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Mercury ruling them and all, communication, knowledge. They love to learn. So wanting to experience new things kind of tracks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And sometimes that leads them down some interesting paths. New cultures, trying things they never have before, even if it means getting a little uncomfortable.
So not like, let's book a last-minute flight to Vegas. More like planned out, thought-through adventures.
Exactly. Think research backpacking trip through Europe, not impulsive bungee jumping. They want to see it all, but on their own terms, feeling prepared.
Right, got to have that sense of control. Still, it's kind of cool to know that's in there. Add some spice to the Virgo image.
Totally. They're full of surprises, these Virgos. That balance between the analytical mind and this adventurous heart. It's the duality, They defy easy categorization, which is cool.
It's like they're not just an earth sign, right? They got that Mercury energy too. Practical but thoughtful. Stability and new experiences. It's like they're reminding us we don't have to be one thing or the other.
Yes. And honestly, that's what astrology is all about, right? Not boxes, not stereotypes, just recognizing what makes each sign unique, understanding each other better, ourselves better.
And maybe realizing we had it wrong even about ourselves,
All the time.
Yeah.
We're all works in progress, constantly evolving. And astrology, it's just a tool to help with that.
Well said.
Well, Libra.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, we're doing a deep dive on Libra, especially since, we got a lot of requests about their compatibility.
Makes sense. Libra compatibility, it's big, it's nuanced, and it's not just about sun signs.
Right, exactly.
Even though that's a big part of it.
Okay, so let's Let's start with some Libra basics. Like we've got all these sources from like in-depth analyses to like those, the little compatibility charts.
Sure.
Before we get into all that, like who clicks best with them?
Yes.
What are some of those Libra basics?
Well, Libras are known for their diplomacy. Very fair, love, beauty. We know that classic Libra thing.
Yes.
Ruled by Venus, planet of love, harmony.
Makes sense.
So elegant surroundings, artistic, they're all about that balance.
Right.
Finding that harmony in everything.
Yeah, and like with the Libras, I know, it's so true. They just create this like harmonious vibe. Like whether it's, I don't know, how they decorate or just like if there's like a disagreement happening, they just bring this like balance to it.
Yes. It's deeper than just the pretty things though.
Right. So it's not just aesthetics.
It's not just that.
It's more than that.
Yeah, it goes deeper. It impacts how they are in relationships. They crave that harmony in their interactions, always trying to create that balance.
So how does that play out, like, in terms of, compatibility? Should we start with, like, romantic relationships?
It's no surprise that air signs are often listed as a really good match for Libra.
Makes sense.
Like Gemini's, top contender in the love department for Libra.
Yeah, because they're both air signs, so I can see how that would, like, work.
They're on the same wavelength.
Yeah. But what does that actually look like in a relationship?
So Gemini's, Libras thrive on communication.
Okay.
That intellectual stimulation,
Yes.
They could be debating philosophy 1 minute and then off on an adventure the next.
Oh, wow.
They keep it interesting, those two.
So it's like sparkling conversation, maybe a few trips abroad, who knows?
Maybe, yeah.
Now, another one I was seeing pop up a lot is Leo, and I was like, oh, that's interesting, because it's like that fiery, charismatic energy. I feel like that would be such a contrast to,
It is, but it's a good contrast,
Weepers.
It's one of those opposites attract situations.
Okay.
Where it really works. Leo brings the warmth.
Right.
A little drama, Libra, with that diplomatic nature, can kind of ground it a bit.
Yeah.
And they both love the finer things in life.
That's true.
So, those date nights will be good.
Yeah, they'll be like 5-star all the way. Okay, I can see how that would be a good pairing.
For sure.
Now, what about, since we're talking about those air signs, like what about Aquarius? Because I see that a lot as like a good match. Like what makes them...
So Aquarius is interesting, right? Because like Libra, they value independence.
Okay.
But it doesn't clash.
Got it.
It actually works well because they both need that in a relationship to feel fulfilled.
So it's not clingy, it's not needy, it's like
Yeah.
we have our own thing, but we can also come together.
Yes. And what's cool about that one is they both have this passion for social justice, humanitarian causes.
Oh, wow.
We could connect on a deeper level there.
That's beautiful.
It's more than just superficial. It's like core values.
It's like, let's make the world a better place together.
Yes, exactly. And, while those pairings tend to be more harmonious, doesn't mean those are the only ones.
Right, because I was going to say, like, because I'm also seeing some signs that are, like, potentially challenging.
Sure.
But I'm also thinking challenging doesn't always equal bad.
No, not at all.
Right.
Sometimes those challenging ones can be super rewarding, even if they require, a little more effort.
Little extra.
Yeah, exactly. Take Cancer, often listed as a tricky one for Libra.
Cancer, yeah, I can see how that emotional depth might be a little, like...
To dance.
Yeah, a lot for airy Libra.
It can be, because Cancers are water signs.
Right.
Nurturing energies, super intuitive.
Yeah.
They feel very deeply, which is beautiful. But Libras, that air sign influence, they approach emotion.
Right. So it's not that they're not emotional.
Not that they don't have them.
It's just different.
Different, yes.
Right, okay.
And those differences can cause some misunderstandings.
Yeah, I agree.
Because a Cancer might want a certain level of emotional expression
Right.
that a Libra might not be comfortable giving.
Right.
And then the Libra might find the Cancer to be too much.
Yeah.
Overly intense.
Right. So it's about understanding those differences, which, honestly, that's good for any relationship, astrology or not.
So true.
Right.
Yes.
Communication is key.
Communication is key.
Now, I'm also seeing Scorpio as a potentially challenging match.
Yes, Scorpio. That's an interesting one.
And this one's interesting because I'm seeing like there's an initial attraction.
There is.
But keeping that spark going,
That could be tough.
that's the hard part.
Yes.
Okay, so tell me more. What's that initial, like...
Well, Scorpios are intense.
Okay.
They're passionate.
Yeah.
They're not afraid to go there with their emotions,
Yeah.
which can be very alluring.
Right.
Initially, to a Libra, there's a lot of mystery, excitement there.
Intriguing, right.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
But Scorpios can also be, how do I say this, possessive, demanding in relationships, and that can clash with the Libra's need for freedom, for harmony.
Right, because they want that balance.
Exactly. They need that balance.
Yeah.
If they feel like their independence is being stifled or it's constantly disrupted,
Because then the air is getting a little...
it's too much fire.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, and then Capricorn. I see Capricorn a lot as like a potentially tricky match.
So Capricorn, all about practicality.
Okay.
Structure,
Uh-huh.
ambition. They're very grounded, traditional.
Okay, and Libra is a little more like go with the flow.
Exactly. Adaptable. Yeah, they thrive on connection.
So it's that like structure versus flexibility.
It is.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So we've covered love, but what about like friendships?
Yes, friendship.
Because does that same like air signs for air signs apply?
It definitely plays a role.
Okay.
But friendships are interesting because you see these unique dynamics.
Yeah, okay.
Like Sagittarius, for example.
Okay.
Often highlighted as a really strong match
Interesting.
for Libra, but platonically.
Okay, Sagittarius, so the adventurer
The adventurer.
of the Zodiac. What makes them such good friends for Libras?
It's their shared love for exploring new experiences. And a lot of travel, shared adventures.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, which makes sense.
That tracks.
Yeah, Sagittarians are always wanting to see something new,
Yeah.
explore new horizons.
Right.
Libras love to experience those pleasures.
They're like, let's sip cocktails on a beach in Bali.
Exactly.
Or go to the,
After we see the temples.
ancient temples.
Yes, exactly.
Let's see. All right, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
But what about some of those more challenging friendships?
Right.
Because I'm seeing, like, Taurus
Work with
and
them.
Pisces listed as some potential, like,
It can be a little friction there.
yeah, friction points.
Taurus, again, we're back to that stubbornness versus flexibility. Because Tauruses are creatures of habit, stability, routine,
Right.
and very set in their ways.
Libras are like, but what about this?
Yes, and Libras are about keeping the peace.
Yes.
So they might find themselves compromising more in this friendship.
Right. To the point where it's like, are you compromising your own needs?
Yes. And then Pisces, similar to Cancer, that emotional intensity can be a bit much because Pisces are very in tune with their feelings. They express them freely.
Right.
Which, for a Libra, especially in a friendship, might not be as emotionally invested as a romantic relationship. It can be a lot.
Right. So it's about finding that balance, I think, with those signs in particular
Yes, you got it.
of emotional exchange where, like, everyone feels heard.
Supported, but not overwhelmed.
Yes. Not drained, not
Yeah.
overwhelmed.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, this is interesting because I'm seeing Leo, who we said,
Yes.
could be a little fiery.
About spicy.
Yes, in a romantic relationship, is actually considered a strong pairing for Libra in a family setting.
Interesting, isn't it?
I know, and I'm like, why? I would think that would be the same.
Because family dynamics are so different,
That's true.
than romantic ones. And Leos, they're very warm, generous. They love being around their people.
Okay.
They create a fun, loving environment. And Libras, with that harmony,
Right.
and they can smooth over the edges, they thrive.
So they complement each other where Leo brings the warmth and Libra brings the peace.
And the peace and the balance, yes.
So it's a happy, lively family.
Lively, but balanced.
But balanced,
Yeah.
exactly. Okay, I like it. Now shifting gears a little bit to work,
Okay, yes.
because
Work relationships are important.
they are, let's be real.
We spend a lot of time with our colleagues.
Yes, so good working relationships are just as important as good personal relationships.
Absolutely. And Aquarius is back
Aquarius is back.
as a top match for Libra.
They're like, we're here to stay.
This is it.
I like it.
But this time in the office, in a
Okay.
professional setting.
So it seems like Aquarius is like a Libra's like cosmic best friend.
They really are.
Like, we got you.
We got you in life and at work.
Yes, no matter what.
No matter what.
What makes them such good collaborators, though?
They're both such innovative thinkers.
Okay.
They really are.
Like big ideas.
Yes, big ideas, not afraid to challenge the way things are.
Right.
They're always intellectually curious,
Uh-huh.
which makes for fun brainstorming sessions, let me tell you.
Oh, I bet.
Very productive.
So no office drama with those two. Just,
Well, there's always a little drama,
that's true.
but I think they're too busy coming up with the next best thing.
We don't have time for this. We're trying to, like,
We're trying to change the world.
Change the world.
Good
And plus,
choice.
I feel like with them, it's never like
Yeah.
self-serving. It's always like, how can we make the world a better place?
Yeah, okay, I like it.
Very selfless.
Now, of course, we can't talk about Libra work compatibility without bringing back
Oh,
Gemini.
Gemini's back.
They're like, we're back. Did you miss us?
We were just here. Right.
Yes.
Because remember, they're super power communication.
The best.
Right. So valuable.
Oh my gosh. So valuable in business.
Especially in business.
Right.
And plus, they're adaptable.
So adaptable.
Right.
Yes.
They can just roll with the punches.
Go with the flow.
Yeah.
Which is what you need in business.
Because the business world is
It's fast-paced.
fast-paced. It's constantly changing.
Yes.
Right.
It's so true.
What more could you ask for?
And they're both good at seeing multiple perspectives,
Right. Which is key.
which is key in business.
Because not everything is
Black and white.
black and white.
Right.
You got to be able to see all the gray areas.
You do. And they're good at talking things through,
Right.
brainstorming, figuring it out.
Yes.
They're good at it.
I feel like they would just make it look so easy.
Effortless?
Effortless, exactly.
Yeah.
Where everyone else is like, wait.
How do they do that? It looks so easy.
Right.
I know.
Okay, last but not least. In this business realm, we have Leo again.
Yeah.
So we're here too.
We're here to stay.
They're like, we're versatile.
We can do it all.
So we've talked about their passionate energy.
Yes.
How does that play out with a Libra in a professional setting?
So Leos are natural leaders,
Okay.
right? Very confident, charismatic. They inspire. Libras, they're very good at building consensus.
Right.
So they can take those big ideas
Yeah.
and make them happen.
They're like, okay, this is the plan.
This is the plan.
I like it.
It's that balance again, you see?
There it is. It keeps coming back.
It always does.
The visionary and the strategist
Yeah.
working together.
There you go.
Okay, I like it. Now, of course, not every pairing perfectly smooth in the
Yes.
workplace.
Wouldn't be fun if it was, right?
Right, right. What's the fun in that?
Exactly.
So we're seeing Capricorn and Scorpio again as potential,
Yeah.
like
Challenging dynamics.
more challenging dynamics,
Yeah.
which no surprise there,
Right.
based on what we've talked about. But let's dive into the specifics a little bit.
Let's do it.
Like, what are some of those common sticking points
Okay.
for Libra and Capricorn at work?
It really comes down to the work style
Okay.
because Capricorns, they like structure,
Okay.
right?
They're like, this is how we're doing it.
This is the system.
And this is what it needs to be done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they need that efficiency, very clear,
Yeah.
who's doing what.
Right, right,
And Libras, who are more collaborative,
right.
might see that as a little rigid.
Yes.
Like they might want to,
Brainstorm a little bit.
yes, brainstorm, get everybody's input.
Right, which can lead to
It can cause some clashes.
clashes.
Because
Yeah.
the Capricorn's like, but we need to
Get it done.
get it done. Why are we wasting time?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, like, Capricorn boss, Libra employee, maybe some
Yeah.
butting heads there.
Yeah, because imagine this, right? Capricorn manager sets a strict deadline.
Okay.
Libra employee wants to explore every option,
Right.
get everybody's 2 cents.
Make sure it's perfect.
Yes. And the Capricorn's like, no, but we need to just go, go, go.
Just go.
Why are we slowing down?
Right. But Libra's like, we got to make sure we're making the right decision.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's about respecting each other's approaches.
Good for any workplace. And Scorpio. So we're seeing that those challenges often come from their intensity.
Yeah,
And their
desire for control.
yes. And Libras are like, but what about fairness?
Exactly. Which a Scorpio is like, what's that?
So it's like throwing a Libra into, like,
High stakes poker game. And they're like, can we just like
can we all just have
cocktails? Like,
This
why are
is-
we too much?
This is so stressful.
Let's talk about something else.
Right.
So with all that being said,
Yes.
I want to make sure we appreciate all the good things.
Yes. Because Libras bring a lot
Oh, they do.
to the table.
They do.
Their diplomacy, their charm,
Yes.
their sense of justice.
Their fairness. Yeah.
Right? Like, they're always down to lend an ear.
They're good listeners.
Right. Very thoughtful.
Yes. The embodiment of grace and balance.
They are. But, like, every sign, they have their,
Challenges.
and we talked about, like, how they crave that harmony.
Yes.
It can lead to, like, people pleasing, maybe a little bit of indecision.
Sure, it can.
Okay, well, this has been very insightful.
These archetypes
Yeah.
can really give us a lens.
Yeah, to understand ourselves and other people.
It's fascinating.
It is. It is. So if you're listening and you're a Libra,
Yes.
or you have a special Libra in your life,
Give them a high five.
yes, give them a high five. Appreciate them. Appreciate all that.
Their Libra energy.
Yes, they bring to the table.
Their diplomacy, their charm, their sense of fairness.
It's good stuff. Okay, so we're diving deep into the world of Scorpio today.
Always a fascinating sign to explore.
We've got some interesting sources to work with.
Yeah, let's see what we've got. A really fascinating deep dive on the Scorpio personality itself.
Yes.
So we can really get into the nitty-gritty of what makes this sign tick.
Yeah, and by the end of this deep dive, you'll not only be able to spot a Scorpio from a mile away, but
Yeah.
you'll understand the why behind their actions.
Exactly, because knowledge is power, right?
Okay, so let's start with the basics. What is it about Scorpios that makes them so, well, Scorpio?
Well, one word, intensity.
Okay.
And I think a lot of that can be attributed to their ruling planet, Pluto. Now, Pluto isn't just some distant celestial body. It governs transformation, that cycle of death and rebirth.
Oh, wow.
So you can see that intensity reflected in everything the Scorpio does.
So not just living life, but feeling it on a whole other level.
Exactly. It's like they experience everything with this raw, passionate energy.
And that actually ties in perfectly with what this document says about their emotional depth.
Oh, absolutely. Emotional depth is like their defining characteristic.
But it's not just about feeling more, right? It's the all-in, passionate approach to those feelings.
Yeah, imagine diving into the deepest ocean trench, fully immersed in the experience. That's the kind of intensity we're talking about.
Wow, that is intense.
Yeah, and it can be exhilarating, but it can also make Scorpio seem a little secretive even to those closest to them.
That makes sense. Not everyone's equipped for that kind of emotional scuba diving.
Exactly. They need to trust that you can handle those depths before they let you in.
Okay, so emotional intensity. Check.
Mm.
Now, the source also mentions strong will as a defining Scorpio trait.
Oh, absolutely. Scorpios are known for their unwavering determination.
It almost sounds like a superpower. But how does that actually play out in a Scorpio's life?
Think of it as this internal compass that guides their every move. When a Scorpio sets their mind to something, they're practically unstoppable.
So, like, achieving their goals no matter what.
Precisely. This can be a huge asset in achieving their goals, no matter how ambitious. Whether it's climbing the corporate ladder, mastering a new skill, or pursuing a creative passion, they bring that same unwavering focus to everything they do.
But there's got to be a flip side, right? Too much of anything can backfire.
Oh, absolutely. That unwavering will can transform into stubbornness if they're not careful. Imagine a Scorpio fixated on an idea or a goal. Challenging their perspective might feel like an uphill battle.
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
Because they're so used to navigating those emotional depths, they trust their own compass above all else.
Yeah, it's like they've already explored every angle, considered every possibility.
Right. So good luck trying to convince them otherwise.
So it's a delicate balance.
It is. That deep-seated self-belief is part of what makes them so magnetic. But understanding this duality is crucial for anyone who wants to connect with a Scorpio on a meaningful level.
Okay, so we've explored the depths of the Scorpio personality.
Those intense emotions, that unwavering will.
Now I'm dying to know how that energy translates into relationships.
Well, buckle up because we're about to decode the mystery of Scorpio compatibility.
Hit me with it. Who can handle the heat?
Let's just say not every sign is equipped for those emotional depths.
True, true. So who are those lucky few who can navigate the waters of Scorpio love?
According to this chart, Cancer, Pisces, Taurus, and Capricorn have that special something with Scorpio.
Okay, interesting mix. So it's not just about one specific element or modality.
Exactly. It's about those energetic connections, those cosmic compatibilities that go beyond surface level.
Let's break it down, starting with Cancer. What is it about this pairing that just works?
Well, both are water signs, so we already know there's an innate understanding of that emotional depth. But here's the key. Cancer's nurturing nature creates that safe harbor Scorpios crave.
Ah, so it's not enough to just feel intensely. They need to feel safe doing so.
Exactly. Cancer provides that emotional security that allows Scorpio to truly open up and be vulnerable.
And vulnerability from a Scorpio, that's a rare and precious gift.
It is. And it's a testament to the deep trust that can develop between these two signs.
Okay, what about Pisces? Another water sign, but with a very different vibe.
True, but that's the beauty of it. They complement each other in such a beautiful way. Imagine late-night conversations that delve into the depths of existence.
Intense.
Oh, absolutely. but in the best way possible. They share a love for art, music, and all things mystical.
It's like they speak the same soul language.
Exactly. They just get each other on a level that most people can only dream of.
Okay, what about Taurus? They seem pretty different from Scorpio on the surface.
True. But sometimes opposites attract, right? The chart mentions stability, and that's what Taurus brings to the table. They're both big on loyalty and commitment, those foundational elements of a lasting bond. Taurus provides that grounding presence that allows Scorpio to let go a little, to trust that someone will be there to anchor them.
It's like that yin and yang thing, totally different energies creating a perfect balance.
Exactly. They challenge each other to grow, to step outside of their comfort zones.
And through those challenges, they build a bond that's unbreakable.
Precisely. And last but certainly not least, we have Capricorn.
The power couple pairing. I am here for it.
Who isn't? Both are incredibly ambitious and driven. But here's the kicker. They understand and respect each other's hustle.
It's like they push each other to be their best selves, both personally and professionally.
Exactly. Capricorn admires Scorpio's unwavering focus, and Scorpio is drawn to Capricorn's ability to make things happen in the real world. It's a recipe for success.
Talk about a dynamic duo. Okay, we've covered the love fests, but let's be real, not all astrological pairings are made in cosmic heaven. The chart also lists some potentially challenging matches for Scorpio.
It's true. Not all relationships are smooth sailing. Sometimes those differences can create friction.
Friction that can either ignite passion or burn the whole house down.
Exactly. So let's tread carefully as we explore these potentially turbulent waters. First up, we have Leo.
The lion of the Zodiac, known for their fiery, attention-grabbing energy. How does that vibe with Scorpio's more enigmatic nature?
It can be a recipe for fireworks, and not always the good kind. Leos crave the spotlight, while Scorpios tend to be more guarded with their feelings. Leo might see Scorpio as overly secretive, while Scorpio might find Leo's need for constant validation draining.
It's like they're speaking different love languages.
Exactly. Leo is all about grand gestures and public displays of affection, while Scorpio prefers those deep, intimate moments.
So it's about finding a way to bridge that gap, to meet each other's needs without compromising their own.
Precisely. And it takes a lot of effort from both sides.
Okay, next up we have Aquarius.
The rebel of the Zodiac. Always marching to the beat of their own drum.
Which can be both exhilarating and infuriating for Scorpio, I imagine.
You got it. Aquarius needs space to breathe, to explore their individuality. This can be misconstrued as aloofness by a Scorpio who seeks constant reassurance and emotional depth.
So it's about finding that delicate balance between freedom and intimacy.
Exactly. And that takes a lot of open communication and understanding.
Okay, last but not least, on our cosmic compatibility roller coaster Aries.
Another fire sign, known for their passionate nature, but with a very different approach to love than Scorpio.
The chart mentions something about impulsivity, which I'm guessing doesn't exactly mesh well with Scorpio's more deliberate nature.
You're picking up what I'm putting down. Aries dives headfirst into love, fueled by that fiery energy, while Scorpio takes their time, observing and analyzing before fully committing.
It's like they're on different relationship timelines. Scorpio's writing the epic love story, while Aries is already on chapter 3.
That's a great way to put it. Now, it's important to remember that these are just potential challenges, not deal breakers.
Right, it's not like these signs are doomed from the start.
Exactly. With awareness and a willingness to understand each other's needs, even the most challenging pairings can find a way to coexist, maybe even thrive.
It all comes down to communication, respect, and a shared willingness to make it work.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Okay, we've navigated the waters of romantic compatibility, but what about those ride-or-die friendships?
Yes, the platonic soulmates.
Who gets to explore those emotional depths with a Scorpio without the complications of romance?
Well, according to the chart, Pisces and Cancer are back for round 2, which isn't surprising given their shared emotional depth and understanding. They just get each other, you know?
I feel like we could have predicted that one, but the chart also mentions Virgo as a surprisingly good match for Scorpio best friend. Those two seem worlds apart, so what's the cosmic connection there?
You're right, on the surface they appear different. But that's the beauty of astrology. Virgo brings that grounded, practical energy to the table that can be incredibly stabilizing for Scorpio. Think of it as a perfect balance of head and heart.
Okay, so while Scorpio is busy feeling all the feels, Virgo is there to ground them, to offer a fresh perspective.
Exactly. And don't underestimate the power of shared values. Both signs are incredibly loyal and dedicated to those they care about. They're the friends that always have your back, no matter what.
Ride or die indeed. All right, let's flip the script again. Which friendships might require a little more navigation, a little cosmic intervention, perhaps?
The chart highlights Sagittarius, Gemini, and yes, our friend Leo makes a reappearance.
Some pairings are just destined for a bit of drama, aren't they?
It wouldn't be a Scorpio deep dive without a little bit of drama, right?
Touché. So let's start with Sagittarius. They're the free spirits of the Zodiac, always up for an adventure. How does that mesh with Scorpio's more intense energy?
It can be a bit of a clash of styles. Honestly, Sagittarius lives life on their own terms, embracing spontaneity and embracing change, while Scorpio, with their fixed water nature, craves stability and emotional depth. Sagittarius might find Scorpio too controlling, while Scorpio might see Sagittarius as a bit too non-committal for their liking.
Like trying to mix oil and water, they just operate on different wavelengths.
Exactly. Now, Gemini, with their dualistic nature and love for lighthearted banter, can also present some challenges for a Scorpio.
Because Scorpio is all about those deep, meaningful connections. Gemini might feel a little too surface level.
You hit the nail on the head. Geminis thrive on mental stimulation, flitting from one idea to the next. This can be overwhelming for a Scorpio who prefers to dive deep into a select few passions.
So communication styles are key here, making sure they're on the same page.
Absolutely. And as for our friend Leo, well, we've already touched upon their need for attention, which can sometimes clash with Scorpio's more private nature.
Especially given Scorpio's tendency towards jealousy, which we know stems from that deep well of emotion.
Precisely. It's not that these friendships are impossible, but they require a high level of self-awareness and a willingness to compromise from both parties.
It's like that saying, you can't change someone, you can only change how you deal with them.
Words to live by.
Now let's shift gears and talk about how Scorpio navigates the professional world.
Ah, yes, the Scorpios in suit.
Because, as you'll see, those core traits we've been discussing play out in fascinating ways in the workplace.
Oh, absolutely. They're a force to be reckoned with in the boardroom.
Okay, so we're talking ambition, intensity, and a whole lot of determination. Sounds like a recipe for success, but also maybe some power struggles along the way.
You're not wrong. Scorpio's energy is a force to be reckoned with, but harnessing it effectively is key.
All right, let's talk dream teams first. Which signs make the best work buddies for Scorpio?
The chart highlights Capricorn, Virgo, and Taurus as power players in the professional realm. And it makes sense when you consider their shared work ethic and ability to get things done.
Okay, so let's start with Capricorn. We've already established they make a formidable pair in love. But how does that translate to the workplace?
Picture this Scorpio's laser focus, combined with Capricorn's strategic brilliance. It's a recipe for achieving even the most ambitious goals. Capricorn provides the structure and organization, while Scorpio brings the passion and drive to push things forward.
They probably dominate board meetings with that kind of energy.
Oh, absolutely. They're the ones you want on your team when you need to get things done.
Okay, what about Virgo? We know they're all about precision and attention to detail. How does that complement Scorpio's work style?
Imagine Virgo, with their impeccable organizational skills and eye for detail, teaming up with Scorpio's strategic mind and determination to succeed. It's a match made in productivity heaven.
No task is safe from that kind of teamwork.
You got it. They're unstoppable together.
All right, last but not least, Taurus. They're known for their reliability and practicality. How do those qualities benefit a Scorpio in a work setting?
Taurus is the rock, the steady force that Scorpio can rely on, no matter what challenges arise. They're both dedicated and hardworking, which creates a strong foundation for a successful partnership.
They're the ones who always get the job done on time and exceeding expectations. Talk about dream team material. Now, let's be real. Not every work collaboration is a walk in the park. The chart also lists some potentially challenging work dynamics for Scorpio.
True. And some of these pairings might surprise you. We're talking Aries, Libra, and Gemini.
All right, let's unpack this, starting with Aries. We know they're all about action and taking charge. How does that mesh with Scorpio's more strategic approach?
It can be a recipe for some headbutting. Let's just say that Aries is all about immediate action, diving headfirst into projects, while Scorpio prefers to plan meticulously before making a move.
So it's a clash of styles, essentially.
Exactly. Aries might perceive Scorpio as too slow and deliberate, while Scorpio might see Aries as impulsive and lacking foresight. Communication is key with this pairing to avoid misunderstandings.
Makes sense. Okay, what about Libra? They're all about harmony and balance. How does that clash with Scorpio's intense energy?
Libra's desire for diplomacy and fairness, while admirable, can be frustrating for a Scorpio who prefers direct communication and decisive action.
I can see how that could lead to some frustration. Scorpios don't like to beat around the bush.
Exactly. And Libra's tendency to weigh every option can slow down the decision-making process, which can drive a Scorpio crazy.
It's all about finding that balance between directness and diplomacy, which I imagine is easier said than done.
You got it. And lastly, we have Gemini, the social butterfly of the Zodiac. We know they thrive on communication and multitasking, but how does that vibe with Scorpio's more focused energy?
My guess is that Scorpio's laser focus might clash with Gemini's tendency to juggle multiple projects at once.
Bingo Scorpio prefers to give their undivided attention to one task at a time, immersing themselves fully in the process. This could be frustrating for a Gemini who thrives on variety and mental stimulation.
So it's about respecting each other's work styles and finding a way to collaborate effectively, even with those differences.
Exactly. Clear communication and a willingness to compromise are essential for these pairings to succeed.
It's about recognizing that everyone has their own unique way of working and finding a way to make those differences work for you, not against you.
Absolutely. Now, we've covered love, friendship, and even work compatibility, but there's one more area to explore the world of business partnerships.
Okay, so we're talking about high stakes, ambitious goals, and the potential for both massive success and epic clashes. Who are Scorpio's ideal business partners? The ones who can help them build empires.
The chart highlights Capricorn and Taurus once again, which makes sense given their shared drive and practicality. But Virgo also makes a reappearance, highlighting the importance of their analytical skills and attention to detail in a business setting.
It's like the dream team is back together. Let's start with Capricorn. We know they're a power couple in love and unstoppable in the workplace, but what makes them such a dynamic duo in the business world?
It's that shared ambition and strategic thinking that really sets them apart. Capricorn brings the long-term vision, the ability to map out a plan for success, while Scorpio provides the passion and unwavering determination to see it through.
They probably intimidate their competition just by walking into the room.
Right. It's that air of quiet confidence and competence that draws people to them. Now, Taurus, with their grounded nature and practical skills, also makes for a fantastic business partner for Scorpio.
They're the ones who keep things running smoothly, making sure all the details are taken care of, while Scorpio focuses on the bigger picture.
Exactly. They complement each other's strengths beautifully. Taurus provides stability and a level-headed approach, which can be incredibly grounding for Scorpio's intensity.
It's that yin and yang dynamic again.
Okay.
And then we have Virgo making a comeback with their analytical skills and meticulous attention to detail.
Virgo is the secret weapon every business partnership needs. They have an uncanny ability to spot flaws, analyze data, and come up with innovative solutions. This pairs perfectly with Scorpio's intuition and ability to make bold decisions.
They're the ones who anticipate problems before they even arise. Talk about an invaluable asset. Now let's flip the script one last time. Which business partnerships might require a little extra finesse, a little cosmic intervention to reach their full potential?
The chart highlights Leo, Sagittarius, and Aquarius as potentially challenging but not impossible matches for Scorpio in the business world.
Okay, I'm sensing a theme here. Let's start with Leo. We know they love the spotlight, which might not always align with Scorpio's more behind-the-scenes approach to, well, everything.
Exactly. Leo thrives on recognition and praise, while Scorpio is more about achieving goals and building something substantial. This difference in motivation can lead to conflict if not addressed early on.
It's about finding that balance between ego and purpose, right?
Precisely. Now, Sagittarius, with their love for freedom and independent thinking, can also pose challenges for a Scorpio in a business partnership.
Because Scorpio likes to be in control, to call the shots.
You got it. Scorpio's need for control can stifle Sagittarius's creativity and desire for autonomy. This can lead to power struggles and resentment if not addressed head-on.
So establishing clear roles and boundaries from the start is crucial for this pairing.
Absolutely. And lastly, we have Aquarius. We know they're the innovators, the ones who think outside the box. How does that mesh with Scorpio's more traditional approach to business?
My guess is that Scorpio's need for structure might clash with Aquarius's more unconventional methods.
Exactly. Aquarius thrives on disruption and challenging the status quo, which can be unsettling for a Scorpio who prefers stability and predictability.
It's that classic clash between tradition and innovation.
You nailed it. For this pairing to work, both parties need to be open to new ideas and willing to compromise.
It's about respecting each other's strengths and finding a way to leverage those differences to create something truly unique and successful.
Exactly. When these signs can find that sweet spot, the results can be groundbreaking.
Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground here, from Scorpio's intense inner world to their complex relationships with every sign in the zodiac.
It's been quite a journey.
It has. But now I'm ready to dive even deeper into what makes this sign tick.
Let's do it.
What are those core strengths and weaknesses that make them such a fascinating paradox?
Well, get ready to uncover those hidden layers because we're going beyond the surface level descriptions.
Hit me with your Scorpio wisdom. What makes this sign so powerful?
One word: intensity. But it's not just about raw emotion, it's how they channel that energy. Take loyalty, for example. We often hear about Scorpio's famous loyalty, but it goes far beyond your average best friend. The source actually uses the word protective, which hints at the depth of their commitment.
Okay, so not just having your back, but shielding you with a fierce determination that only a Scorpio can muster.
Exactly. It's that ride-or-die energy taken to the next level.
Yeah.
And then there's the resilience. We're not just talking about bouncing back from setbacks here. It's about that Pluto-ruled transformation. Scorpios don't just recover, they rise from the ashes, changed and empowered by the experience.
That makes so much sense, given their connection to the cycle of death and rebirth. They're not afraid to face the darkness, to go through those intense transformations, which ultimately makes them even stronger.
Precisely. They stare down those challenges and emerge with a depth of understanding that few other signs possess.
Powerful stuff. Okay, so we've covered the superpower side of Scorpio, but what about those so-called weaknesses? The source didn't shy away from those.
And it's important to approach these with nuance, not judgment. Yes, jealousy and possessiveness are listed, but remember that intense loyalty and protectiveness we discussed. These weaknesses are often byproducts of those very same strengths.
So it's like that old saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Scorpios feel things so deeply that sometimes those emotions can manifest in ways that are, shall we say, a bit more challenging to navigate.
Exactly. It's all about finding healthy outlets for that intensity. A Scorpio who learns to channel their emotions effectively can achieve incredible things.
So it's not about suppressing those feelings, but rather understanding them, owning them, and using them as fuel for positive transformation.
Absolutely. And that's the beauty of the Scorpio spirit. They teach us that true strength lies in embracing our complexities, shadows, and all.
I love that. So for those lucky enough to have a Scorpio in their life, the key takeaway here is to embrace the intensity, respect the depths, and buckle up for a wild ride.
Precisely. And remember, this deep dive has only scratched the surface of this enigmatic sign. There's always more to discover, more layers to unravel.
And that's the beauty of it, right? Astrology is a lifelong journey of self-discovery. Who knows, you might even find that you have more in common with a Scorpio than you initially thought.
Maybe you have a hidden Scorpio rising in your own chart.
This time, we're tackling Sagittarius. You know, that free-spirited archer who's always up for an adventure.
And we've got your charts right here, ready to uncover what makes Sagittarius tick, especially when it comes to compatibility. Love, friendships, work, even business ventures, we're exploring it all.
Because let's be honest, who isn't a little curious about who they vibe with best? So for anyone who hasn't encountered a Sagittarius in the wild, how would you describe this sign?
How about this? Think of that friend who's always down to try anything once. That's your Sagittarius.
Always the life of the party, right?
Exactly. They just radiate this infectious optimism and enthusiasm. Always up for adventure, always seeking new knowledge, whether it's through travel, deep conversations, or that new Thai restaurant everyone's talking about. They're driven by this deep desire to expand their horizons.
It's that yes and energy that's so contagious.
You nailed it. But of course, nobody's perfect.
Definitely not saying that.
Because of that adventurous spirit, a Sagittarius might sometimes overlook the more practical, grounded aspects of life.
Okay, so maybe not the best at always planning ahead or sticking to a strict schedule.
You're getting the idea.
Yeah.
But hey, that's part of what makes them so exciting to be around.
Totally. But that actually makes me even more curious about who can match their energy. You know, like who can keep up with them on all those adventures. Speaking of, let's talk about love. Who's the ideal partner in crime for a Sagittarius?
Well, when we look at the charts, there's a strong pull towards other fire signs.
Makes sense. So we're talking Aries and Leo.
You got it. It's that shared energy, that instant connection, that instinct to embrace life with, well, gusto. But interestingly enough, Gemini, an air sign, also emerges as a strong contender for Sagittarius.
Whoa, so we're talking double the fire with Aries and Leo, and then a bit of a wild card with Gemini. What happens when two fire signs collide like that?
It can be electric. With Aries, think shared impulsivity.
Oh, I can see it now. Weekend getaways planned on a whim, last-minute concert tickets.
Exactly. Trying that new extreme sport, it's a constant whirlwind of excitement.
Sounds exhilarating, but maybe a little exhausting too.
Maybe, especially long term. And that same impulsivity can lead to clashes. If neither one's grounding the other, decisions can, well, backfire. Spectacular.
So maybe a seatbelt is required with that pairing.
At least a helmet. But with Leo, it's less about that impulsivity and more about shared enthusiasm, and love for the spotlight.
So a little less likely to jump out of a plane together, but maybe more likely to, start a band?
Now you're getting it. Both signs are incredibly social and thrive on expressing themselves creatively. Picture a couple who throws legendary parties, is always up for a new dance class, and never misses an opportunity to encourage and champion each other. That's the Leo-Sagittarius dynamic.
It sounds like constant fun, but in a supportive way. Now, you mentioned Gemini earlier, which I have to admit surprised me a little. They're not a fire sign, so what's the draw there?
You're right. They might not have that fiery impulsiveness, but Gemini brings something else to the table. Intellectual curiosity that rivals a Sagittarius.
So it's not just about keeping up with them physically, it's mentally, too.
Exactly. This is a pairing that thrives on stimulating conversations, debating different perspectives, and never letting the mental spark fade. They challenge each other intellectually and keep things interesting. And remember, for a Sagittarius, boredom is the ultimate relationship killer.
Makes sense. So it's about having adventures both inside and outside the house. But let's be real, not every pairing is astrological bliss. Are there signs that might require a bit more finesse for a Sagittarius to navigate?
Absolutely. While fire and air signs tend to fan those Sagittarius flames, earth signs in particular can present some challenges.
Okay, so we're talking Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn here.
Right on.
What is it about earth signs that tends to clash with the free-spirited Sagittarius?
It comes down to their fundamental approaches to life. Earth signs are all about practicality, stability, and routine. They like things planned out, predictable, with minimal risk.
Sounds a bit stifling for a Sagittarius, right?
You can say that again. Take Taurus, for example. They're all about indulging in the senses, creating a cozy, stable home life. They find comfort in routine, whereas Sagittarius craves spontaneity.
So one thrives on the familiar while the other needs constant novelty.
Exactly. And if a Taurus feels like their need for security is threatened, that's when those horns come out.
Oof. Yeah, not a good look. What about Virgo? They're such planners. I can already see the potential conflicts.
Precisely. Virgo thrives on organization and meticulous attention to detail. Imagine a Sagittarius trying to plan a last-minute trip with a Virgo who needs a color-coded itinerary 6 months in advance.
Oh, dear.
You can see how those differences could lead to some tense moments, to say the least.
And Capricorn? They're all about ambition, but in a very structured, disciplined way, which feels like a potential clash with Sagittarius.
Definitely can be. Capricorns are planners focused on those long-term goals and achieving success through, hard work and perseverance.
Playing by the rules, doing things the right way.
Exactly. They value tradition. Whereas Sagittarius, they prefer to wing it a little.
Yeah.
Trust their instincts, take risks.
Which, to a Capricorn, might look like recklessness.
You got it. This clash in styles, it can make it tough for them to see eye to eye, especially when compromise is key.
Definitely a pairing that requires some effort and understanding from both sides. But it makes me think, all this talk about compatibility, we usually focus on romantic relationships. But what about friendships?
Such a good point.
It's not something people always consider through this astrological lens. So who makes the cut for Sagittarius when it comes to those ride or die friends?
Oh, this is fun. We've got to start with Aries again.
Of course. Those two just seem to click on some cosmic level.
It's that shared impulsivity, remember, that thirst for adventure we talked about, translates beautifully into a platonic realm.
Instead of jumping out of planes as a couple, they're doing it as daredevil buddies.
Exactly. Exploring hidden gems on a whim. Always pushing each other to step outside their comfort zones.
That sounds like a blast. But with all that shared impulsivity, do they ever slow down? Who brings the grounding force to the friendship?
That's where a little air sign magic comes in handy. Just like in love, Gemini holds a special place in a Sagittarius's heart, when it comes to friendship.
It's those endless conversations, isn't it? The kind where you completely lose track of time.
100%. Geminis are naturally curious, always eager to learn new things, explore different perspectives.
And Sagittarius is always up for a good debate.
Right? They can chat for hours, bouncing ideas off each other, debating everything and anything. This intellectual connection. Major bonding point for these two.
It's like they feed each other's minds, which, knowing Sagittarius, is just as important as any physical adventure. We can't forget Leo, though. Surely that playful, vibrant energy makes for an incredible friendship, too.
Oh, for sure. Leo brings that warmth, that generosity, that loyalty that Sagittarius truly cherishes in a friend.
Those two would have each other's backs no matter what.
Always. They'd be the life of the party together, always up for a good time, and fiercely supportive of each other's dreams.
It's a beautiful thing seeing those fire signs lift each other up, but let's be honest, not all signs vibe on that level of intensity.
Right.
Are there any signs that might not be as compatible with Sagittarius when it comes to friendship? What about those earth signs we discussed?
You're right. Maintaining friendships with earth signs can sometimes require a bit more effort from a Sagittarius. Remember that fundamental difference in how they approach life.
Earth signs are all about that stability and predictability, right?
Yeah, and Sagittarius thrives on spontaneity, change.
Like trying to mix oil and water sometime.
Perfect analogy.
Huh.
With Taurus, it can be tricky. While both signs value loyalty and enjoyment, there are ways of expressing those values.
Totally different.
Taurus prefers those quiet nights in, deepening existing bonds, sticking to familiar routines. Sagittarius, they'd rather expand their social circle, explore new places, say yes to every invitation.
So one friend is hitting up that new club, the other's home with their weighted blanket. I can see the friction.
Absolutely. Then there's Virgo, that grounded, practical nature. Can feel stifling to a Sagittarius.
Virgos are such helpers, though, always wanting to fix things, offer advice.
Which comes from a good place, absolutely. But their tendency to, point out flaws, overanalyze situations, it can be a drag for a Sagittarius who just wants to focus on the positive and go with the flow.
It's all about finding that balance, right? Appreciating the differences, but also recognizing when those differences might just cause constant clashes.
Exactly. And then we have Capricorn. While these two can admire each other's drive and ambition, maybe from a distance.
Their approaches are just too different for a truly easy friendship.
You got it. Capricorns are all about setting clear goals, working hard, achieving success through that discipline. They might see Sagittarius's carefree approach as, irresponsible, maybe even lazy.
So those late-night study sessions or career strategy meetings that Capricorn lives for might not be Sagittarius's cup of tea.
Not at all. They'd rather be off exploring the world or debating the meaning of life.
It's making me realize how important it is to understand these dynamics, not just for romantic relationships, but friendships too.
Absolutely. It's about recognizing those fundamental differences and then deciding, okay, how much effort are we willing to put in to bridge that gap? Because ultimately, strong relationships, they require a willingness to, meet each other halfway.
So true. But, as we're talking about different approaches to work and life, it makes me wonder how these compatibility patterns play out in a professional setting. Because let's be real, we spend a huge chunk of our lives at work, and having some astrological insight there could be really helpful.
Oh, it's huge. It's so often overlooked. But having that astrological harmony in the workplace, it can make a world of difference in how we collaborate, how we communicate, and ultimately how we thrive.
So let's dive into that. First things first, what kind of work environment allows a Sagittarius to really shine?
They need a space that's stimulating, allows for creativity and independence, and isn't afraid of a little risk-taking.
Okay, so definitely not a stuffy corporate cubicle for this fire sign.
Not if they can help it.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to specific sign pairings, remember those fire signs that ignite Sagittarius's soul. They're back in the game in the work arena.
Let me guess. Aries is making a comeback.
You know it. These two are a force to be reckoned with in the workplace. They bring boundless energy, a shared passion for innovation, and a willingness to take risks.
So picture them brainstorming new ideas, pitching clients, and celebrating wins with that infectious enthusiasm that only a fire sign duo can really bring.
You got it. Yeah. They make work fun, that's for sure.
They do. What about Leo? How does their leadership style mesh with Sagittarius's more independent nature?
Leo brings that natural charisma and vision, right? They're not afraid to take charge, to inspire others. And Sagittarius, while independent, thrives when they have a shared goal to work towards.
Which Leo can provide.
Exactly. They challenge each other, they motivate each other, they create a dynamic that fosters both creativity and productivity.
So it's not about one being the boss and the other following. It's about mutual respect and shared vision.
100%. Now, let's not forget about Gemini. Remember their knack for communication and brainstorming. That translates beautifully into a professional setting.
I can imagine them being amazing at coming up with innovative marketing strategies or just bouncing ideas off each other in general.
Totally. Their synergy is undeniable.
It seems like a common thread for a successful Sagittarius work pairing is someone who can keep up with their energy but also bring their own unique strengths to the table.
Absolutely. But as with anything, it's all about balance. And while fire and air signs tend to harmonize with Sagittarius's natural energy, earth signs can present some challenges in the workplace, just like in friendships.
Here come those speed bumps again. What is it about earth signs that makes collaborating with a Sagittarius a bit trickier?
It comes down to their different approaches to work. Much like in other areas of life, earth signs thrive on structure, routine, predictability. They value practicality, efficiency, attention to detail.
Which can be amazing qualities in a colleague.
But Sagittarius operates on instinct, thrives in chaos, prefers to figure things out as they go.
So imagine a highly structured Capricorn manager trying to rein in a Sagittarius employee who prefers to work on their own terms. That sounds interesting.
You got it. Capricorns have a clear vision of how things should be done. They value hard work, dedication, following the rules. While they can admire Sagittarius's enthusiasm, their creativity. Their methods might seem too chaotic.
Or even disrespectful of those established procedures.
Right. Now, Taurus, they're a little more laid back than Capricorn. Maybe less clash there.
You'd think so, but...
While it's true that Taurus isn't as inherently structured as Capricorn, their differences can still create friction. Taurus values stability, security, a steady pace. They're creatures of comfort, prefer to stick to what they know. Sagittarius, with their constant need for change and novelty, might perceive Taurus as resistant to new ideas, or, dare I say it, boring.
And we know how much Sagittarius hates boredom.
Right. Okay, last but not least, we've got Virgo. All about the details, remember.
Oh, I can already see those worlds colliding.
Virgos are meticulous, detail-oriented, believe in doing things by the book. They can be incredibly efficient and dedicated workers. However, their need for perfectionism and tendency to overanalyze.
Frustrating for a Sagittarius who prefers to keep things moving.
Exactly. Their work styles are just fundamentally different. But remember, even with these potential challenges, it doesn't mean collaboration is impossible.
It's about recognizing each other's strengths, and weaknesses,
Yeah.
and figuring out how to make them work together, right?
Exactly. It's not always easy, but it's possible.
Yeah.
But before we wrap up this Sagittarius deep dive,
We've got one last area to explore.
we do. Business partnerships.
Yeah.
Because if you're a Sagittarius thinking about, starting a business, you're going to want someone who complements your, entrepreneurial spirit.
For sure. So who are we looking at here? I have a feeling I already know.
Those fire signs,
Yeah.
they're back. When it comes to building a business empire, they're there with you.
I just can't stay away, can they? Okay, let's start with Leo. What is it about this pairing that just screams power couple of the business world?
Think about their strengths, right? Combined Leo. They bring that natural leadership, that ability to inspire and motivate others towards a common goal.
They're great at getting people excited about their vision.
Exactly. They have a knack for branding, marketing, generally making things look amazing. Sagittarius brings that big picture thinking, that willingness to take risks,
Yeah.
and that adventurous spirit. Essential for any startup that wants to be successful.
You've got the visionary and the one who actually makes it happen. A match made in, entrepreneurial heaven, I guess.
You said it. They complement each other so well. Now, Aries, can't forget them. Remember that shared drive, that unstoppable energy.
When those two team up, it's like, watch out, world.
Right. That's a recipe for a dynamic and, dare I say, unstoppable business partnership.
I can already picture them coming up with a million innovative ideas a minute. But what about their impulsiveness? Isn't that kind of a liability in business?
It can be. Which is why having those complementary skill sets is so crucial. Aries, they bring that boldness, that willingness to, dive in headfirst to new ventures.
And Sagittarius brings a bit more of a long-term strategy.
Right. If they can find that balance, their combined drive, it can lead to incredible things.
It's all about finding that balance between taking risks and, not going completely off the rails.
100%. And while fire signs might steal the show when it comes to Sagittarius compatibility, we can't underestimate air signs. particularly Aquarius.
Oh, that's right. They haven't gotten to play in the business world yet. What makes them a good match for Sagittarius in this arena?
Aquarius. They bring that innovative, out-of-the-box thinking that can take Sagittarius's vision to a whole other level.
So, like, if Sagittarius is thinking big, Aquarius is thinking even bigger.
Exactly. They encourage each other to push those boundaries. Plus, they both love their independence.
Which is important when you're trying to run a business together, right? You don't want to feel like you're constantly on top of each other.
Exactly. They get that need for space,
Yeah.
all while still working toward that common goal. But as we've seen with everything, it's all about balance, right?
Yeah.
Earth signs, they can be a bit more challenging as business partners for Sagittarius, just like with everything else.
It's those contrasting approaches to work and risk, isn't it?
Yes. It's that classic clash of, like, slow and steady versus fast and fearless.
Okay, so let's break it down. Capricorn. Incredibly ambitious, driven, but
They're very structured, very methodical in their approach, believe in planning carefully, managing risks, achieving success through hard work and dedication. Sagittarius, a little more intuitive, trust their gut, and they don't shy away from risks.
So are we picturing a Capricorn meticulously crafting a 5-year business plan while the Sagittarius is already launching like 3 new product ideas?
That's it. And unless they respect each other's approaches,
Yeah.
it's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
Then there's Taurus. Remember their love of stability, routine. That can be great in some contexts, but
You can make them a little resistant to change.
especially the rapid kind that Sagittarius tends to thrive on. So Taurus might be busy perfecting their product line while Sagittarius is already brainstorming like 10 new ones.
And then there's Virgo, all about the details, always.
Right. Their meticulousness, their need for perfection, it can clash with Sagittarius's more, spontaneous big picture style.
I think we're seeing a theme here.
Definitely.
But, navigating those differences, it all comes down to self-awareness, right? Communication, a willingness to compromise. It's not about finding someone exactly like you, but finding someone who complements your strengths, challenges your weaknesses, and someone who inspires you to grow. And sometimes, honestly, those incompatible pairings, they can actually lead to the most unexpected and rewarding partnerships.
So couldn't agree more. Astrology, it's a guide, right? It's a tool to understand ourselves and others better. It doesn't dictate the success or failure of a relationship, whether it's romantic, platonic, or even professional. Ultimately, it comes down to how individuals choose to navigate those differences and, support each other's growth.
So well said. And on that note, I think we've covered a ton of ground today. Our listener is walking away with a much deeper understanding of Sagittarius, how they connect with others, and maybe even some insights into their own relationships. But as we wrap up this deep dive, one final thought to ponder. If you had to choose one word, just one, to describe the ideal partner, friend, or even colleague for a Sagittarius, what would it be and why? Think about it, and we'll catch you in our next deep dive.
Capricorn is at December 22nd to January 19th zone.
So if you're a Capricorn listening, or maybe you know some Capricorns, get ready for some aha moments.
Okay, so let's jump right in. If you had to describe a Capricorn in a nutshell, what comes to mind?
Grounded, for sure. Practical, ambitious. They always seem to have their act together.
Right. Both Capricorn.pdf and Capricorn Compatibility Chart.pdf really emphasize those classic Capricorn traits.
Yep.
Disciplined, responsible, always planning ahead.
Capricorn actually calls their work ethic a defining characteristic, like it's in their DNA.
And you can just tell they're driven to succeed. It's not about coasting through life. They want to make their mark.
Absolutely. And it's not just about the destination. They actually find satisfaction in the process of building something great,
Which makes me think of something else. Capricorn ruling planet, Saturn.
Ah, Saturn, the planet of discipline, structure, time.
Exactly. Like Capricorns embody that Saturnian energy. They're patient, persistent, and always striving for mastery. They don't shy away from hard work. In fact, they seem to thrive on it.
They're the ones putting in the time, even when it means making sacrifices. But, every strength has its flip side, right?
Right, no sign is perfect. What about those potential Capricorn pitfalls?
Well, that incredible work ethic, sometimes it can tip into workaholic territory. They can get so laser focused on their goals that they forget to take a break.
True, like they're so busy climbing that ladder of success that they forget to enjoy the view.
And Capricorn.pdf also points out that this drive for achievement can lead to some serious self-criticism.
It's like they have this inner critic that's never satisfied, always pushing for more, even when they've accomplished amazing things.
Yeah, they can definitely be their own worst enemies. But on a positive note, Capricorns are also incredibly self-aware. They recognize these tendencies in themselves, which is huge for growth.
Okay, that makes sense. It's like they have the potential to navigate those shadows, even if it takes some effort.
For sure. Now, ready to dive into some Capricorn compatibility?
Oh, I was waiting for this. Who vibes well with our ambitious goats, who might be a bit more challenging?
All right, let's fill the tea. Taurus, Virgo, and Cancer top the list for romantic compatibility.
Okay, starting with Taurus, that just makes sense, right? Both earth signs,
Yeah.
grounded, practical.
Total compatibility. Both value stability, loyalty, building a solid foundation. You can always count on a Taurus-Capricorn couple to have their life together.
Totally. They're the couple everyone envies a little bit for their rock-solid bond.
Now, what about Virgo? This one screams power couple to me.
I can see it. Virgos with their attention to detail, Capricorns with their ambition, they bring out the best in each other.
Virgo's analytical nature really complements Capricorn's strategic thinking. Both are natural problem solvers.
They're the couple that conquers the world together, one perfectly executed plan at a time. But what about Cancer? That one seems a bit more unexpected. Cancer's a water sign, right?
Right, Cancer is all about emotions, nurturing, creating a cozy home. And at first glance, it does seem like an odd pairing with a Capricorn. Sometimes the most unexpected pairings are the most magical.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Tell me more about this Earth-Water combo.
Well, Cancer brings emotional depth, that nurturing energy that Capricorn sometimes lacks. And Capricorn, they provide the stability and practicality that Cancer craves.
It's like they complete each other, balance each other out.
Exactly. They teach each other valuable lessons about love, life, and balancing ambition with emotional well-being. So fascinating. Okay, we've got Taurus, Virgo, Cancer, top contenders for Capricorn's heart. But what about the signs that might be a little more challenging?
There are a few that consistently pop up as needing more effort.
Right, hit me with those potentially tricky matches.
Aries, Gemini, and Leo are the ones that often require more work for a Capricorn to find that spark.
Let's break those down. Starting with Aries, why might this fiery ram be a challenge for our grounded goat?
Aries is all about spontaneity, adventure, diving head first into things. They're the life of the party.
They live life in the fast lane, while Capricorns prefer a more scenic route.
Right. And that difference can be exciting at first, but it can also lead to clashes. Capricorns crave stability, predictability. Aries thrives on change and excitement.
It's not that it can't work, but they definitely need to be mindful of each other's needs.
Communication is key. Okay, now Gemini, they're the social butterflies, always on the go, flitting from one thing to the next, always changing, always exploring. How does that mesh with Capricorn's more grounded nature?
It can be a bit overwhelming. Capricorns admire Gemini's wit and intelligence, but that constantly shifting energy can be a lot.
It's like they're speaking different love languages.
You got it. Capricorns are all about actions speaking louder than words. Geminis are about affirmation, playful gestures, keeping things interesting.
It's not a deal breaker, but it would take effort to bridge that communication gap.
Okay, last but not least, we have Leo. Always the center of attention, radiating confidence.
Leos definitely aren't afraid to shine. But how does that bold energy work with Capricorn's more reserved vibe?
Well, Leos naturally crave the spotlight. And while Capricorns admire their confidence, they can find that constant need for attention a bit draining.
So it's an energy level thing.
Exactly. Capricorns are more low-key. Leos thrive on being seen and admired. Again, not impossible, but it takes effort from both sides to find a balance.
So no matter the signs, communication is key, right? Understanding each other's strengths, weaknesses, and all that.
100% is the foundation for any strong connection.
Okay, we've covered love, but what about friendships? Who are Capricorns grabbing brunch with? Who's on speed dial for late-night advice?
Their best buds tend to be those grounded earth signs, Taurus and Virgo. No surprise there.
Shared values, practical mindsets, it's a recipe for a solid friendship.
But here's a twist. Scorpio also ranks high on the list of compatible friends for Capricorn.
Really? Scorpio. That intense, mysterious water sign. Tell me more.
Scorpio's depth and intensity actually complement Capricorn's grounded, steady nature.
It's like they challenge each other to grow in unexpected ways.
Exactly. Scorpio helps Capricorn tap into their emotions, while Capricorn provides stability for Scorpio's intensity. It's a win-win.
I love that opposites attracting, or at least making for fascinating friendships. Okay, time for the flip side. Which signs might Capricorn need to put in some extra work to befriend?
Let's see. Sagittarius, Aquarius, and Aries as those potentially tricky matches friendship-wise.
Starting with Sagittarius. Why might this adventurous fire sign be a challenge for our Capricorn pals?
Think about it. Capricorns are all about structure, responsibility, planning things out.
Oh yeah, they practically invented the color-coded calendar.
Exactly. Sagittarius, complete opposite. Freedom, spontaneity, going with the flow.
So while Capricorn's planning their next career move, Sagittarius is backpacking through Southeast Asia on a one-way ticket.
Pretty much. And while that free spirit is liberating, it can clash with Capricorn's grounded, practical approach.
It's like they speak different languages of adventure. Okay, what about Aquarius? Always the independent, forward-thinking type.
Aquarians are the rebels of the Zodiac, always questioning, marching to their own beat.
Pushing boundaries, challenging the status quo.
Exactly. Capricorns admire their intellect, their originality, but that unconventional approach to life can be a bit much.
So different comfort zones when it comes to rules and traditions.
You got it. Capricorns like structure, tradition. Aquarians, they thrive on breaking free. Again, not impossible, but they need to find a middle ground.
And last but not least, Aries makes a reappearance on the potentially challenging list. What is it about Aries that might clash with Capricorn, friendship-wise?
Remember, Aries is all about impulsivity, taking action, not overthinking things. Capricorns like to think things through carefully.
So a clash of pacing.
Exactly. Aries acts on instinct. Capricorn weighs all their options, different approaches to risk and decision-making. But hey, communication can bridge that gap too.
Communication is key. It's the universal language of friendship, no matter your sign.
Absolutely, especially when you're trying to build a strong, supportive bond. Speaking of which, I'm curious about Capricorns in the workplace. Are they all about climbing that corporate ladder?
That's a good one. We've talked about their ambition, their work ethic, but are they all about those corner offices?
Well, they're drawn to careers that require discipline, responsibility, strategic thinking.
So we're talking management, finance, law. The classic Capricorn domains.
Exactly. It just makes sense with their natural strengths, practicality, attention to detail, seeing projects through to the end.
Like they were born to be CEOs, or at least the masterminds behind the scenes.
Right. They're not afraid of hard work, and they love having the freedom to make things happen.
But Capricorn, they find a lot of satisfaction in building something meaningful, something with a lasting impact.
It's not just about titles and status. It's about aligning their work with their values.
So they could thrive as entrepreneurs, artists, activists, as long as they feel passionate about it.
Exactly. It's about finding that sweet spot where skills, passions, and values all come together.
Okay, so we've got natural-born leaders, builders. But what about those work relationships? Who are their ideal colleagues, and who might make that Monday morning meeting a bit tougher?
Surprise, surprise. Taurus and Virgo are at the top for best work matches.
Those names just keep coming up. The stars have aligned for the ultimate dream team.
Right. Taurus with their steady work ethic and eye for quality. Virgo with their meticulousness and organizational skills. They just work so well with Capricorn's leadership.
It's like they create this harmonious, productive environment where everyone thrives.
Now, for those less than ideal matches, Gemini, Sagittarius, and you guessed it, Aries.
Okay, let's unpack those, starting with Gemini. Why might they be a bit tricky for Capricorns in the workplace?
Remember how Geminis thrive on variety, juggling multiple projects? They're the masters of multitasking.
Oh yeah, they've got that down to a science.
But that can clash with Capricorn's more structured, linear approach. Capricorns like to focus on one thing at a time, giving it their full attention.
So it's about finding a middle ground, respecting each other's styles.
Exactly. Communication is key, always. Okay, next up, Sagittarius. We've talked about their love for freedom, but how does that play out in a work setting?
Imagine this Capricorn's all about deadlines, schedules, following the rules. Sagittarius might question authority, push boundaries.
A clash of structure versus flexibility, tradition versus innovation.
Right. And while those differences could be complementary, it takes effort to make it work. Finding that balance between structure and innovation is key.
Now, for the third time, we have Aries. What is it about their energy that might not mesh with Capricorn at work?
This is the impulsivity, that need for instant gratification.
Yeah, that tendency to charge head without overthinking can clash with Capricorn's methodical, cautious approach.
So a clash of pacing, of decision-making styles. Yeah.
Got it. Capricorns like to weigh their options, consider all outcomes. Aries trusts their gut and takes action. Totally different timelines.
But even with these potentially challenging work matches, it comes back to communication, respect, a willingness to compromise.
Absolutely. When you have a shared goal and mutual respect, you can make anything work. But here's a thought about business partnerships, and there are some surprises there.
Like what? Lay it on me.
Taurus, Virgo, even Scorpio, still the dream team for Capricorns in business.
Those earth and water signs just get them. But you said surprises.
Yeah, Geminis and Aquarians are actually considered less ideal business partners for Capricorns.
Really? Why those two?
Geminis, with their adaptability and tendency to pivot quickly, might clash with a Capricorn's love for stability and long-term planning in business.
So adaptability versus needing a solid plan.
Exactly. Geminis are great at thinking on their feet. Capricorns prefer to stick to the plan. And with Aquarians, it's their unconventional approach to business that can create friction.
Their innovative ideas might clash with Capricorn's more traditional mindset.
It's a clash of vision versus execution.
Makes sense. But again, it all circles back to communication and compromise.
Always. Now, before we get too caught up in the nitty-gritty of compatibility, let's remember that there's more to a person than just their sun sign.
Right. Sun signs are just one piece of the puzzle.
A starting point, not the whole picture.
Exactly. Moon signs, rising signs, they all play a role, right?
Absolutely. It creates a much more nuanced, individualized understanding.
Speaking of which, maybe we should touch on cusp signs. What does that even mean?
Ah, yes. Cusp signs, those born right on the edge of two zodiac signs.
So someone born on, say, December 20th might feel the influence of both Sagittarius and Capricorn.
Exactly. A unique blend of energies from both signs.
It's like they're straddling two different worlds, which adds another layer of complexity.
Exactly. It's all part of the beauty and intricacy of astrology.
It's about recognizing that we're all unique individuals with our own cosmic blueprints.
Astrology is just one way to explore those blueprints, to gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and the people around us.
Back again, diving deeper into the realm of Capricorn. Last time, we unearthed some really interesting tidbits about this Earth sign, their strengths, their weaknesses, how those traits play out in relationships, even at work.
And we were just getting started. There's always more to uncover when it comes to astrology.
Totally. Something that stood out to me was how drawn to tradition and stability Capricorns seem to be. Almost like they carry the wisdom of the past within them.
Absolutely. They value family, community, those ties that bind.
It's like they see the importance of those foundations, those time-tested ways of doing things.
Exactly. And this connection to tradition can show up in so many ways, from their career choices to their relationships, even their personal style.
So true. I can totally see a Capricorn being drawn to a career in, like, law or architecture, something with a rich history. Or maybe they gravitate toward vintage clothing or antiques.
Absolutely. They find beauty in things that have stood the test of time. That Saturnian influence, again, appreciation for things that are enduring, well-crafted, with a story to tell.
It's giving old soul vibes for sure. But like anything, there are two sides to this. Could this appreciation for tradition also make them resistant to change?
Good point. Because they value stability and predictability, Capricorns can be a little hesitant to embrace new ideas.
Which makes sense. It's not that they're against progress, but they need to see the logic, the practicality of it before they fully jump on board.
Exactly. They approach change thoughtfully, cautiously. They need that time to process, to adapt.
Like they're assessing, okay, will this change stand the test of time? Just like those traditions I hold dear.
Yes. And, once they've had that time to adjust, they can be incredibly adaptable. They might bend with the wind, but they rarely break.
There's that resilience again. Okay, so we've talked about their ambition, their grounded nature, their respect for tradition. But what about their inner world? Their emotions? What are they like beneath that calm and collected exterior?
Capricorns might seem serious, reserved, but actually being incredibly sensitive and caring.
Really? They don't always show that side, do they?
Not outwardly, no. In fact, they can be quite emotionally reserved, often struggling to express their feelings openly.
So they feel deeply, but showing it is the hurdle. It's almost like they have this wall up.
Exactly. And this emotional reservation, it could come from different places. Maybe it's wanting to appear strong, in control, or maybe it's a fear of vulnerability.
Protecting their heart, trying to avoid getting hurt. Which is interesting because they seek deep, meaningful connections. So how do they reconcile those two things, wanting connection but also being so guarded?
That's where their practicality kicks in. For a Capricorn, actions speak louder than words.
Give me some examples. How does a Capricorn say, I love you, without actually saying it?
Think about it. They might not write you a gushy letter, but they'll be the first one there to help you move. or stay up late helping you with a project.
So they show up. They offer tangible support.
Exactly. Grand gestures, emotional declarations, not really their style, but their actions. They speak volumes.
It's a love built on trust, dependability. Acts of service is a love language for them, right?
Exactly. They express love through those practical gestures that show they care.
So if you're dating a Capricorn, forget the dozen roses. Maybe you're getting a perfectly planned weekend getaway, or they finally tackle that DIY project you've been putting off.
Exactly. They make your life easier, more stable.
It's the kind of love that just feels solid. And speaking of solid, it makes me think of another thing, their need for security.
Big time. Because they're so grounded, Capricorns crave relationships that are equally stable, secure. They're not interested in anything superficial.
No games, just real deal.
Exactly. Relationships are an investment for them. They're in it for the long haul.
That makes sense why those earth sign pairings, Taurus, Virgo, tend to be such strong matches. They're all about building that solid foundation together.
Absolutely. And this desire for security, it goes beyond romance. They seek that depth, that trustworthiness in all their relationships, friendships, family, even at work.
Loyalty is huge for them. Once you've earned a Capricorn's trust, you're golden. They've got your back.
They're the definition of loyal. Always there to offer support, guidance, even if they don't always say it in the most expressive way.
So to recap, Capricorns are capable of deep love, loyalty, commitment, even if they're not always shouting it from the rooftops.
They're the rocks you can depend on, stable, supportive, always there for the people they care about.
Okay, we've covered a lot. Their strengths, challenges, compatibility, even their emotional depths. But I'm curious now, what's at the heart of it all? What truly drives a Capricorn?
At their core, Capricorns are driven by achievement, mastery. They want to excel.
Which tracks with everything we've talked about. Their ambition, their work ethic, that perseverance. They don't back down from a challenge.
Not at all. They have this inner need to prove their worth, not just to the world, but to themselves, too.
Like they have these internal standards, incredibly high ones that they're always trying to meet.
You got it. They're incredibly goal-oriented and finding satisfaction in setting those challenging targets and then crushing them.
They thrive on that sense of accomplishment.
It's not about taking the easy way out. It's about proving they have what it takes to succeed.
But this drive, as admirable as it is, it comes with challenges, right? We talked about the workaholism, the self-criticism.
Right, it's a balancing act. They can be so hard on themselves, always pushing for more, never feeling like it's enough.
Always striving for better, which can be both a blessing and a curse.
And that's where self-care comes in. Learning to celebrate those wins, acknowledge their achievements, and be kind to themselves, even when they don't reach those sky-high expectations.
Finding that balance between ambition and well-being, striving for excellence, but also embracing imperfection.
And that's where loved ones can be so important. Offering encouragement, support, and those gentle reminders to slow down, enjoy the journey.
Now, you know me, I'm always up for a good puzzle.
Right.
And Aquarius definitely falls into that category.
For sure.
Case in point. The symbol, the water bearer. For an air sign.
Right.
It's like calling a cat a dog person. It's just, it tickles the funny bone, doesn't
This is
it?
definitely one of the Zodiac's quirks. But like any good paradox, it makes more sense once you understand the why. This water bearer pours out. Think of it as a constant flow of ideas, innovation, a desire to make the world a better, more equitable place. This isn't about emotions pooling up like with some water signs. It's that air sign energy focused outward, shaking things up.
Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. I once knew a Scorpio who was all about grand gestures and wearing their heart on their sleeve, and I just assumed fire sign.
Right.
Turns out they were channeling their water sign intensity in a completely different way.
Exactly. It highlights how the elements manifest in such individualized ways within each sign. And with Aquarius, that innovative, forward-thinking approach is deeply connected to their ruling planet, Uranus,
the planet of revolution,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
The one that's all about breakthroughs and sudden shifts.
Exactly. It's like Uranus-infused Aquarius with this cosmic drive to challenge the status quo and pave their own path. In fact, the Aquarius perfectly captures this independent spirit with the line, they march to the beat of their own drum.
And not just march, but lead the parade, am I right? They have this inherent unconventionality, a rhythm of self-expression that defies conformity. It's like they were born knowing the world needs their unique perspective.
Precisely. This isn't about being different just to stand out. It's about authenticity being their default setting. And this independent streak plays a huge role in how they approach relationships, which brings us to the fascinating world of compatibility.
All right, let's break out that compatibility chart, especially the love life and friendship sections. It seems like fellow air signs, Gemini and Libra, are a natural fit, birds of a feather and all of them. But tell me more about why this works so well.
Air signs, with their shared emphasis on intellect and communication, provide that stimulating mental playground Aquarians crave. They thrive on witty banter, thought-provoking discussions, and that certain level of emotional detachment that can sometimes leave other elements feeling adrift. But there are also surprising fire signs that really click with Aquarius, like the adventurous Sagittarius.
Ah, the adventurer and the innovator, off on some grand quest together. That tracks. The chart also mentions Libra as a strong match. I'm sensing a theme of balance here. Does Libra's diplomatic nature help ground Aquarius's more unconventional impulses?
It's more about their shared value of harmony and fairness, though expressed differently. Libra seeks balance through diplomacy and compromise, while Aquarius leans into social justice, challenging unfair systems. It's less about grounding and more about those end goals aligning beautifully.
Okay, so lots of potential for sparks to fly in those pairings. But what about those relationships that might require a little more navigation? I can't help but notice the worst matches section beckoning us.
Now remember, worst in this context isn't a death knell. It's more like flagging areas where extra understanding and flexibility will be key. Take Taurus, for example. It's that classic clash of stability versus change. Taurus craves routine and security, those grounded, earthy comforts, while Aquarius thrives on the unexpected, the unconventional. Those differences can lead to some fundamental disconnects if not carefully navigated.
Makes sense. What about Cancer? They're often seen as the nurturers of the Zodiac, so I'm curious about how that plays out with Aquarius's more emotionally independent nature.
That's where things can get tricky. Cancers are deeply emotional and crave constant reassurance and closeness. While Aquarians are capable of deep loyalty, they express love in less traditional ways. They might prioritize acts of service or spending quality time over constant cuddles or effusive declarations. It's not about a lack of feeling, but a difference in expression.
It's like they're speaking different love languages.
Oh, yeah.
Without that translation guide, misunderstandings can definitely pop up.
Exactly. And speaking of different languages, let's shift gears and talk about Aquarius at work. It's in their careers where that innovative, unconventional spirit really shines. As you might expect, the compatibility chart highlights other air signs, Gemini and Libra, as natural collaborators.
Makes sense. They can bounce ideas off each other, brainstorm freely, and really tap into that air sign synergy. But what really caught my eye was Aries being listed as a surprisingly strong work match. We're talking about a fiery go-getter paired with the visionary Aquarian. How does that dynamic work?
It's all about their strengths complementing each other beautifully. Aries brings the drive, the ambition, the let's just do it energy, while Aquarius provides the out-of-the-box thinking, the long-term vision. It's like a high-powered idea factory, with Aries providing the fuel and Aquarius the ingenious design.
Now, on the flip side, we have Taurus and Capricorn listed as potentially challenging work matches. Given Taurus's reliability and Capricorn's legendary work ethic, this seems counterintuitive. What's the dynamic there?
On the surface, yes. But remember, Aquarius operates on a different wavelength. They thrive on change, pushing boundaries, questioning the we've always done it this way mentality. This can clash with Taurus's love of tradition and Capricorn's emphasis on structure. Taurus might find Aquarius too unpredictable, while Capricorn might perceive them as lacking discipline.
So it's a matter of different approaches, different priorities when it comes to work, but it's not a lost cause, right?
Exactly. With understanding and flexibility, these pairings can find a groove. But it requires a willingness to bridge those differences, to appreciate the unique strengths each sign brings to the table. Speaking of strengths, every sign has its superpowers, those qualities that make them both frustrating and endearing. Truly fascinating strengths for Aquarius. Their humanitarianism, their vision, even their sharp wit. It's a potent combination.
It's like they have this innate radar for what's next, coupled with a genuine desire to use their insights to make a difference.
And what's striking is how they embody those classic Aquarian strengths on a larger-than-life scale. Oprah, with her philanthropy and her ability to connect with people from all walks of life. Ellen, using humor to challenge social norms and promote acceptance. Lincoln, a leader who fought for equality and had a vision for a more united nation. These are individuals who didn't shy away from using their voices to inspire change.
It's like they took that Aquarian urge to make a difference and amplified it on a global scale. But let's not sugarcoat things. No sign is without its challenges. The document doesn't shy away from those potential weaknesses either, which I appreciate. So let's dive into those. What are some of the hurdles Aquarians might face, particularly those that might resonate with our listener?
One that often comes up is emotional detachment. Now remember, this isn't about a lack of feeling. It's more that Aquarians process emotions differently. They're less likely to wear their hearts on their sleeves, and sometimes their need for logic can overshadow their emotional responses.
So someone dating an Aquarius might feel a bit confused or even hurt if their partner isn't showering them with constant affection.
It's possible, especially if they're not aware of how Aquarius expresses love. Open communication is key in any relationship, but it's especially crucial when dealing with signs that have different emotional styles.
Absolutely. What other potential challenges are highlighted?
Another big one is stubbornness. Remember how we talked about Aquarius being ruled by Uranus, the planet of rebellion? Well, that independent streak can sometimes translate into an unwillingness to compromise, even when it's for the best.
So good luck changing an Aquarius's mind once it's made up.
Let's just say they enjoy a good debate and aren't afraid to stand their ground, even if it ruffles some feathers along the way. And finally, the Aquarian tendency towards idealism, which can be both a superpower and a stumbling block.
In what way can idealism be a downside? Isn't it good to strive for a better world?
Absolutely, and that's where their idealism shines. But sometimes that idealism can lead to disappointment when reality doesn't live up to their lofty expectations. They might struggle with cynicism or become disillusioned if their efforts to enact change don't yield immediate results.
It's like they're wired to see the world as it could be, which is beautiful, but also means they might be more sensitive to the flaws of the world as it is.
That's a great way to put it. It's all about finding that balance, holding on to hope and striving for progress, while also accepting that change takes time and that the world is full of complexities.
It seems like a delicate dance between keeping that Aquarian optimism alive while also developing a thick skin for the realities of the world.
And that's where self-awareness and personal growth come in. By understanding their strengths and weaknesses, Aquarians can navigate these challenges more effectively and use their unique gifts to make a real difference in the world. Which, by the way, is something they deeply desire to do.
Now, that's a perfect segue to dive even deeper into the inner world of Aquarius. What motivates them? What brings them joy? What makes them tick? It's like they have this built-in radar for what's next. It's not just about following every trend, though, right? It's deeper than that.
Oh, for sure. It's more about using that unique perspective to dig into what it means to be human,
Yeah. Right. And often they're expressing this understanding through creative outlets, whether it's art or tech or just their way of seeing things. We've been saying it all along, natural innovators.
Absolutely, and always looking for a better way to do things. And it goes beyond just a knack for it. It's like they're tuned into this different frequency. Remember how we were saying Uranus is all about those sudden breakthroughs, those aha moments?
Right.
Aquarians, it's woven right into who they are.
Okay, so we've got these natural innovators, always seeking, always pushing for better. But what fuels that? What's the search all about?
At the very core, it's a need to know, to understand the why of everything.
I like that.
That insatiable curiosity, like the world's a giant puzzle. They just got to find the missing pieces.
It gives me flashbacks. My college roommate, Aquarius, late night debates, always pushing, challenging, never settling for the easy answer.
Sounds about right. And it's not just hoarding knowledge either. They got to share it, use it to make things better. We talk about their humanitarian side.
We did.
This is where that 11th house energy kicks in.
The 11th house.
Yeah.
Now, remind me again, what's the connection there?
Okay, so 11th house, it's all about hopes, dreams, community, making a real impact, collaboration, innovation, but with a bigger purpose. And guess which sign rules this house?
Aquarius.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that clicks now. It's not enough to just get it. They have to use it for good.
Exactly. They see how everything's connected, It's like this responsibility to use what they've got for the greater good.
That internal compass, always pointing towards progress,
Right.
even if it's a bumpy, unpredictable ride to get there.
Which, speaking of unpredictable, we got to talk about that Aquarian quirkiness.
Ah, yes. The unpredictability, it's definitely part of their charm.
For sure.
But it can be, let's just say, interesting for those around them.
You can say that again. Just when you think you've got them figured out, bam, totally unexpected. Life of the party 1 minute, then poof, need their solo recharge time.
All part of that air sign energy, constantly flowing, shifting. You can't quite pin them down. Ties right back into Uranus, right?
Yes.
Sudden shifts, unexpected turns, it's all connected.
Exactly. Embracing change, zigging when others zag, it's in their cosmic DNA. But here's the thing. It's not about being difficult or messing with people. It's about being true to themselves. They don't shy away from breaking the mold, questioning everything, even if it ruffles some feathers.
So how do you navigate that, any kind of relationship, with that level of unpredictability? Seems like trying to put an Aquarius in a box is a recipe for, well, disaster.
Oh, 100%. Trying to control that free spirit. Frustration for everybody involved. The key is going in with an open mind. Be ready for anything.
So buckle up and enjoy the ride.
That's the spirit. With an Aquarius, it's not just a friend, a partner, a colleague. It's a front row seat to a mind that never stops.
And that is something special. Now, before we get too far off track ourselves, let's talk about the Aquarian shadow side a bit. We've covered the strengths, but what about the potential downsides? What might be helpful for our listener to be aware of?
Right, of course. Like any sign, they've got their shadows, things that can be tough for them and those around them. And a big one that comes up a lot is emotional detachment.
Right, we touched on that earlier, how they may not express emotions in the typical way, but how does this really show up in their lives? And what can people do about it?
So remember, they lead with their heads, not their hearts. Logic, intellect, first and foremost. Sometimes that makes it tough to connect with their own emotions, let alone share them with others.
So they might seem aloof, distant, even cold.
Yeah, but it's not that they don't feel deeply, it's more about how they process things.
It's like their own language of feelings, and not everyone's fluent.
Exactly. And this can be tricky in relationships, where that emotional closeness is so important.
Especially romantic ones.
Right. Partners might feel neglected, misunderstood, even unloved. Not because the feelings aren't there, but because they're not being shown in the expected way.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So how do you bridge that gap? How do you navigate the emotional waters with an Aquarius?
Communication is key, really. And I don't mean just, surface level chatting. With Aquarians, it's about making that space, for real talk, where both people can be honest about what they need, what they expect. No pressure, just openness.
So don't expect them to suddenly become like the king or queen of PDA.
Right, exactly.
It's more about understanding their way of showing they care and finding that middle ground.
Exactly. Meeting in the middle, understanding and being open to different ways of showing love.
That's good advice for any relationship, really.
No.
Now, were there other, shadow sides that came up in what you brought? Anything else that stood out about this sign?
Yeah, we talked about their idealism. Like any strength, it can be a downfall, too, if they're not careful. They have this strong sense of justice, this belief in a better future that sometimes they're let down when things don't live up to it,
It's like they got this perfect vision in their head, and then reality hits with all its messiness.
Exactly. And that disappointment, it comes out in different ways. Some Aquarians, they pull back, get cynical. Others, they just push harder, even if it burns them out.
So it's finding that balance, holding on to hope, but being realistic too.
It is. It really is. And that's where knowing yourself comes in. Recognizing this idealism and what can trip them up helps them manage those expectations, celebrate the little wins, and channel that passion into something that lasts.
It's like walking that tightrope between being the change and accepting that it takes time.
Well said. Yeah. Head and heart, idealism and reality.
Isn't that what we're all trying to do, though? Find that balance in ourselves and our relationships.
Absolutely. That's why I love digging into astrology. It's not about labels. It's about understanding those energies, the good and the bad, so we can do life better, more compassionately, and maybe with a little cosmic humor, too.
I like that. Speaking of cosmic journeys, I think we've reached the end of ours with Aquarius. Before we go, any final bits of wisdom for our listeners, whether they're embracing their inner water bearer or just trying to figure out the ones in their life?
Don't be afraid to expect the unexpected. Challenge what you think you know and never, ever underestimate a unique point of view. In a world that wants us all the same, it's the Aquarians who remind us to be ourselves, march to our own beat, and keep fighting for a better future for everybody.
Beautifully said.
Pisces. Water sign, ruled by Neptune.
The deep end of the pool. If you think about water, it's emotions, intuition, all that stuff bubbling below the surface.
Okay, that's vibing with that artist and dreamer thing Pisces are known for.
Exactly. Neptune's all about dreams, illusions.
Yeah.
Not superficial stuff, though. This runs deep for Pisces.
So, if you meet a Pisces musician or filmmaker, there's going to be that magical, almost otherworldly vibe.
Totally. But that sensitivity, double-edged sword, my friend. It lets them create, empathize, but also easily overwhelmed. Boundaries are their best friend.
Makes you wonder about those best love matches. Cancer? Scorpio. And wait for it, Taurus. How does that work?
It's all about balance. Cancer, another water sign, so they just get each other. Intuitive connection is off the charts. Telepathic almost.
Telepathy, sign me up. But Scorpio, even on like, whoa, intense, much passionate, transformative. Explain that combo because, wow.
So you've got Scorpio bringing that fire, that depth Pisces craves, but not just surface level. Both signs are about digging deep, growing, transforming together. It's intense for sure.
I bet. Okay, but Taurus. Opposites attract, sure, but how can a dreamy Pisces handle someone as grounded as a Taurus?
That's the point. Pisces needs that grounding, that stability. Taurus brings them back down to earth.
Yeah.
And Taurus is drawn to that Pisces creativity, the emotional depth. It's that classic opposites attract, but they actually complement each other really well.
So it's like Pisces needs emotional connection, but someone who can handle it too.
You got it. Makes you think about those LAS compatible signs.
Yeah.
Gemini, Sagittarius, Aries, red flags galore, potentially.
Yeah, those jumped out at me too. Okay, so Gemini, too intellectual for a Pisces, too surface level.
Kind of.
No.
Geminis are all about ideas, communication, which is great, but can feel superficial to someone who thrives on emotional depth.
Ouch. Yeah, recipe for hurt feelings right there. What about Sagittarius then? Too free-spirited even for a Pisces.
Bingo. Sagittarius is all about exploration, independence, which can leave a Pisces feeling, well, abandoned emotionally. Not that it can't work, just takes a very specific understanding.
And Aries, isn't that just way too much fire for our water sign friend?
Imagine a rushing river meeting a still lake. Chaos.
Yeah.
Aries' assertiveness can feel overwhelming to a Pisces. Not exactly a recipe for peaceful coexistence, at least not without some serious effort.
So we've covered romance, but what about friendships and work? Do the same rules apply there? So we've talked about love, but what about friendships? Same vibe, different signs.
Some carry over for sure, but like with anything, there are some twists. Cancer, Capricorn, and Scorpio again, as top contenders for those close Pisces friendships.
Okay, Cancer, always down for an emotional heart-to-heart. But Capricorn, how does that work?
It's that grounding energy, right? Capricorn's practical, dependable, organized, all the things a Pisces, who can get swept up in their feels, might need to stay balanced.
That tracks. And Scorpio. So they can go from lovers to besties. Is that the vibe?
It's definitely got potential. Shared intensity, deep understanding, but even with compatible signs, communication is key, right? You got to work through stuff.
Always. Communication is everything. Okay, so what about work? Who should a Pisces be teaming up with?
This one surprised me. Taurus is a fantastic match for Pisces in the workplace.
Interesting, because romantically it's like proceed with caution. So maybe the reverse is true with Scorpio. Great for business, not so much for love. That's wild how that works.
This is those astrological energies manifest differently in different areas of life, you know?
Yeah.
Makes you think.
Totally. It's not one size fits all. Speaking of not fitting, who are those work colleagues that might clash with our Pisces friends?
Aries, Gemini, and Leo were all flagged as potentially tricky.
Okay, Aries, too much go-getter energy, we get it. But Gemini, I feel like they're pretty adaptable. What's the issue there?
It's that mutable energy, I think. Like Geminis are juggling a million ideas at once, and that can be overwhelming for someone who thrives on focus, on a calmer environment, you know?
So it's a work style clash. Not that Geminis are BAD, just different. And what about Leo then?
Leo's need for attention, for being in the spotlight. It might just overshadow a Pisces in a work setting. And Pisces, they tend to avoid confrontation.
Oh no, so they just suffer in silence. Not good for anyone. We got to talk about those Pisces weaknesses too. We've highlighted the good stuff, but, you know, no sign's perfect.
Totally. Oversensitivity, escapism, and sometimes a bit of indecisiveness. Those are areas where Pisces might struggle.
Which, like, makes sense, right? Given how deeply they feel everything, how in tune they are with, well, everything.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Their strengths and weaknesses are often two sides of the same coin. They're sensitive, which makes them incredible artists, but also easily hurt. They're intuitive, but can overthink things.
It's about working with those traits, right? Not trying to erase them.
100%. And speaking of escapism, we touched on that earlier. What does that even look like for a Pisces? Is it just reading a book, or is it something more?
Yeah, give us the specifics. What are we talking about here?
It can range from healthy to, well, not so healthy. For some, it's losing themselves in art, music, books, anything to disconnect from the everyday grind. For others, it might be unhealthy coping mechanisms.
So it can become a slippery slope if they're not careful, but it's not a life sentence, right? Like there are ways to manage that tendency.
Absolutely. It's all about healthy outlets. Remember Pisces, naturally creative.
Yeah.
Channeling those big feelings into art, music, writing, any form of self-expression. It can be incredibly therapeutic.
And having that support system, right? People they can talk to.
For sure. Open communication is huge. Having those boundaries in place, seeking support when they need it, all crucial for Pisces to thrive.
So it's about finding that balance between their inner world and, the demands of actually existing.
Which, let's be real, is something we all grapple with, regardless of our sign. But understanding these astrological influences, it's like a cheat sheet for navigating life,
Totally. And speaking of cheat sheets, we haven't even touched on Pisces in the business world. What do our sources have to say about that?
Right. Get this, ideal business partners. Taurus, Capricorn, and Scorpio makes another appearance.
Okay, Taurus, Capricorn, I get it. Practicality, ambition, getting things done, all good for business. But Scorpio, intense for the office? No.
Think of it this way. Scorpio's got that strategic mind, the drive, the determination. Combine that with Pisces' creativity and intuition. Powerhouse duo. They're not afraid to take risks, to go after what they want.
So they dream big together, but then they actually make it happen.
Exactly. And they complement each other's strengths so well. Scorpio brings the structure. Pisces brings the innovation. It's a good balance.
Okay, I can see that working. And who should Pisces maybe avoid going into business with?
Aries, Gemini, and Leo popped up again as potential challenges in a business setting.
Aries, we've covered. Too much my way or the highway. But remind us why Gemini isn't a great fit business-wise.
Their energy's all over the place. Like they're juggling multiple projects, ideas, and that can be really overwhelming for a Pisces who prefers a more focused approach.
So it's a clash of styles again. Makes sense. And Leo, I just imagine a power struggle over who gets the corner office.
Leo's need for recognition, their natural leadership, might end up overshadowing a Pisces. And because Pisces tend to shy away from conflict.
Okay, here we go again. They'll just bottle it up. Recipe for disaster, honestly.
Exactly. It's crucial for Pisces to find a business partner who respects their strengths. Someone who values their input.
Communication, respect, a shared vision. That's important in any partnership, but especially for a Pisces.
Absolutely. It's about finding that synergy, whether it's love, friendship, business, and astrology can help us understand those dynamics better.
It's like having a little cosmic cheat sheet for life. We've covered so much ground today. Personality, compatibility, strengths, weaknesses.
We've explored how Pisces navigates all kinds of relationships, and I think that theme of balance keeps coming up, wouldn't you say?
100%. But before we wrap up this deep dive into all things Pisces, can we circle back to something we mentioned earlier, their connection to dreams, intuition, spirituality, all that good stuff?
Ah, yes. The mystical side of Pisces. That's where their ruling planet, Neptune, shines through.
Tell us more about that. What is it about Pisces that makes them so tuned in to that spiritual side?
It's in their nature, honestly. Water is receptive, fluid. It flows between worlds, much like Pisces energy. They're empathetic, intuitive, always searching for deeper meaning. It's more than just being into those things, though. It's like they have a direct line to the collective unconscious, sensing the energy that flows through us all.
Okay, getting chills over here.
And their creativity, music, art, writing becomes a channel for those mystical insights.
So that sensitivity, that dreaminess we talked about, it's not just a quirk, it's their superpower.
Exactly. It's about understanding and harnessing that power, finding healthy outlets for those big emotions, using their intuition in a way that's authentic to them.
So if you have a Pisces in your life, embrace their empathy, their creativity, their wisdom, honestly.
And if you are Pisces listening, honor your sensitivity. Nurture that creative spirit. Don't be afraid to dive deep.
Beautifully said. We've covered so much today. Love, friendship, work, spirituality.
We really went there.
But before we wrap up this deep dive into the world of Pisces, I want to circle back to something we talked about earlier. Their connection to dreams, intuition, spirituality, all that good stuff.
Yes. The mystical side of Pisces. That's where their ruling planet, Neptune, really shines through.
Tell us more about that. What is it about Pisces that makes them so tuned into that spiritual side?
It's in their nature, honestly.
Yeah.
Water is receptive, fluid. It flows between worlds, much like Pisces energy. They're empathetic, intuitive, always searching for deeper meaning.
So it's not surprising that a lot of Pisces are into astrology, tarot, meditation, anything that connects them to something bigger, right?
Spot on. They tap into the collective unconscious, sensing the energy that flows through us all. Their creativity, music, art, writing becomes a channel for those mystical insights.
So that sensitivity, that dreaminess we talked about, it's not just a quirk, it's their superpower.
Exactly. It's about understanding and harnessing that power, finding healthy outlets for those big emotions, using their intuition in a way that's authentic to them.
But there's one aspect of Pisces we haven't explored fully. Their unique approach to love and relationships. Because, let's be real, romance is usually a hot topic when discussing compatibility.
Absolutely. And Pisces, being the romantics they are, approach love with a depth of feeling and idealism that's truly captivating.
It's that fairy tale quality, right? They're not just looking for a fling, they want a soulmate, a connection that transcends the everyday.
And that goes back to their ruling planet Neptune, the planet of dreams, illusions, and unconditional love. Pisces sees the potential for magic in every connection, which can be both a blessing and a curse. On the one hand, it lets them experience love with an intensity and depth that's really special. They give their all, wear their heart on their sleeve, and make their partner feel like the only person in the world.
That sounds incredibly romantic, but what about the downside?
The challenge is balancing that idealism with a healthy dose of reality. They feel so deeply that they can idealize partners, overlook red flags, or stay in relationships longer than they should, clinging to that initial spark.
So it's about finding that balance again, isn't it? Holding on to their romanticism, but also staying grounded and ensuring their needs are met.
Precisely. That's where those compatible signs come in. Cancer, with their shared emotional depth and intuition, creates a safe and nurturing space for a Pisces to open up. Scorpio matches their intensity and passion, forging a bond that's both exhilarating and deeply fulfilling.
And let's not forget Taurus. They provide the stability and security that a Pisces craves. They might not be as outwardly romantic as a Cancer or Scorpio, but their love runs deep, offering a safe haven.
Ultimately, Pisces needs a partner who meets them on their level, understands their sensitivity and need for emotional connection. Someone who can dive deep with them, but also guide them back to the surface when needed.
To someone who can weather the storms and celebrate the sunshine with equal passion.
Love with a Pisces is never boring, that's for sure. It's an adventure, a journey into the heart. And when it's good, it's pure magic.
Now that's the kind of love story we can all get behind. Speaking of stories, we've been so caught up in the world of Pisces that I almost forgot our final thought for our listeners.
Oh, you're right. We always like to leave our listeners with something to ponder, something to connect these insights to their own lives.
So what do you have for us today?
We've talked about Pisces' personality, their compatibility. But what if we took it a step further? Imagine each zodiac sign is a house, a physical representation of their energy. What would a Pisces house be like?
Ooh, I love this. Okay, for a Pisces, I'm picturing something right on the water, maybe even built on stilts, over a lagoon.
With those huge floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting the water's moods. You walk in, and immediately you're surrounded by this soft, ethereal light, like being underwater.
Yes. And inside, it's not minimalist, right? It's this cozy, eclectic, mixed, dreamy fabrics, those ocean tone colors, maybe some vintage instruments scattered around because music just flows through this place.
Stacks of books everywhere, poetry, fantasy novels, well-worn copies and spiritual texts. And it's not just visual. You can smell that salty air, maybe a hint of incense from a hidden meditation nook.
Ooh, there has to be a meditation nook tucked away with those plush cushions, maybe even a small fountain, that gentle trickling sound.
It's a haven, a sensory experience. Things might not always be perfectly in order, maybe a touch too much for some, but you feel that warmth, that empathy. It's a place where vulnerability is embraced.
Their home would be an extension of themselves, always open to friends and loved ones who need a shoulder to cry on, a listening ear. That's S.O. Pisces.
It's a reminder that with this sign, it's about diving beneath the surface. Their world is about feeling, about deep connection, about embracing the intangible beauty that surrounds us.
This has been such a fascinating deep dive. It's amazing how much astrology can teach us, even beyond those basic sun sign stereotypes.
It's a journey, right?
Yeah.
And whether you're a Pisces, you love a Pisces, or you simply want to understand this complex sign better, there's always more to discover.
Absolutely.
Ever get the feeling like, your sun sign only tells like half the story? Like you relate to some parts of it, but then there's this whole, I don't know, it's like something's missing.
Yeah.
And that's where today's deep dive gets really interesting, I think.
Absolutely.
We're going to unpack the elements in something called modalities in astrology.
Okay.
And trust me, this isn't just about like becoming an astrology expert, memorizing a bunch of traits. It's like getting this secret decoder ring for like human behavior, yours included.
Absolutely. Most people know their sun sign, right? Like that's kind of the base level.
Right.
But when you start to understand the elements, that's when things get really interesting.
Okay.
Because then you understand the core energy that kind of drives you.
So we're talking like fire, water, air.
Fire, water, air, and earth.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, so let's start with fire because, I mean, who doesn't love a little drama, right?
right.
I always pictured fire signs as being like the life of the party, always on the go.
Yeah, there's truth to that, right? Because fire has that like outward energy,
Yeah.
but it comes from somewhere. They're driven by a need to really act on their passions. It's not just about being seen, it's about making a mark on the world.
Which explains, like, maybe why you might find them,
Yeah.
like, starting new projects before finishing old ones, maybe.
Exactly. And think about how differently that fire expresses, right? So you have Aries, Leo, Sagittarius,
Right.
and Aries dives in head first.
Just goes for it.
No hesitation.
Yeah.
A Leo,
Yes.
they need that audience. They need that recognition for their boldness.
Right.
Whereas a Sagittarius is chasing after this, like, vision, a truth. They're compelled to uncover that. So same element, very, very different approaches.
Okay, so it's not enough to just be like, oh, they're a fire sign. You got to figure out how they direct that fire.
Yes.
That's fascinating. So on the flip side, you have water signs. And I'm a little terrified to ask this, but is it all tears and drama with these folks?
I mean, listen, there's definitely an emotional depth there.
Yeah.
That can be very intense. But it's also what makes them incredibly intuitive. Cancers, Scorpios, Pisces.
Yeah, okay.
They're not just reacting to what's on the surface. They're picking up on those unspoken emotions, the undercurrents.
Right, that other people might not, yeah.
Exactly.
Which is probably why they can be so, I don't know, perceptive. Even if it's like a little too much sometimes.
Exactly. And just like with the fire signs, how they express that water element really, really varies. You know, a Cancer's nurturing instinct comes from that same depth as a Scorpio's intensity.
Oh, wow.
But they manifest so differently.
Okay. This is starting making more sense than just like reading those generic descriptions. So fire's about outward action, water's this, like internal depth. Where does that leave air signs?
Air signs, think of them as the connectors of the zodiac.
Yeah.
They thrive on ideas, communication, Geminis, Libras, Aquarius.
Okay.
They are making sense of the world through dialogue and exchange.
So they're like the ones who can talk your ear off about philosophy 1 minute and then like be the life of the party the next.
Precisely. Yeah, that's the air element.
Wow.
It's about making connections, whether it's through, debate, witty banter, or even just observing, analyzing social dynamics.
But again, each sign has its own like special way of expressing that air energy, right?
Oh, absolutely. A Libra, for example, seeks harmony through their communication. They're the diplomats, always trying to find that common ground.
I see.
Whereas an Aquarius,
Yeah.
they express that air energy through innovation, through challenging the status quo. They're the revolutionaries, using their words, their ideas to, disrupt and inspire.
Oh, interesting. Okay, last but not least, we've got the earth signs.
Yes.
And I have to admit, I always thought of earth signs as being a bit boring.
Right.
Practical, grounded, predictable. Like, where's the fun in that?
Well, I mean, everyone needs a little stability in their life. And that's where the earth signs really shine. Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, they're the ones who bring us back down to earth, literally.
Right.
But don't mistake that practicality for a lack of depth, because their connection to the tangible, to the senses, is actually what allows them to create and appreciate beauty in a way that other signs can't.
So it's less about them, like, being boring and more about me, like, not appreciating their superpowers.
Exactly.
Okay.
And again, just like the other elements, each earth sign has its own way of grounding that energy.
Cool.
A Taurus finds joy in the physical world, good food, nature, sensual experiences, whereas a Virgo seeks perfection through action, creating order and efficiency.
Oh, so when I see my Virgo friend, like, meticulously organizing their spice rack,
Yes.
I should be in awe of their earth magic, not, like, making fun of them.
Precisely. It's all about understanding the why behind the what.
This is blowing my mind. Okay. We've covered so much ground already, but we're just getting started. All right, so we've got these 4 elements, these like core vibes.
Yes.
But then there's another layer, the modalities,
Right.
cardinal, fixed, and mutable. I gotta be honest, it sounds a little intimidating.
Right.
Like something you'd learn in, I don't know, like advanced potion making class or something.
Well, In a way, it is. It's like understanding the formula.
Okay.
So if the elements are the what of your personality, the fire, the water, the air, the modalities or how they describe your approach to life, how you express that elemental energy.
Okay, so less about the ingredients and more about, like, the recipe. I'm with you.
Yeah.
So let's start with cardinal signs.
Okay.
I've heard that, like, they're the go-getters, like the leaders of the Zodiac.
Yeah.
Is that accurate, or is that, like, a little bit of an oversimplification?
I mean, there's definitely an initiating energy there.
Think of it less about being bossy and more about being, like, a catalyst. Aries, Cancer, Libra, Capricorn, they're the ones that get the ball rolling. New relationship, a creative project, or even just a Tuesday afternoon.
Oh, wow.
Like, they're just ready to go.
So that friend who's always like dragging you to new restaurants, even if you just want to order pizza, that's like cardinal energy at work.
Exactly. It's that spark of let's do this,
Right,
whatever
yeah.
this may be.
I like it.
And because each cardinal sign is also driven by their element, that initiation looks different every time. So a Cancer, for example, might initiate through, like, deep emotional connection, whereas a Capricorn might channel that cardinal drive into, like, long-term goals and ambitions.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
But that also sounds kind of exhausting.
It can be.
Like always needing to be like on, starting new things.
Yeah.
Are cardinal signs just like perpetually restless?
Well, there can be a downside to all that initiating energy.
Yeah. Because they're so focused on the start, on making things happen, they can really struggle with patience.
Oh, so waiting for things to unfold is not their strong suit.
Not at all, no.
You're telling me, okay,
Right.
moving on to fixed signs.
Okay.
Does the name mean what I think it means?
Maybe.
Like stubborn, set in their ways?
I mean, there's definitely a steadiness to fixed signs that can be mistaken for rigidity, yes.
Okay.
But it's more about providing a solid foundation.
Okay.
Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius, they value things like loyalty, commitment, seeing things through.
Okay, so maybe fixed isn't the right word.
Right.
More like reliable.
There you go.
The friends who always have your back no matter what.
Exactly. They're the ones you call in a crisis.
Right.
The ones who always stay true to their word.
I see.
And you're right. There's two sides to every coin. That same steadfastness can make them very resistant to change.
Oh.
They like routine, they like predictability, and if you try and push them outside of their comfort zone, good luck.
So if you need someone to, like, go on a spontaneous backpacking trip across Southeast Asia,
Yes.
maybe don't ask your fixed sign friend.
Probably not, no.
Unless, like, it's meticulously planned months in advance.
Right, exactly, with every detail accounted for.
Yes. Okay.
Then you might be able to entice them.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
Yeah.
Last but not least, we have mutable signs.
Yes.
Are we talking like super flexible, go with the flow types?
You could say that, yeah. Mutable signs are like the chameleons of the zodiac. Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, Pisces, they adapt to their surroundings, they embrace change, they thrive in the in-between spaces.
So are they just like agreeable people pleasers with like no strong opinions?
Not at all. It's not about being fake or lacking conviction.
Yeah,
It's about being able to see things from multiple perspectives.
I see.
Mutable signs are very process-oriented. They're comfortable with ambiguity.
Okay.
And that makes them incredibly adaptable.
Interesting. So while like a fixed sign is digging in their heels, a mutable sign is already figuring out how to like navigate the new landscape.
Precisely. They're not afraid of the unknown. They find it exhilarating, which can make them incredible problem solvers, great communicators,
Okay.
able to like bridge gaps and find common ground where others would struggle.
I'm starting to see how these modalities add such a like fascinating layer.
Understanding those modalities in yourself and others, that can be a game changer.
Right.
In how you navigate your relationships, your work, even your own personal growth.
All right, I am officially hooked, but before we go any further, let's take like a quick recap for our listeners,
Okay.
and then we'll dive into how these elements and modalities actually work together
Yes.
to create like a truly unique astrological blueprint. So we've got these 4 elements: fire, water, air, and earth,
Mm-hmm.
and they're like the base colors.
The base colors in your like astrological personality palette.
Yes, I love that. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the modalities: cardinal, fixed, mutable.
Mm-hmm.
Those are like what, adding the brush strokes?
Yeah, they're determining how those colors are applied, the style of the painting.
I love that analogy. So it's not enough to just know what you're drawn to.
Right.
It's about how you approach those things.
Exactly.
But this is where my brain starts to short circuit a little bit. I got to be honest.
Yeah.
Because it's like we've got 12 signs, we've got 4 elements, we've got 3 modalities.
Right.
How does it all come together in a way that like makes sense?
Well, that's where the real fun begins. It's the combo of element and modality that creates this like unique signature for each sign. And knowing someone's sun sign is just like the tippy top of the iceberg.
Right.
It's just the beginning.
Okay, so walk me through it. Let's say someone's a Virgo.
Okay.
That's Earth sign, right?
Earth sign, yes.
And we talked about their like love of organization, their groundedness.
Yes, exactly. But a Virgo is also a mutable earth sign.
Okay.
So it's not just about creating order for order's sake. It's about adapting their approach to find, the most efficient, practical solution in any given situation.
Which explains why my Virgo friend can go from like planning a spreadsheet for our trip to like flawlessly navigating like a foreign bus schedule.
Right.
All while like keeping everyone calm.
They're on it.
Like it's incredible.
Totally. That's that mutable influence coming through. Yeah.
This is blowing my mind.
Right.
So it's like the element gives you the overall vibe, but then the modality is like the secret sauce, like the nuance that makes each sign tick.
Yeah, and understanding those nuances can completely change how you interact with people too.
Oh, okay.
Right. So for example, you might assume that a Scorpio and a Pisces would always get along.
Right, because they're both water signs.
Right, water seeks water, right.
Yeah.
But a Scorpio is fixed water, whereas a Pisces is mutable water.
Okay.
So while they share that emotional depth, a Scorpio expresses it with a lot more intensity.
Right.
And an almost like possessive need for control.
Oh, I see. And a Pisces is more go with the flow, adapting to like the emotional currents around them.
Exactly. So instead of like this calm understanding,
right,
you might actually get like a clash of needs.
Oh, wow.
A feeling of being stifled on one side.
Okay. Yeah, so that astrological like mismatch suddenly makes a lot more sense when you factor in the modalities.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm officially sold.
Good.
This is way more insightful than just reading those like generic, Scorpios are passionate, Virgos are organized.
There's so much more to it.
Okay, yeah.
It's just the beginning.
So for our listeners who are like itching to dive deeper after this,
yes,
what would you recommend as like a next step?
Getting your natal chart done is a great starting point.
Okay.
It maps out the exact position of the planets at the moment you were born.
Oh, wow.
Which gives you this like personalized snapshot of your own elemental and modal makeup.
No, it's like a cosmic personality profile, basically.
Yes. It can reveal so much about your strengths, your challenges, even your compatibility with others.
This has been incredible.
It's really fascinating stuff.
I feel like I've like unlocked a secret level of understanding human nature or something.
Yeah, and this is, remember, just scratching the surface.
Right. So knowing your element and your modality is cool, but like the real magic is seeing how they like uniquely combine.
Yes. In you. Exactly.
To create like your one-of-a-kind cosmic cocktail.
Beautifully put.
Yeah.
It's a journey of self-discovery that never really ends. On this deep dive, we're going to get right into the good stuff, the planets. And I know you guys already know a bit about astrology, which is why we're going deeper this time. We've got some really interesting stuff about what the planets mean, what they do, how they affect you. We're going to unpack all that.
I think what people don't always realize is that the planets are like, they're like characters, each one of them, in your own like cosmic story.
Ooh, I like that. Cosmic drama, right?
Yeah, each with their own like motivations, their own influence.
Okay, so like any good story, got to start with the main characters, right? The sun and the moon. And we hear about sun signs all the time, but what I'm seeing in these sources is it's way more than just like personality traits. It's like core energy, right? Vitality, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's more like the driving force behind how you express yourself.
Okay.
So if you think about things like your life purpose or how you get creative, that's your sun's energy.
So it's not just being a certain way, it's like how you actually do you, Like one of the sources mentioned Aries being bold and all that, but it's less about just being like impulsive or whatever. It's that fiery energy that kind of comes out in how they do things.
Yeah, exactly. Like an Aries sun might start a project just like boom, explosion of energy, but a Cancer sun, they're known for being sensitive. They might approach that same project more slowly. carefully.
Yeah.
It's the same energy, but it's like you're looking at it through a different filter.
Okay, that makes sense. But then how does the moon play into all this? Because one source described it as like our inner selves, which, okay, important, but kind of vague.
Like your emotions, your instincts, gut feelings, all that. And that adds a whole other layer to how the sun's energy works.
Okay.
Think of it this way. Your sun sign, that's how you shine your light out to everyone.
Yeah.
But your moon sign is how that light reflects back on you.
Yeah.
It's your inner world.
Okay, yeah, that's way more clear, actually. One of the examples that really helped me get this was they were talking about how a Taurus moon likes routine and stability, which if you picture a Taurus moon just chilling at home, like makes total sense, right? They get that comfort, that security.
Yeah.
But then you take an Aquarius moon and they need that mental stimulation. So they're going to want to have like a deep conversation or something, or go explore some new idea. Totally different vibe.
Yeah, the interesting part is how those two work together, the sun and moon, because they can be a perfect match or they can clash.
Ooh, inner turmoil. So what happens when those two don't get along?
Well, imagine you've got someone with, say, a Capricorn sun. Very practical, discipline, right?
Yeah.
But they've got a Sagittarius moon, adventurous, freedom-seeking. That person's going to feel pulled in two directions.
Yeah.
That push and pull between responsibility and just wanting to, like, take off and do something spontaneous.
Oh, I can feel that.
And we can see that in yourself. It's like, whoa, that explains so much.
It's like those personality tests, right? Like, you're 80% this, 20% that.
Yeah.
But with astrology, it's more like, congratulations, you contain multitudes, some of which might be fighting for control.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Oh, man. And we've only just talked about the sun and the moon. There's a whole lot more to this.
Right, because we got Mercury, Venus, Mars, and those names come up all the time. And how those planets specifically affect the way we communicate, our relationships, even our ambitions.
Yeah. Yeah, those are the inner planets, and they tend to influence those more immediate parts of your life. Like, they're adding to the story.
Okay. I got to ask about Mercury because, well, here we are, talking for a living, right? And the source material connected Mercury to communication, and I've always heard Geminis are, like, the chattiest of the Zodiac.
Right.
So is that always true, that connection?
Well, it's true that Gemini is ruled by Mercury, so they do have that quick wit, that natural curiosity.
Right.
And yeah, they're often really good communicators.
And the source did mention Virgo and how they're very analytical in the way they communicate.
Yeah.
But you have to remember that's just one way Mercury can show up.
So you're saying I can be a writer even if I wasn't born under, like, a super talkative sign?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it also depends on where your Mercury is and, more importantly, its aspects, which means how it relates to the other planets in your chart. Like, let's say your Mercury isn't in Gemini, but it's got a good aspect to Jupiter.
Yeah.
That could actually make you a really great storyteller.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it's like planets have their own whole language, and we're just trying to figure it out.
Exactly.
Okay, so we got Mercury the messenger. So Venus has got to be the heartthrob then, right?
No.
Because our source described it as the planet of love and beauty, which tracks.
Yeah, Venus definitely influences romantic relationships. But it goes deeper than that, too.
Okay.
It's more about what you value, like what you find beautiful, what really brings you joy.
Oh, interesting. So not just like who you're attracted to, but like what you actually value in a partner and just in life in general.
Right.
Because the source used the example of a Libra Venus. And since Libra is all about balance, they're naturally going to want that harmony in relationships. But then a Scorpio Venus, they're drawn to intensity, those really deep soul connections.
Exactly. So Venus helps us understand what we find beautiful and important, both in ourselves and in other people.
Gotcha. Okay, I think I'm starting to get the bigger picture here.
Yeah.
We've got communication, values. What about taking action? Because the source definitely did not shy away from Mars being about ambition and drive.
Oh, yeah. Mars is all about action. It influences how you assert yourself, how you go after what you want, even how you handle conflict.
So if Venus is like attracting what you want, Mars is about going after it full speed.
I like that.
And one more thing, because they mention Mars in Leo, which is naturally bold. Like, they know what they want, and they're not afraid to go get it.
Exactly. Someone with Mars and Leo, they'll probably be very direct about it. But some of the Mars in, say, Pisces, they'll express that same energy more creatively, or maybe through their intuition. It's about how that drive comes out in you specifically.
All right, so we've covered the sun, the moon, and those inner planets. What about the rest of the gang? Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. I mean, those names sound intense. So how do they factor in? How do they influence us?
Those are the outer planets,
Yeah.
and they're playing on a much bigger scale. If the inner planets are like supporting characters, these are the epic themes that run throughout your whole life.
Okay, now I'm really intrigued. They can even impact whole generations, not just us as individuals. So how does that even work if they move so slowly? How do they affect us personally?
It's more like they're setting the scene for your life. There are those big themes, those opportunities that pop up throughout your life, not so much the day-to-day stuff.
Okay, so less about like if I'm going to have a good day or not, and more about the bigger picture.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Like Jupiter, for example, it's all about expansion, luck, growth. Well, where that growth happens, what you're actually drawn to, that's influenced by the sign it was in when you were born.
So someone with Jupiter in, say, Gemini, which is all about communication and curiosity, they might be drawn to, like, exploring new ideas, maybe through writing or teaching or just, like, those deep conversations Geminis love.
Exactly, yeah. And they might find that they grow the most by constantly learning, looking at different perspectives, that kind of thing. But then take someone with Jupiter in Capricorn, a sign that's all about hard work and structure. Their growth might come from building something real, something tangible, and actually achieving those big long-term goals.
So it's like Jupiter in Gemini is on a quest for knowledge, and Jupiter in Capricorn is like building their empire brick by cosmic brick.
I like that analogy.
Right. Okay, so we've got Jupiter expanding everything, but then what about Saturn? Because the sources made it sound kind of intense, like structure, discipline, responsibility, all that.
Yes, Saturn gets a bad rap sometimes, but it's super important. It's like Jupiter expands and Saturn sets the boundaries. It's about those lessons you learn, sometimes the hard way, but they help you build a really strong foundation for your life.
So Jupiter's the optimistic one, like, you got this, go for it, and Saturn's the one reminding you to pack a map and some snacks, just in case.
Exactly.
Love it. Okay, so what if someone has Saturn in, say, fiery Aries? How would that be different from, I don't know, Saturn in Taurus, which is more grounded?
Well, someone with Saturn in Aries, which is all about action, diving right in, their lessons might be about slowing down a little, thinking things through, that kind of thing.
Learning to appreciate the journey, not just the destination.
Right. But then with Saturn in Taurus, a sign that's all about stability, those lessons might be about trusting the process, being patient, finding satisfaction in what they already have.
It's wild how those energies can show up so differently depending on the sign.
It really is. And we've only just talked about Jupiter and Saturn. We haven't even gotten to Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto yet.
Oh, right. Uranus, the planet of, like, sudden change, right. One of the sources even called it rebellious.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Saturn is all about structure, Uranus is here to shake things up. It's about those unexpected things that happen, the breakthroughs, the moments when you're forced to look at things in a whole new way.
So less about planning everything out and more about learning to go with the flow.
Exactly. Uranus is all about letting go of what you thought you knew and being open to the unknown, which can be a little scary, but it can also lead to amazing things like new discoveries and a sense of freedom.
Okay, so Uranus is definitely giving expect the unexpected vibes. All right, what about Neptune? The sources kept using words like dreams and intuition for this one.
Yeah, Neptune's the planet of mystery, of enchantment, all those things we can't really explain. Intuition, dreams, even those times when it feels like the universe is sending you a sign.
It almost sounds kind of magical.
You could say that Neptune reminds us that there's more to life than what we see, and it encourages us to explore that, to tap into our inner wisdom.
I'm into it. And finally, that brings us to Pluto, the planet of transformation, rebirth. The sources did not hold back on the drama with this one.
Pluto is about those deep, fundamental changes that happen within us. It's about facing the parts of ourselves we hide, the parts we don't like to look at. And yeah, it can be intense, but it helps you grow and become a stronger person.
So less about those quick fixes and more about those big life-altering transformations.
Exactly. Pluto's like, okay, time to let go of who you thought you were and step into who you're meant to be.
Okay, I get why the outer planets are such a big deal. They're like the architects of our lives, right? They shape the whole landscape. But we're not quite done with the astrological chart yet. The sources mention the ascendant and cusps too, so what roles do they play in all of this?
Those are like the finishing touches, they add even more detail to the picture.
All right, I'm ready for the grand finale. Let's take a quick break, and then we'll come back to unravel those final layers of the astrological self. And we are back, ready to explore those last couple pieces of the puzzle, the ascendant and cusps.
Yeah, these elements add a really fascinating dimension to the chart.
Okay, so let's start with the ascendant. Our sources were saying that it's not actually a planet, but it's still super important. So how does that work?
Yeah, that's right. The ascendant, or your rising sign, it's not a planet. It's based on the Zodiac sign that was rising on the eastern horizon,
Oh.
right at the moment you were born. It's like a snapshot of the energy you were born into.
So it's all about timing, just like the rest of the chart, but it represents something different.
Exactly. Your sun sign is your core identity, but your ascendant, that's like the mask you show the world. The first impression. It influences how you approach life, your style, even your physical appearance.
That actually makes so much sense. Like my sun sign is who I am behind the scenes, and my ascendant is how I present myself to everyone else. The source mentioned Leo ascendants and how they just have that confidence, that warmth. It's like they were born to be in the spotlight.
Exactly. And then you think about someone with a Virgo ascendant. They're just as intelligent and capable, but they might express it in a much quieter way.
Huh. So it's all about how we present ourselves to the world. It makes you wonder, though, do people ever get us totally wrong? Because they're just seeing the ascendant mask and not the real us underneath.
That's a really good point. And it shows why it's so important to understand both. Your ascendant shows up in those first interactions.
Yeah.
But as people get to know you, they start to see the other parts of your chart, especially your sun sign.
It's like those optical illusions. You see one image at first, but then you realize there's a whole other image hidden there, too. Okay, so that's the ascendant. What about cusps? Those seem a little more mysterious.
Cusps are when you're born right on the edge between two signs. It's like you're dipping your toes into both of them, blending those energies together.
One of the sources used that phrase, blended traits, and it made me think of people who don't really fit into just one box, you know? They're a mix of different influences.
Exactly. Someone born on the cusp of Taurus and Gemini, for instance, might have that grounded, practical Taurus energy, but then they've also got that quick wit and social butterfly vibe of Gemini.
So they can be happy chilling at home one day and then be the life of the party the next day.
Exactly. It's about understanding that duality, recognizing that we contain multitudes.
Wow. This deep dive has been quite the journey. We started with the sun and moon, the core parts of who we are. Then we looked at how we communicate and connect with Mercury and Venus, and how those outer planets shape our lives. And now the masks we wear, and how we blend all these energies together.
It's a lot to take in. But the cool thing is that all these different parts of the chart, they work together to tell your unique story.
It's like we've been putting together a giant cosmic puzzle, and now we can finally see the bigger picture. But like any good puzzle, there's always more to discover.
Exactly. Astrology is all about that journey of getting to know yourself. It's about learning the language of the stars and how it speaks to you.
So if you're listening and you're feeling inspired to learn more about your own astrological blueprint, don't hesitate. There are so many amazing resources out there, and you never know what you might discover about yourself.
Just remember your birth chart. It's not a crystal ball. It doesn't predict the future. It's more like a roadmap. It shows you your strengths, your challenges, your potential. And you can use that knowledge to create the life you want.
So well said.
The 12 houses, you can think of them like almost like a blueprint of your life. Each house represents a different area.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, from like your personality and values to your career, your spiritual journey, all that. And it's really about seeing how all those pieces fit together.
Okay, so before we get too cosmic, let's back up a little bit.
Okay.
What exactly are these 12 houses in astrology?
So you know how a clock has 12 segments?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine your life as that clock face. And each segment or house, they match up to a specific area of your life experience.
Okay.
You start with the first house, which is like your house of self, and then you just go around, in order. And you end up at the 12th house, which is the house of spirituality and the subconscious.
Interesting. So the order actually matters, giving each of those houses its own, unique definition.
Exactly.
What I thought was really interesting is that both of our sources talk about these categories, angular, succedent, and cadent houses. Can you break those down a little bit?
Yeah, totally. So basically those categories, they tell you how the energy of that house works.
Okay.
Angular houses like the 1st, the 4th, the 7th, and the 10th, those are your action houses.
Oh, okay.
They kick things off. They bring a lot of energy to the areas that those houses represent.
Gotcha.
And then you have your succeeding houses, which are the 2nd, 5th, 8th, and 11th. Those are all about building on and kind of stabilizing what the angular houses started.
Okay.
So they come next. And then you have your cadent houses, which are like the 3rd, 6th, 9th, and 12th. Those are the ones that are about reflecting, thinking about things, adjusting.
Yeah.
Kind of like getting ready for the next cycle to start.
Wow, that really adds another dimension, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So it's not just what the individual house means, but how it all fits into that bigger picture.
Right.
I love that. Well, let's get into some specifics.
Yeah, let's do it.
The first house, the house of self, Our chart says Aries and Leo. They're like the strongest matches for this house. Why is that? What makes them a good fit?
Okay, so the first house, it's all about your outward personality, first impressions, how you put yourself out there in the world. So Aries, with that super fiery energy,
Yeah.
they love to go for it. They're confident. They're pioneers. It fits so perfectly.
Makes sense.
And then you have Leo, which is all about charisma, being the center of attention. It
Yeah.
really helps you express yourself boldly,
Yeah, I can see that. But, what I thought was interesting is that the chart also says that Capricorn and Virgo, they might struggle a bit with this house. I never would have guessed that. Why is that?
Well, it's not like they can't thrive there.
Okay.
It's just that spontaneous energy of the first house, it might feel a little foreign to them.
Right.
Capricorn's all about planning, being disciplined. So they might overthink things instead of just being in the moment, And then Virgo, with their analytical nature, which is awesome in other areas, but in the first house, they might overthink or be a little too self-critical. So it can kind of hold them back from really expressing themselves freely.
Yeah. So I'm seeing it's all about balance, right?
Right.
Even signs that are known for being really practical, they still need to tap into that self-expression energy. It's a good reminder for all of us.
Exactly. It's not about being good or bad at a certain house. It's about understanding how your sign's natural energy works with the energy of that house.
I love that. Okay, so the second house, the house of values. What's interesting about this house is it's not just about material things, right?
You got it. It's way more than just money.
Okay.
The second house is about how you relate to your resources. It's your finances, your possessions, but it's also your self-worth, what makes you feel secure.
I can totally see how Taurus, with its love of comfort and stability, would be like the ruler of this house.
Oh yeah, Taurus is right at home there.
But our chart also lists Capricorn as a strong match for the second house. What is it about Capricorn that fits so well here?
Think about Capricorn's practicality, long-term planning. They're all about being sensible with their money and building a really solid foundation.
Right.
That totally aligns with the second house's focus on security.
Yeah, that makes sense. But let's flip it around. The chart says Sagittarius and Aquarius might find this house more challenging. Why is that?
Okay, so Sagittarius, the free spirit, they might find all that planning and routine that the second house is about a little stifling. They might overspend or take risks without thinking about the long-term consequences.
So maybe they need a budgeting app or something.
Exactly. And then you have Aquarius, who, while brilliant and innovative, can be a little detached from material things. They're focused on, like, the bigger picture, the abstract.
Yeah.
So their approach to finances can be a little less practical.
It sounds like each house has its own energy, but then each sign kind of brings its own, spin to it,
Yeah.
Very cool. All right, on to the third house, the house of communication.
The house of Gemini.
I bet they're in their element here.
Oh, absolutely. Gemini is the ultimate communicator, right? Curious, quick thinking, loves exchanging ideas. This is where they shine. Libra also does well in this house because they value diplomacy and harmony. They bring balance and grace to all forms of communication.
It's amazing how each sign's personality just shines through in these descriptions. But our chart lists Pisces and Scorpio as potentially challenging matches. Why is that? Why might they find the third house a little tricky?
So Pisces, they're so dreamy and intuitive that they might struggle with being really clear and concise when they communicate.
Yeah.
Their messages might get lost in a sea of emotions.
Okay.
Or they might have trouble staying focused on, those practical details.
Oh, I can see how that could lead to some misunderstandings.
For sure.
What about Scorpio?
Well, Scorpio is all about intensity, and they can be a little secretive. So without meaning to, they might create communication barriers. They might need to work on being a little more open and vulnerable to really connect in this house.
I see. So even though communication is key in the third house, each sign has its own way of navigating it. This is making me think about my own communication style. What about you listening? What signs do you have in your third house?
It's a good question to ask yourself. Think about your strengths, your weaknesses in communication.
Absolutely. Okay, the fourth house, the house of home and family. This one feels very grounding to me.
It is. It's about your roots, your family, your ancestry, where you grew up, and your emotional foundation.
Yeah.
It's that place where you feel safe and nurtured.
I bet Cancer is just right at home here.
Oh, yeah. Cancer rules the fourth house.
Okay.
They love creating a safe haven and nurturing those emotional bonds. Taurus also thrives here, making the home a peaceful, comfy place.
But, our chart suggests that Aquarius and Sagittarius might have a different experience in this house. What do you think the reason might be?
Well, Aquarius, they value their freedom, their independence.
Yeah.
So maybe the fourth house's emphasis on tradition, on close family ties, might feel a little restricting to them.
Totally. They might do best in a family that embraces their uniqueness, encourages them to explore the world outside the family.
Makes sense. What about Sagittarius?
Well, Sagittarius is the adventurer, always on the move, looking for new horizons.
Yeah.
So being tied down to one place, to one routine, that can be a challenge for them.
So finding that balance between adventure and feeling grounded,
Yeah.
maybe that's key for them in the fourth house.
I think so.
It's so cool how each sign brings something different to these houses.
Oh.
All right, let's do the fifth house, the house of creativity and pleasure. This one sounds fun.
It is.
Okay.
This is where you tap into your passions, your hobbies, your romances, all things fun and creative.
I love it.
It's about expressing yourself authentically, embracing joy.
Leo, the performer, must love this house.
Leo rules the fifth house,
Okay.
bringing their flair for the dramatic, romance, self-expression. They love to shine. And Sagittarius, they love adventure, trying new things. They also thrive here.
Awesome.
It's a space for both of them to let loose, explore their creative passions.
That sounds amazing. But our compatibility chart, it lists Capricorn and Virgo as potentially having a tougher time here.
Why do you think they might find the fifth house challenging?
Okay, so for Capricorn, they're so focused on practicality, being responsible,
Right.
that they might put work and responsibilities ahead of pure fun.
Yeah.
It's not that they don't enjoy those things,
Mm.
but they might need to remind themselves to make time for them.
I see, finding that balance again.
Exactly.
What about Virgo?
Well, Virgo, with their perfectionism, they might overthink the creative process.
Ah.
They might get lost in the details and miss out on the simple joy of creating.
It seems like a common thread is that even signs that might find certain houses challenging can still learn and grow from them. It's all about understanding those different energies.
Exactly.
This has been so fascinating so far, but we've only just gotten started. We have so much more to explore, including the remaining 7 houses. And we'll be diving into those and uncovering even more insights from that compatibility chart very soon.
Welcome back. I hope you're ready for more, because we're about to explore the next 7 houses and how each sign handles, their unique energies.
Yeah, it's so interesting, right? We usually think about astrology in terms of just our sun sign,
All right.
but this is really showing me how each house adds like a whole other dimension to the story.
It really does. It's
Right.
like adding layers to a painting,
Yeah.
The houses provide that context, the setting for each sign's energy to play out.
Oh, I love that. Okay, so where are we headed next on this cosmic journey?
Well, let's step into the 6th house, the house of work and health.
Okay.
This one's all about, those daily routines, your work ethic, how you manage your time and resources, and of course, your well-being.
I'm already sensing some themes here,
Yeah.
like practicality, efficiency, organization. I don't know, maybe. Which sign do you think would feel most at home in this house?
Well, Virgo practically rules the 6th house.
Oh, makes sense.
Yeah, they have that meticulous attention to detail, they love routines, and they're dedicated to self-improvement.
Right.
Makes them a natural fit, right?
Yeah,
They're all about creating systems that support a healthy and productive lifestyle.
totally. But you know what, I'm curious because our chart also lists Capricorn as a strong match for the 6th house.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about Capricorn that aligns so well with the energy here?
Well, Capricorn brings that ambition and discipline, right?
Mm-hmm.
They love setting goals, working hard, and seeing tangible results,
Right, right.
which really fits with the 6th house focus on being productive and getting things done.
Okay, so we've got Virgo's attention to detail and Capricorn's drive. Seems like a good combo for getting things done. But of course, we can't forget about the other signs. Our compatibility chart says Sagittarius and Pisces might find this house a bit tougher. Why is that?
So Sagittarius, they love their freedom, they're explorers.
Yeah.
They might struggle with that need for routine and structure that the 6th house is all about.
Mhm.
They crave flexibility, spontaneity, which might not always jive with the 6th house's kind of more rigid energy.
So maybe their adventurous spirit feels a little stifled in that super structured environment. What about Pisces? What makes the 6th house a potential challenge for them?
Well, Pisces is so dreamy and intuitive
Right.
that they might find it hard to stay grounded in the practicalities of daily life,
Okay.
especially when it comes to managing time and responsibilities.
Right.
The 6th house really wants you to be focused and organized, which may not come supernaturally to Pisces.
It sounds like both Sagittarius and Pisces, they might benefit from finding ways to like incorporate their strengths into the sixth house energy.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe Sagittarius could, I don't know, look for work that has some flexibility or travel. And Pisces could use their intuition to like create a work environment that feels more inspiring and, I don't know, less ordinary.
That's a great idea. It's all about finding solutions that work, that honor each sign's unique needs and tendencies.
Absolutely. It's not about limitations, but understanding how we can best navigate those different areas of life.
I like that.
Okay, let's move on to the seventh house, the house of partnerships.
Oh, a big one.
Right. This one seems super important because it's all about, our one-on-one relationships.
It is. It's all about how we relate to others on like a deeper level. So yeah, it includes romantic partnerships, business partnerships, even those kind of challenging relationships that teach us valuable lessons,
So it's about understanding like what we're looking for in a partner, how we approach commitment, and navigating those close dynamics. I'm guessing Libra, the sign of balance and harmony, they're probably like really comfortable in this house.
Oh, Libra is definitely at home in the seventh house.
Okay.
Absolutely. They bring that diplomacy, fairness, and that desire for connection, that harmony.
Right.
They're all about creating win-win situations, understanding each other.
It makes perfect sense that they would thrive in the world of partnerships.
Yeah.
Their ability to see everyone's perspective, find that common ground must be such a huge asset in this house. What about the other signs? Our compatibility chart lists Taurus as a strong match for the seventh house too. What makes them a good fit?
Taurus brings that grounding energy, and they really value loyalty and security in their partnerships.
Oh, I see.
They seek stability and consistency, which is a really solid foundation for lasting connections,
Okay, so we've got Libra focusing on that harmony and then Taurus wanting that stability.
Right.
Those seem like really complementary energies for building strong relationships.
I agree.
But as we've seen, there's always those little nuances to consider. Our chart says that Aries and Aquarius might experience some challenges in the seventh house. What can you tell us about that?
Okay, so Aries, they're independent, they're assertive. They may need to kind of learn to balance their own needs with the needs of their partner. Their natural instinct to take the lead could create a little friction in a relationship because it requires compromise, collaboration.
So finding that balance between their independence and the partnership, that's probably a key lesson for Aries in the seventh house.
Yeah.
What about Aquarius? What makes this house potentially tricky for them?
Well, Aquarius values their freedom and individuality above everything else.
Yeah.
So it might be hard for them to fully commit, or to really merge their life with someone else's.
I see.
It's not that they don't value relationships, but they need a partner who understands and respects that need for space, for independence.
So finding a partner who gets them, who appreciates their unique perspective, that's crucial for Aquarius in the seventh house.
For sure.
This is giving me a lot to think about in terms of my own relationships.
Me too. It's fascinating, isn't it, how these astrological insights can help us understand our own relationship patterns and even those of the people we're close to.
It really is. Okay, let's move on to the eighth house.
The house of transformation.
This one has always felt like a little mysterious to me, a little intense.
It is. It has that depth.
Yeah.
The eighth house governs those kind of profound experiences that change us. Death, rebirth, shared resources, intimacy, even the occult. It's about facing your shadow self and embracing the experiences that make you grow, that make you evolve.
Oh, wow. I can totally see why this house is associated with intensity. It's really about going deep, right? Into those maybe hidden aspects of ourselves and our relationships. Given its association with transformation and the shadow self, I'm guessing Scorpio is very comfortable here in the eighth house.
Oh, absolutely. Scorpio, with all that intensity, depth, and that incredible ability to navigate complex emotions.
Yeah.
They're the natural ruler of the eighth house.
Yeah.
They're not afraid of the dark, They embrace the transformative power of life's challenges.
It seems like Scorpio's ability to face those tough emotions head on, that would be a really valuable asset in this house. But our compatibility chart also lists Capricorn as a strong match for the eighth house. I'm surprised. What is it about Capricorn that makes them such a good fit for this intense energy?
Well, Capricorn may seem like an unlikely match at first,
Yeah.
but their practicality and their grounding energy, it could be super helpful when navigating the 8th house. They bring structure and stability to a place that can feel really chaotic and unpredictable sometimes.
Right.
And their ability to plan for the future, that's useful when dealing with things like, shared finances, inheritances, all those things that fall into the 8th house.
That's a great point. It shows how even a sign that might not seem like a natural fit for a house can still have a lot to offer, bring valuable strengths.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's talk about the other side of that coin. Our chart says that Gemini and Leo might find the 8th house a little more challenging. What makes this house potentially difficult for them?
So with Gemini, they're so lighthearted and adaptable.
Yeah.
They may find the intensity of the 8th house a bit much. They like to keep things light, keep things breezy. And the 8th house really wants you to face those shadow parts of yourself, which might feel kind of uncomfortable for Gemini.
So embracing those deeper emotions, maybe that's the lesson for Gemini in the 8th house.
Possibly, yeah.
What about Leo? What makes this house potentially challenging for them?
Well, Leo, they're all about the self and that desire for attention.
Right.
So they might struggle with the 8th house themes of surrender, letting go.
Oh, interesting.
The 8th house is about sharing, merging, transforming through those shared experiences.
Right.
Which might challenge Leo's need to shine on their own.
So finding a balance between their own needs and these of the partnership, maybe that's a key theme for Leo in the 8th house.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
This is really making me think about the dynamics in my own close relationships.
Absolutely. It's all about understanding that interplay of energies. Each sign brings its own perspective to these houses, and it's about finding ways to integrate them, in a way that supports growth and harmony.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's switch gears a little bit and explore the 9th house, the house of philosophy and higher learning.
Oh, I love this one.
Me too.
It's about expanding your horizons through travel, education, philosophy, spirituality, seeking knowledge beyond the everyday.
I love it. That thirst for knowledge, the desire to understand that bigger picture of life. It's amazing. I can't imagine a sign that's more suited for this house than Sagittarius.
Oh, absolutely. Sagittarius rules the 9th house.
Yeah.
With their adventurous spirit, their endless curiosity.
Right.
And they love exploring different cultures, different belief systems.
Yeah.
They're always seeking truth and meaning, pushing the boundaries of understanding.
It's like their whole being is just like geared towards those grand adventures, both like physically and intellectually.
Yeah, totally.
But what about other signs? Our chart says Taurus and Cancer might find the 9th house a little more challenging. Why is that?
Okay, so Taurus loves routine. They love familiarity.
Yeah.
So they might resist the 9th house's call to adventure, to exploration.
Okay.
They find comfort in what they know, sticking with what feels safe and secure. But the 9th house really asks us to step outside our comfort zone.
Right. So maybe the lesson for Taurus in the 9th house is embracing the unknown.
I think so.
What about Cancer? What makes this house potentially challenging for them?
Well, for Cancer, it's all about emotional security, those close relationships. They might find the 9th house emphasis on independent exploration a little scary.
Okay.
They thrive in familiar places, surrounded by loved ones, right?
Yeah.
The 9th house asks us to venture out on our own, to expand our worldviews, and that could challenge Cancer's need for that emotional closeness.
So maybe for Cancer, finding a balance between their need for security and that desire for growth, that might be key in the 9th house.
Yeah, I think so.
This is giving me a lot to think about in terms of my own, journey of learning and exploration.
It's all about understanding what we need and finding ways to honor that as we navigate these different areas of life,
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, on to the 10th house, the house of career and reputation.
This one feels a bit more serious, right?
It does.
A little heavier.
Yeah, it's definitely more about like our achievements, our public image.
It is. It's about your ambition, career aspirations, public image, and the legacy you build, It represents that drive to make a mark on the world, to be recognized for your contributions.
I can't think of a sign that's better suited for this house than Capricorn.
I know, right?
With their drive for success, their long-term vision.
They are the rulers of the 10th house. Ambition, discipline, focus on long-term success. It's all Capricorn.
Right.
They're all about setting goals, working hard, and, getting acknowledged for their accomplishments.
Like this house was just made for them.
It kind of was.
Their ability to, like, strategize and persevere must be such a huge help in achieving those career goals.
Yeah.
What about other signs, though? Our compatibility chart also has Aries as a strong match for the 10th house.
Oh, yeah.
I can see how their energy fits with, that focus on achievement. What makes them a good fit?
Well, Aries brings those natural leadership qualities, their drive, their competitive spirit to the 10th house. They're not afraid to take risks, to be pioneers, and they're bold, so they stand out.
So we've got Capricorn with their strategic planning and Aries ready to take action.
Yeah.
What a powerful combo for making an impact. But let's not forget about the other side of things. Our chart says Pisces and Sagittarius might find the 10th house a little more challenging. Why is that?
Okay, so Pisces, with their dreamy and intuitive nature, they might find all the focus on external achievements and recognition a bit, limiting.
Okay.
They might be more drawn to careers that speak to their compassionate side, or allow them to express themselves creatively rather than chasing those traditional markers of success.
It sounds like for Pisces, finding a career that feels meaningful, that's probably more important than climbing the corporate ladder.
Yeah, probably.
What about Sagittarius? What makes the 10th house potentially tricky for them?
Sagittarius is so free-spirited and independent, that they might resist the structure and demands of like a typical career path. They might crave work that lets them be flexible, travel, pursue their passions, instead of just fitting into some like predefined role.
So for Sagittarius, it's about finding a career that matches their adventurous spirit and their need for freedom. That must be key in the 10th house.
For sure.
It's so interesting how different signs have different priorities and values when it comes to their careers.
It's true. The 10th house is about figuring out what really motivates you and finding that path that feels authentic.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's head to the 11th house, the house of friendships and community. This one feels a little more, social, collaborative compared to the 10th house, with all its focus on individual achievements.
It is. The 11th house is about our connections to groups, our social networks, working together towards those shared goals. It's about finding your tribe and making something bigger than yourself happen.
I can't imagine a sign that's more at home here than Aquarius, with their, humanitarian spirit and innovative ideas.
Oh, Aquarius is definitely the ruler of the 11th house.
Makes sense.
They have that independent spirit, those progressive ideals, and they're all about social justice.
Right.
They love being in groups where they can connect with like-minded people.
Yeah.
And work towards making positive change,
It's like their whole being is oriented towards making the world a better place.
Totally.
But what about the other signs? Our chart also lists Gemini as a strong match for the 11th house.
Uh-huh.
And I can totally see how their social butterfly energy would just thrive here. What makes them such a good fit?
Well, Gemini's adaptable, loves to communicate, and can connect with all sorts of people.
Right.
They're the ultimate social butterflies, flitting from group to group, bringing people together, starting those engaging conversations. They love creating that sense of community and connection.
Okay, so I've got Aquarius's visionary leadership and Gemini's amazing ability to connect with people. What a combo for building a vibrant and impactful community.
It is a great combo.
But of course, we always have to look at the nuances, right? Our chart says Scorpio and Capricorn might find the 11th house a bit more challenging. What insights can you share about that?
Okay, so Scorpio, they can be intense and they value their privacy.
Yeah.
So they might prefer those kind of deeper one-on-one connections instead of large group settings.
Oh, okay.
They might find it hard to really open up or share their vulnerable side, in a big group.
It sounds like finding their niche within a larger community, that's key for Scorpio in the 11th house.
Yeah, I think so.
What about Capricorn? What makes this house potentially tricky for them?
Well, Capricorn is practical, focused on individual achievement. They may find all the collaboration and, group goals of the 11th house a little distracting.
I see.
They might prefer to work independently, just focusing on their own thing.
Okay, so for Capricorn in the 11th house, maybe it's about finding that balance between their personal ambitions and the goals of the group. This is so interesting. I'm really thinking about how different people approach, community involvement.
It is fascinating, right? Every sign brings something unique, both strengths and challenges to the 11th house.
Right.
And it's about creating a space that honors those differences while still working towards that common goal.
Absolutely. Okay, we've arrived at our final destination on this cosmic journey, the 12th house, that the house of spirituality and the subconscious. This one has always felt a little, I don't know, mysterious and elusive.
It is. It's the most enigmatic of the houses.
Yeah.
It governs dreams, intuition, hidden realms, spiritual seeking, even our shadow self. It's the unseen, where we connect with our deepest selves and explore the mysteries of the universe.
Oh, wow. I can definitely see why this house is often like shrouded in mystery.
Right.
It's about the parts of ourselves that are like hidden beneath the surface, that connection to something bigger. Given its association with intuition and spirituality, I'm guessing Pisces feels right at home in the 12th house.
Oh, absolutely. Pisces, with their deep sensitivity and intuition, they're the natural ruler of the 12th house.
Yeah, okay.
They can tap into those unseen realms, connect with their subconscious, and navigate that, complex inner world so easily.
It's like they have a direct line to the cosmos.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Their ability to just sense those subtle energies must be so valuable here. But our compatibility chart, it also lists Scorpio as a strong match for the 12th house. I can totally see how their intensity and depth would work with this house's energy. What makes them such a good fit?
Well, Scorpio, they have that intensity and that ability to go deep into, the human experience.
Yeah.
They also have a strong affinity for the 12th house.
Okay.
They're not afraid to face their shadow self, to explore the unknown, those hidden truths that a lot of people shy away from.
So we have Pisces' intuitive connection to the spiritual and Scorpio's willingness to face that darkness within. What a powerful combo for exploring the 12th house.
Yeah, it's an interesting pairing.
But, as always, we have to look at the other side. Our chart says Aries and Gemini might have a more challenging time with the 12th house. What is it about this house that could be difficult for them?
Well, Aries, with their directness and that action-oriented nature, they might find the 12th house focus on introspection and the subconscious a bit much.
Okay.
They prefer to deal with things in the here and now, taking action instead of, just dwelling in their inner world.
So maybe the lesson for Aries in the 12th house is to pause and reflect?
Yeah.
What about Gemini? What makes this house potentially challenging for them?
Well, Gemini has all that restless energy and loves variety.
Yeah.
So the 12th house energy might feel stifling to them.
Okay.
They want to engage with the outside world. They seek stimulation through communication, new experiences, instead of just going inward.
So maybe it's about finding a balance between their need for that mental stimulation and their need for quiet, for introspection.
I think so.
This is really making me think about how different people, approach things like spirituality and self-reflection.
It's true. Everyone brings something unique to the 12th house.
Right.
And the key is to honor those differences while embracing that journey of self-discovery.
Yeah, so well said. Wow, we just went through all 12 houses. That was an adventure.
It was. Amazing how each house represents something different about the human experience and how each sign approaches it in their own way.
I'm seeing my own birth chart in a whole new light now. But before we wrap up, our exploration of the houses, I want to go back to this compatibility chart.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
It's a fascinating chart, right? It's not just about saying which signs are good or bad for certain houses, but understanding the potential strengths and challenges each sign might encounter.
Exactly. It's about recognizing the nuances.
Exactly. And one thing that's really stood out to me is how a single sign can have such different experiences in different houses. Like Taurus, for instance, seems to thrive in both the second house of values and the seventh house of partnerships.
That is interesting. What do you think that tells us about, Taurus's approach to life?
Well, it seems like they're looking for stability in both of those areas.
Yeah.
They value security and consistency with their, finances, their possessions, and they bring those same qualities to their relationships.
You're right. Taurus is all about building a strong foundation.
Yeah.
Both materially and in their relationships. They want that sense of security, of reliability.
It's so cool how those core values can show up in different areas of their lives.
It is.
Okay, so let's look at another example. We talked about how Capricorn, even though they're great for the 10th house of career, might actually clash with the creative energy of the 5th house. What can we learn from that?
I think it shows that even signs that are super practical and disciplined, like Capricorn, might need to find a way to balance that with a little bit of lightheartedness and creative expression.
Yeah.
They may be awesome at building a successful career, but to really thrive, they might need to remind themselves to, have some fun.
Right. It's about that balance.
This chart is really making me think it's not just about reading those basic descriptions of the signs,
Right.
but it's about understanding how their energies play out in these different areas of life. what other interesting pairings stand out to you?
Well, I'm really intrigued by Scorpio.
Okay.
A sign that's all about intensity and depth, being a strong match for both the transformative 8th house and the spiritual 12th house.
Oh, yeah, that's
This
interesting.
suggests that for Scorpios, personal growth might often involve facing their shadow self, diving deep into their subconscious and embracing spiritual exploration as a way to transform.
It's amazing, right? Both of those houses deal with, the unseen realms, but in different ways.
It's true.
The 8th house is about facing your fears, transforming through intense experiences, and the 12th house is more about, connecting with your intuition, finding spiritual meaning. Yeah. And it shows how one sign can bring their unique strengths to different parts of life, depending on the context.
I'm also curious about the challenges Aquarius might face in the 4th house of home and family. They thrive on innovation, social change. It seems like that need for independence could clash with those traditional values that we often associate with family.
That's a great point. It suggests that for Aquarians to feel like they belong, they might need to create a home environment that embraces individuality and allows for kind of unconventional ways of expressing love.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. They may need a family that really supports their unique perspective and that desire to, break away from those societal norms.
This compatibility chart is giving us such a new perspective on how the signs and the houses work together. It's like we're peeling back the layers of an onion, uncovering all these nuances.
It's a great analogy.
It's a reminder that astrology is really a tool for self-discovery.
It is.
We have covered a lot of ground.
We have.
And I imagine our listener needs a moment to process all these fascinating connections.
Yeah, probably. Well, I hope they really get a sense of how connected all these different parts of life are. Your career, your relationships, your spirituality. The houses show how they all weave together to create that unique experience.
I love that. And it's not about predicting the future,
No.
but it's about understanding your own inner workings, those patterns and potentials.
Absolutely. It's about self-awareness,
Right.
not fortune telling. It's about understanding what you're good at, what challenges you might face, and where you might need to, think differently, stretch a little.
And speaking of stretching, we didn't even get to the planets
I know.
and how they play into all of this.
We didn't even touch on that.
That's a whole other deep dive, right?
It is. Each planet has its own energy, and where it's placed in a house, it adds even more nuance.
It's like each planet adds its own flavor, right?
Totally.
So for our listeners who are ready to take it to the next level, what's one question they should be thinking about as they keep exploring?
I would say, look at the ruling planet of your rising sign
Okay.
and see where it falls in your birth chart,
Okay.
because that planet's energy will have a big impact on how you approach the world, and express your personality.
That's a great place to start. And I would add, don't be afraid to just get curious, read books, check out different astrological resources, and most importantly, pay attention to how these ideas show up in your own life.
Absolutely. It's a constant conversation between, the cosmos and your own individual journey.
I love that.
The more you learn about astrology, the more it can teach you. It's not like a one-size-fits-all thing. It's alive, it's dynamic, and it invites you to explore your own unique place within it all.
That's a beautiful way to put it. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive into the 12 houses of astrology.
Until next time, keep exploring, keep learning, and keep embracing all those, fascinating contradictions that make us who we are.